Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Eastern Europe, the ruins at sunset. Edward staggered among the burning wreckage, eyes wild with desperation. What about the Tinder base in Antarctica? The spaceship project? Tell me, what's happening with them? Luo Ji's expression was calm. He pointed to himself. First of all, I'm not Somnian Company. Second, the Tinder plan has already been blocked. Beacon State seized it, along with every asset. Somnian lost everything. Edward's legs buckled. He dropped to his knees, staring blankly at the horizon dyed in blood-red dusk. It's over, everything's over. But then a manic gleam sparked in his eyes. He gripped his own withered hands, trembling. No, wait, I'm still alive. That means the Ouroboros potion worked. His cracked lips twisted into a smile. I've gained immortality. I can rise again. Luo Ji, I'll hire you. Work for me. Luo Ji actually laughed. It wasn't mocking. It was the kind of laugh one gives to a deluded child. Edward, the Ouroboros project, did succeed. But only half. The old man froze. Half. The formula awakened your muscle cells, but at the cost of your vitality. You have 3 days left. The smile on Edward's face collapsed into horror. Behind Luo Ji, the helicopter roared back to life. One by one, the werewolves boarded. Luo Ji grabbed the dangling rope, glancing back. Goodbye, Edward. Enjoy your last 3 days. Try not to freeze to death out here. I heard mutant hounds escaped into these woods. No, wait. Edward stumbled forward, screaming. You can't leave me. I am the founder of Ouroboros, the master of Somnian's empire. His voice grew hoarse, breaking into sobs as the helicopter rose higher. Inside, the werewolves chuckled darkly. What a clown. How many fake injections did we pump into him? Enough to kill him in 3 days. That's all that matters. Luo Ji shook his head. Pathetic. The helicopter banked eastward, leaving Edward screaming into the dying light. Above, the Himalayas. Boss, where to next? One of the werewolves asked. Drop me at the Dragon Kingdom's border, Luo Ji said. Beyond that, I'll smuggle myself in. Keep your distance. Mercenary activity is restricted. Understood. Luo Ji's gaze hardened. And listen, don't get complacent. Somnian may be bankrupt, but remnants remain. And the snapping turtle incident showed us type. Monsters exist, creatures capable of destroying nations alone. Investigate. Yes, sir. Moments later, the helicopter hovered near the Himalayan peaks. Luo Ji let go of the rope, landing with a thunderous crash in the snow. The machine veered away, disappearing into the storm. He straightened, snow swirling around him. It's almost time for the dryad to take the stage. The Himalayas, Mount Everest summit. A multinational group of climbers braved the storm, their gear clanking as they scaled the last icy wall. With one final heave, they pulled each other up, collapsing on the summit with cheers. We did it! The top of the world. Exhaustion gave way to joy, pride swelling in their chests. Around them stretched a boundless sea of white, clouds drifting like oceans below their feet. For a moment, they felt like gods who had conquered the sky itself. It's beautiful, someone whispered. It's called the Land of Snow in Sanskrit, another said. In my Tibetan hometown, we call it the Snowy Motherland, added a bearded climber, smiling proudly. Then one pointed upward. Wait, what's that? Something's moving. Through the storm, a massive silhouette shifted higher on the mountain. At first glance, it looked like a man trudging through the snow. But the longer they stared, the less human it seemed. No, he's too big. The wind howled, snow cutting their vision to ribbons. The figure drew closer, its body draped in white fur, mane matted with ice, towering like a legend carved from the storm itself. Could it be the Yeti? Excited, The climbers waved their arms, shouting to get its attention. Their voices carried across the barren silence. The creature stopped. Slowly, it turned its head, and in that frozen instant, its eyes gleamed red with something ancient and terrible. Look at that. It's huge, like a bear. Wait, could it be the legendary Himalayan snowman? The climbers whispered frantically, straining their eyes through the storm. The blizzard made it impossible to see clearly, but the shape in the snow was massive, moving with unnatural weight. Then the wind died. The silence was worse than the storm. The creature lifted its head, ears twitching, hollow eyes glinting with malice. The instant its gaze fell on them, every climber's blood ran cold. No way, it's real. The snow beast stepped into view. Nearly 3 meters tall, its ape-like body was covered in ragged white fur. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing uneven fangs and concentric rows of lamprey-like teeth, each one gleaming wet. It lived for this terrain, weak eyes but senses tuned to heat and sound. And the climbers had screamed. The monster bolted forward. Boom, boom, boom. Each stride shook the mountain, snow spraying with every thunderous step. The climbers turned and ran, but their legs were heavy from the climb. One fell. The snowman's hand clamped around him like a doll. The beast lifted him high, then tore him in half. Blood sprayed across the white ground, a crimson banner painting the snow. Run, someone screamed, but their bodies wouldn't obey. Panic fought exhaustion. Feet dragged in the snow. The monster roared, eyes glowing red. It could feel their heat, hear their ragged breaths. It lunged again, then the mountain itself growled. A deep rumble, followed by a thunderous crack. One climber's face went pale. Avalanche! Grab the ropes. The white wall descended. Snow and ice cascaded like a collapsing waterfall, swallowing the mountain whole. The climbers clung desperately to ropes and anchors, but within seconds, they were buried under tons of snow. Darkness, pressure, silence, except for the muffled roars. From beneath the snow came screams, cut short one after another. The beast was still hunting, digging, tearing bodies apart, even as the avalanche buried everything. One climber survived by accident. Trapped under snow, his body was ice cold, his breath held. His heat signature vanished, and the beast passed within meters of his face without noticing. Only he lived to know the terror was real. Elsewhere on the mountain, Luo Ji felt the ground tremble beneath his wooden feet. He looked up just in time to see a white tide crashing down the slope. The avalanche was massive, devouring cliffs and trees as if the mountain itself was collapsing. His expression darkened. Teach, buried alive here, and I might never crawl out. Now wearing the form of the tree demon, his bark already encased in a layer of ice, he could endure the cold longer than flesh. But if the snow sealed him too deep, he might be trapped for centuries. No point climbing higher. Branches creaked as his body lurched forward, running with a twisted, loping gait. Behind him, entire trees splintered and snapped under the crushing wave of snow. The forest dissolved into white silence, leaving only broken shells of trunks in the avalanche's wake. Luo Ji didn't look back. He pushed toward the lower, denser forest, away from the mountain's fury. Subsequently, Luo Ji, a tree demon more than 4 meters tall, walked on the muddy ground, looked back at the avalanche that gradually stopped, shook his head, and continued walking. Every time he takes a step, small green leaves grow on the ground. Clusters of small red flowers are growing in the cold and dark ground. They follow Luo Ji's walk and are rooted in a pile of black soil. The small buds are struggling to get rid of the shackles of the ground. Scorching eyes, if not seeing it with your own eyes. It's hard to imagine that a burly tree monster would have such flowers all over the mountains and plains. It is like a huge, moving source of life. Its towering body is covered with sturdy bark, and its slender limbs are like the branches of a tree. Each step brings the vitality of Wan Pai, reviving plant life and growing quickly. Name, Demon of the God Tree. Category, Magic Monster. Level, Demigod. Countdown, 168 hours. God level, evolutionary branch, Kabbalah tree of life, Uktra hill, world tree. It looks so weak it's too stretched. But life is like a drama. Games must be played with a smile. Maybe this form is worse than imagined. Although thinking so, Luo Ji felt that his branch did not look that simple. So he waved it and quickly drew it out. The tree vines exudes a bright green light, grows rapidly in the air, and makes an instant explosion. When they are pumped to the ground, a crack is open in the ground. In addition, the branches also have the ability to steal life. The plants and animals that are attacked will quickly be sucked out of their vitality and die. A dead gray tree, standing alone among a group of trees. Old tree. It's because of the same roots, so why is it too anxious? Ha ha, it's not as bad as I thought. Luo Ji was surprised. The speed of stealing his life was too fast. But this trick just now is not necessary for humans, because humans have long been smashed to death when they get down with this whip, and they don't need to absorb vitality at all. And he is only 4 meters high. But the length of the vines is not a problem at all if they are strengthened, and the power of thousands of branches cannot be imagined. Besides, the dryad's ability is very powerful. Life and death are between its thoughts. If you are willing to be a sacred tree of the spirit of nature, then you only need to root in the desert. Then at a speed visible to the naked eye, this land will soon be covered with lush forests, towering pine trees, and intertwined trees. All will be bathed in magical powers. The magnificent towering trees will turn the desert into an oasis. Let the earth be covered with green, and let the green and fertile soil become a paradise for animals. But if you don't learn well, it is a disaster to become a real tree of demons at the first thought. Wherever you go, the vitality of the earth is stolen, forests wither, vegetation die, and even microbes will be completely extinct. If you want, you can make the Amazon rainforest disappear from the earth in a short period of time and take root in the depths of the earth. Spread in all directions, slowly this planet will be completely drained of vitality, and 99.99% of living things will be extinct. It is likely to include humans. Although for the earth itself, it is at most a change of dry soil skin, but all life has been drained of vitality. So, look for flowers. At that time, there was only one tree demon on this planet. This is the powerful ability of the sacred tree. To master the death and recovery of life, whether it is good or bad, mainly depends on the personality of the user. After all, you Luo Ji, what do you have to do with Luo Shuren? The dryad thought inwardly. Don't admit it wrong. He is Luo Shuren now. If someone is asking for trouble in the future, just go to Luo Ji. Not bad, it feels good. It seems that Luo Ji is very satisfied with his new image. His mood will also affect his ability. When he is in a good mood, he walks and grows flowers and leaves every inch of greenness. When he is in a bad mood, the fog of decay will surround him. The surrounding land will begin to blacken, and the bright flowers will wither and fade into dust, and spread and cover the surroundings, and all living creatures will be twisted and shredded, including plants, natural spirits, animals, and humans. In addition to these, Luo Ji can also communicate with plants. He strode in the forest and greeted the nearby trees, flowers and plants in a happy mood. Good morning, Brother Hemlock. Good morning, Yi Song Brother. Good morning, Sister Mew. Good morning, Squirrel. Good morning, Deer No, Silly Spore. Luo Ji stepped forward swayingly. The tree trunk creaked. But suddenly, he found that a white female deer was chewing on the new sprouts behind him. He walked all the way by himself, and it ate all the way. Not only that, but also called other companions to eat together. It's too arrogant. I can hardly put my Luo Shuren in my eyes. Sean, this silly roe deer. How dare to steal my greening project? It seems that these guys have to be taught a lesson. After all, Luo Ji intends to green the entire earth. See if I won't eat you all. Luo Ji looked at them coldly, her huge body covering its petite body. Then the powerful magical energy surging under the feet awakened the resonance of the natural spirit of the earth. In an instant, countless huge vines grew on the ground, surrounding these wild deer one after another. He did not kill, but intimidated. But it is very effective. In the next moment, these wild deer seemed to understand Luo Ji's intentions. Their small eyes were full of fear and trembling. Run! As Luo Ji took back the vines, the wild deer scattered and fled. Seeing this scene, Luo Ji turned around and continued to take a step deeper into the forest. Sudden, a warning sound of 06 came from Luo Ji's mind. System, today is sunny and sunny, suitable for photosynthesis. Do you want photosynthesis? Photosynthesis? What is that? Can it be eaten? Luo Ji was taken aback. He knows the photosynthesis of plants, which is to convert carbon dioxide and water into energy-rich organic matter for energy conversion. Tree monster. Can photosynthesis too? Reply. The host can absorb solar energy and convert it into energy points by manipulating the photosynthesis of plants. The more green plants you make, the more points will be given to you during photosynthesis. Huh, there are other good things. Luo Ji suddenly reacted. The so-called photosynthesis is actually equivalent to absorbing solar energy, which is used to transform into the energy points needed by oneself. If you make good use of it, this is simply a weapon for scoring. In just 7 days, you can even earn more than the points accumulated so far, and it may be directly doubled. In this case, a huge amount of points, how to say, can also make other transformations evolve to 5-star god level, or even 6-star super god level. Not bad, not bad. I like this ability. From today onwards, I will be green in the world. The tree demon Luo Ji squatted down and began to take root underground and spread, and then establish connections with the surrounding trees. When the plants linked to the roots of the dryad began to absorb sunlight, the trunks and leaves of the forest were emitting faint light, and they began to instill energy into Luo Ji's dry body. Get points plus 12. A continuous reminder sounded. Sunlight illuminates the entire foothills. In the large mountain coniferous forest at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, the dense virgin forests are very tall one after another, absorbing the sun one after another, converging huge energy to Luo Ji. People always use tree diagrams to organize objects in a parent-child hierarchy. In fact, the current situation is similar. After Luo Ji established a connection with the earth, it was as if he had created a plant chat group and then invited plants from the entire forest to join the group chat. How much sunshine it produces every day. People who have played Plants vs. Zombies can understand that the entire forest is Luo Ji sunflowers. As long as the sun goes to work, they will go to work, and the sun will also take a break after get off work. Although this kind of evolution is passive evolution, except that the sun suddenly ceases to shine that day, plants will continue to photosynthesize. Now, I am at the level of the tree king in this forest. Luo Ji said to himself. Not only that, but I also feel that in this forest, there's always been a strange atmosphere in this area. Maybe there are monster derivatives. I must make the forest become my eyeliner as soon as possible, and let the plants spread over the earth to monitor. Surroundings, by the way, use this as a temporary base. After all this situation, run over to an A-type king-level monster variant that can control the high temperature of the flame. Luo Ji is about to put on the pain mask. As a tree demon, he felt that he was still quite afraid of fire. Although he could root deeper to escape, the burnt surface would consume a lot of energy. Unless the roots of the tree are pierced into the ground hundreds of meters and thousands of meters deep. In this case, even if the surface is burnt and bare, it can still survive. After all, the vitality of plants is much stronger than that of animals. In fact, Luo Ji not only absorbs sunlight, but also allows plants to eat meat. He can arbitrarily modify the genetic cells of plants. Just like alligators can pollute animals and humans, plants are actually included. For example, what 923 demon thorn vines, iron-mouthed piranhas, vampire trees, and so on. As long as Luo Ji is willing, he can give these plants self-awareness and let them have the ability of the fog of decay, help himself to monitor the surroundings, and act as a guard. Besides, Luo Ji also has 2 abilities, namely cloning life and resurrecting from the dead. However, these two abilities will be discussed later. Because Luo Ji encountered an emergency. What's that? Luo Ji stopped. Silly Spore King. He looked forward. Sent a weird guy. The guy was tall and lanky, with huge antlers on his head, standing upright in the thick and primitive jungle like a human, staring straight at him with dead eye sockets. Soon, Luo Ji judged its identity. Monster, deer head spirit. Threat degree, Class B, higher. Hostile, unknown. It stood upright behind a tree, staring at itself eagerly on the bone-like deer head. Its eye sockets were full of big doubts. As if to say, how can this tree move? We never hunt in this forest, absolutely not. Even if the whole village starves to death. Mulai, the head of a certain village at the foot of the mountain. That thing. Luo Ji called it deer head spirit. In some places, this creature has even become a local belief monster, and nearby villagers will sacrifice offerings to it to prevent predation. Actually, it is a deer that is infected with derived somatic cells, and then mutates, continuously sucking the vitality from humans, and then evolves into the deer head essence. Because most of the nutrients come from humans, they grow more like humans. Hey, silly Spore King. Dryad Luo Ji waved the branches at it, as if to say hello. The deer head was hiding behind a big tree, staring at Luo Ji motionlessly and peeking. It seems very rainy. It's actually on alert. Lu Shoujing's concept of territoriality is very heavy, and only his own scheming and secret companions when searching for food. It is found in dense and primitive jungles. It is very clever and possesses quite superb hunting skills. Its vigilance is as sensitive and cautious as a deer. So when I found Luo Ji, this kind of tree monster, the first thought of the deer head spirit was the same as Luo Ji, with doubts in his eyes, as if to say, what is this thing? Do you not understand the tree language? Luo Ji approached the front, but when he approached the deer head spirit, the other party hid behind the tree. As the bush moved, he moved to the farther tree in no time, still staring at him firmly. It seems that it would be difficult to get close to this guy. Luo Ji shook his head. The deer head spirit belongs to the guardian group, and it is friendly to nature, because it will protect the virgin forest and act as a kind-hearted forest guardian. And with the gradual deepening of human exploration of the forest, cutting down, collecting wood, and building residences, it will also anger mutant monsters like deer head spirits. They will protect the wild beasts in and in the forest from the hands of unscrupulously expanding humans. There is also a story that has been circulated among human beings. Located in the center of the primitive forest, there is a secret hidden. In a place born in darkness and primitive nature, there is a strong and terrifying guardian living in it. This guy looks very good, comma. The tree demon Luo Ji didn't know how to communicate with the deer head spirit in front of him. It has sharp, long claws and invincible antlers. The claws carry very poisonous, which can cause death. There are also many allies. The wolf that calls for sure, the crow that interferes with the enemy. It can even manipulate plants. But even so, the deer head spirit is not entirely the king of this area. It rivals the Himalayan yeti. It is necessary to always beware of that violent ape monster invading the forest and hunting down the creatures here. Only, what surprised the deer head spirit? Today it did not feel the breath of the snow monster. On the contrary, it sensed a special breath that was strange and disturbed. The other person seems to be the spirit of nature. In the depths of the soul, there is a kind of evil like a devil. But the other half of the soul is extremely sacred, both righteous and evil, and scrupulous transformation of the forest. Call. The deer head spirit felt complicated for this, and roared, as if asking, who are you? Because this is its territory, it is disrespect for the alien monsters to come here to remake it wantonly. But what the other party did was to revive the forest, surround the greenery, and expand the territory. This is a joyous thing for the deer head spirit. Is it a friend, but not an enemy? This tree spirit is a good man and can handle it. So it kept hiding behind the tree, keeping a certain distance and looking at Luo Ji. I didn't do it, just peered at him quietly. That's why Luo Ji felt a little speechless and asked him more than once, "You dance." The deer head spirit can't speak, but will make a low growl similar to a stag. It probably understands Luo Ji's meaning, but it doesn't take it seriously and ignores it at all. In contrast, Luo Ji sighed. Since the deer head spirit did not show obvious hostility, it seemed to be somewhat afraid of himself. So he didn't mean to hunt the deer head spirits. He can only say that even hunting is not easy to chase. This foolish Spore King is very ghostly. Once he feels any wind and grass, he will run like a wild deer, being frightened. However, when Luo Ji and Lu Shoujing stared at each other with big eyes, the snow-capped mountains were rolling, and there was a figure jumping down the rope on it. The man was panicked, with a face of fear, and rushed towards the nearby camp, where an off-road vehicle stayed. Humanity. Luo Ji seemed a little surprised, but it was no surprise. Human beings are everywhere on this planet who like to challenge the limit, and there are many people who go to climb the Himalayas every year. It's just that the human being is full of unknown auras, very fierce, very bloody. Even far away, Luo Ji can feel the fear that exudes from him, good promise, as if to escape from something, fleeing to the camp in a panic. At this time, Luo Ji heard a low, threatening sound from the throat of the deer head monster next to him, which seemed to be full of hostility towards the human being, and from time to time he raised his head to look at the heights of the snow-capped mountains. Under the glare of sunlight, Luo Ji also looked towards the Himalayas. Somewhere in the peak, he vaguely saw a ferocious ape monster with snow-white hair and a mouth full of blood, looking down from a height. And the hostility radiated by the deer head spirit is obviously aimed at its control. Is this a territorial dispute? Even so, Luo Ji always feels that he has been ignored. He is the tree king, and as the spirit of nature, this forest, he should have the final say. Are you going to do it? At this time, the snow monster seemed to have noticed the movement here, and the strong body began to jump from a high place, seeming to be extremely fast and very flexible. Its eyes are bad, but his sense of hearing and smell was very keen. His mouth was full of fangs. He had reached the level of a Type B mutant creature. His strength was powerful, and his blood-red eyes were staring greedily. Woo! The deer-head spirit uttered a hostile roar, and the bone-like deer-head eye sockets flickered with cold light. Under its roar, Luo Ji, a burly and tall tree monster, saw many wild beasts appearing in the nearby forest. Like the sound of calling. This is the special ability of the deer head spirit, commonly known as shaking people. Just like the boss summoning the little monsters, it is mainly due to the deer head spirit often protecting this forest, so that the beasts in the forest will follow the deer head spirit's orders, making them a force that cannot be ignored. Woo! The wolves are here. Not only that, there are a large number of crows flapping their wings, hovering in the sky. The giant bear in the coniferous forest also screamed and made a shrill sound, as if sensing a threat. It quickly supported it. Interesting. 923. Luo Ji saw the growth of underground rhizomes nearby. The deer-head spirit seemed to be using the power of manipulating plants to create traps nearby, allowing a large number of branches and vines underground to stop the entanglement of the opponent. Just after it finishes all the arrangements, Luo Ji saw the violent monster figure. It was a huge monster with a head resembling an ape and a height of nearly 3 meters. He has long, slender white hair, exposed long and short fangs in his mouth, and his mouth is full of human blood, as if he had just eaten a few people. Help, help! At this time, the voice of the person in the distance could be heard, but the poor guy was hit by 2 Type B monsters. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen monsters fight. Luo Ji watched this scene with relish. He is in a relatively remote location, and his burly body can grow and shrink freely, so he can grow up to 10 or 20 meters high, like a fir, occupying a good height to watch the game. Fight! I like to watch others fight. Luo Ji watched the 2 sides coming into contact with each other and continued. I'm killed. Wait for Ajeb to collect the corpses for you. Absorb the vitality of a Type B monster. The number of points that can be obtained is not too small. Mosquito legs are also meat. Luo Ji will not let go of any available resources. Roar. There was a roar of bloody, trembling air, and the battle seemed to have begun. The snow monster had a fast running speed and strong jumping ability. When there was more than 20 meters of distance left, he jumped high and rushed towards the deer head spirit. Shit. At this time, the deer spirit raises its sharp claws. In addition to controlling plants, it also has a strong melee ability. It will double strike the nearby snow monsters and add a tearing effect. Boom! After the snow monster landed, it slapped a powerful palm, creating a terrible impact. So far, their battles are still in the stage of tentative melee. But one thing worth mentioning is that there is actually no obvious size difference between Type E monsters and Type C monsters. The main difference between them is Type E creatures have a higher IQ, and there is one more move to control various abilities than Type C creatures. After all, it is the secondary infection of the high-dimensional alligator, and after several times of evolution, it will definitely give birth to some strange abilities. For example, the deer head spirit used the dark power at this time. It began to summon nearby vines, quickly entangled towards the body of the Himalayan snow monster, and exploded continuously, causing area damage. These explosions are not simple impact effects, but terrible injuries that destroy shadows and distort reality. The snow monster is obviously afraid of this trick. Once it is covered by the explosion, it is basically equivalent to a spike, but the snow monster is not the kind of reckless man who doesn't understand anything, so it chose to retreat and show its own trick. That is rant. However, it is accompanied by a strong stun effect, which belongs to the area of damage. The roar with a shocking effect caused the deer head spirit and the supporting beast to fall into a state of chaos. Mito Gao's body flew out and hit the tree trunk heavily. Amazing! Luo Ji looked at the fierce snow monster. It seemed that the melee ability was stronger than the deer head spirit. At this time, the snow monster also clearly discovered his existence. It's just that it's a little bit not very clever, thinking that Luo Ji is an ally of the deer head spirit, so he roared at this side and approached. How come you're coming to me? I just watched the excitement. Having said that, the burly tree monster did not escape or hide. He stretched his thick roots down, and a terrifying force under the soil began to condense and began to grow rapidly. The tree world is coming. The sturdy branch arms of the demon of the sacred tree began to wave, instantly changing the terrain, turning the snow monster directly into a forest. In just a few seconds, the huge natural energy made giant trees. It grows out, squeezes it directly into it, and is instantly suppressed, unable to move. Magic vine, life draw. Many vines that looked like thorny tentacles grew in the weird tree world, which tightly bound the snow monster's body, and then tightened suddenly, strangling the bleeding marks, and then piercing the skin, like a blood-sucking needle, constantly drawing on its vitality. The snow monster screamed in pain, but no matter how terrifying its regeneration ability, I couldn't resist being absorbed by so many vines, so I was drained of life at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a layer of empty shell. Immediately, the dead snow monster shattered in the magic vine. Life is long gone, and the corpse has also turned into nutrients and returned to the earth. Unfortunately, you got the wrong person. Luo Ji shook his head and thought, and the deer head spirit in the distance looked around and saw this jaw-dropping scene. It seemed to be dumbfounded, showing the eyes of a silly roe deer staring here. What's the situation? Why is that tree so fierce? Damn it. The tree eats people. No, it eats snowmen. To flout the laws of nature is to pay a price, Luo Shuren. After killing the snow monster, Luo Ji let nearby trees and vines absorb its nutrients, then looked at the deer head spirit. I don't know when the deer head spirit, who originally gave people a cold and terrible image that was inaccessible, suddenly became well-behaved, like a docile deer, looking nervously here. You are nervous. The tree demon Luo Ji made a sound at this time. The deer-head spirit was still a bit nervous. After all, after seeing the terrifying power of this huge tree spirit that had soared in size due to the battle form, he became honest. The other beasts and animals also crawled on the ground. It's like seeing the spirit of nature guardian-like. Their eyes are full of godlike worship, which is a kind of fear of nature because Luo Ji at this moment is nature. System, task trigger, content. Ask the host to find the end of the world, the mysterious Shambhala. Reward, the branches and leaves of the world tree. Mythical evolution material. Danger must be accompanied by opportunity, but sometimes there are exceptions. The new exploration mission that popped up this time seemed to be more ambitious than the last time Cursed Golden Town, because the level of reward materials was very high, which surprised Luo Ji. Myth-level material, and it's evolution-related. Find it to earn blood. Luo Ji is happy in his heart. The deer-head spirits in front of him all looked cute. Perhaps it was because of staying here for a while that the task may be triggered. Come here, silly roe deer king. Luo Ji, who became happy, decided to give this deer head a little reward. The deer head cautiously approached, then lowered his head, and then the burly tree demon bends down. The deer-head deer, who is more than 2.7 meters tall at this time, looks extremely petite in front of the 15-meter tree demon, as if it is a big palm. Same. I will give you a gift to evolve you to the level of a Class A creature. The emerald branches on the arm began to grow, and then gradually wrapped around the body of the deer's head. You will be my guard in the forest. Fight for me. Suddenly, the branches began to spread all over the body of the deer's head quickly, and then, like a cocoon, completely surrounded the deer's head and transformed it. Then the huge energy radiated the shade of green light. From now on, your name is Eternal Forest Leahy Thorns. The Eternal Forest is the position of the guardian. Locke is the meaning of the forest elf, and the wattles represents the meaning of the four-legged artiodactyl. Together, it is the guardian forest elf deer king. At this moment, the green light began to cloud and gradually shined. When a huge cocoon of tree vines began to disappear, the deer head spirit had completed the transformation and evolution. System, your pet, Deer Shou Jing, has evolved into Eternal Forest. System, level B is upgraded to level A. Need time, the sky and the earth changed, and the sky fell a green and gray color. Listen to the sound of nature. It was like celebrating the birth of the Lord. Everything began to sing, the beasts began to be quiet, the earth grew green, and a mysterious power radiated from it. A beast got up in the open space ahead, its original form creaking under the weight of ancient sleep. It has now awakened and is ready to guard this area. In the deepest part of the forest, the sun pierced the lush forest canopy, dotted with soft white spots on the woodland. Petals fell on the strange and unknown flowers, depicting the surrounding colorfully. Then, through the entanglement of dense vines, the sun dissipated, and a low roar of warning came from the oak forest. Leahy, the tall, burly, and strong tree demon, was now shouting the name of the 7-meter-high beast in front of him. Step on. With the sound of hoofs, a wild beast stood up and instantly stood shoulder to shoulder with the nearby trees. Its crown like horns, centaur-like 4 legs, the upper body of a human, the head of a deer head, and its majestic eyes from various perspectives, it is a very majestic and domineering natural king. Monster, Eternal Forest. Threat level, Class A, extremely dangerous. Energy fluctuation, high. Although the height is only 7 meters, its power is biased towards the magic side. It is different from the high-density and high-quality body of the monster that requires physical destruction. The Eternal Forest can control the forest phantom and use plants to create a large number of dependents. You can imagine a bear made up of giant trees, a bird woven from vines, giant snakes and beasts, etc. 0. Look for flowers. Wearing a crown of thorns on his head, the deer king of the Eternal Forest looks even more noble than Luo Ji, a burly tree monster. But don't get me wrong, the relationship between the two of them is similar to the tree of life and the elves. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a father-son relationship, and even above it, it belongs to a higher level. The deer king of the eternal forest now bends his front legs and knees and then kneels on the ground. The huge antlers and crown of thorns are slowly hanging down. The humanized fat man seems to be grateful to Luo Ji, a bit like the old master and his big dog. The same style of painting, because the deer king itself evolved from beasts. Luo Ji's behavior is more human, so the style of painting quickly became as follows. Eternal forest, go, bite him. Forest of eternity, quickly pick up the branches. Come on to be my mount. I have never ridden a centaur, no, a deer. At that time, the king deer thought, maybe it is not a human being, but the owner is a real dog. After all, it is now a category, a monster, which corresponds to the 3-star rare form of Luo Ji's monster transformation. This level is quite high. If it weren't for Luo Ji's personal transformation, Lu Jing would like to evolve to this level. It is simply dreaming. After all, the crocodile dragon emperor has absorbed the vitality of millions of snapping turtles before barely evolving to that level. The other Type A monsters have either captured the nuclear power plant or a big opportunity. They have eaten a whole piece. All the creatures in the sea have evolved. So, holding on to this idea, what's wrong with riding you? This is necessary. If you're a king, then Luo Shuren will be the king of kings, haha. Moreover, the deer king of the eternal forest has no temper, and seems to be very happy, indicating that it was indeed a very optimistic wild deer before it mutated. I have a bold idea. Luo Ji suddenly had the idea of using the fortified tree roots to completely break free from the shackles of the soil and actively seek prey. In theory, dried only needs air and water to survive. It can be completely separated from the soil, and you can get everything you need by basking in the sun. It's just that the body shape now seems a bit too big. If humans are allowed to see a running tree, they will either be frightened or they will try to catch them, and then slice them to study the structure. But it doesn't matter anymore. Luo Ji thought to himself that he should almost leave here to look for the legendary Shambhala. Soon, without any hesitation, a string of tree roots rose from the ground and protruded into the ground in the fertile ground and rock 923. At the same time that the roots appeared, the giant tree of the spirit of nature began to gradually break away from the bondage of the earth. He was incarnate as the demon of the sacred tree. The towering body is covered with sturdy bark, and the slender limbs are like the branches of a tree. Compared with the appearance of the demon planter before, it is now more like a tree man. Luo Ji deeply felt that he was breaking away from the control of the earth. But he still left part of the plant rhizomes in the ground, which are inextricably linked. Leahy, you keep it here and guard the forest. This forest is Luo Ji's source of income, which is equivalent to his private property. Forest plants can absorb sunlight for photosynthesis, and part of the stored energy will be transferred to a huge plant root storage several hundred meters deep underground. It's like Luo Ji's piggy bank. After a period of time, you can save enough money and you can harvest a wave. Only to avoid the destruction of this forest, Luo Ji was willing to create a Type A monster like Eternal Forest to help him look after the home. Thought of this. Luo Ji looked like a burly tree monster, striding out towards the outside. He is like Kwafu, streaking freely on the ground. His whole body is made up of plant muscles, more like the giant of armor in the attacking giants, but the color of the red muscles is replaced with dark green. The bark is its skin, and the wicker is its hair. The eyes are extremely deep, revealing the love of all things and all things, like the eyes of an old father, looking like a child in everything. It didn't take long. After running for more than 50 kilometers, Luo Ji came to a completely unfamiliar forest area. The wind blows gently, and the plants shake their branches and leaves as if greeting it. There were only a lot of rough and dark afterimages left in the once dense jungle here, and a large area had begun to decay, and an indescribable strange force was affecting everything here. What it is? In front of Luo Ji, the demon of the sacred tree, There was an evil spirit wandering among the trees, pale and gloomy in the night. Monster, spirit of Tibetan fox. Affiliation, natural spirit body. Threat, ignorable. Luo Ji's bark felt a while, and he would usually pierce the heart of such creatures with his roots, but he didn't move today. This resentful spirit that looked like a Tibetan fox was wandering in the forest at this time, as if reluctant to leave here. Its hollow eyes shone with moonlight. The evil spirit wandered through the woods, with cold, vicious eyes looking for any life or things that could be hurt, but it was a pity that it did not find any prey or food. Tibetan fox? Spirit body? Evil spirit? Only then did Luo Ji realize that he could still see the spiritual bodies of some creatures that existed in the natural world. System, come out and wash the floor. Luo Ji began to ask questions in his heart. Answer. Any life with self-awareness has its own soul, but they are usually troubled by an area for various reasons. Then why didn't I meet the spirit body in the forest before? Answer. The deer head spirit absorbs the energy of this kind of spirit body. Because of the existence of supernatural creatures, such as the deer head spirit in that forest, the evil spirits have long been wiped out. I see. It is precisely because Luo Ji is in a strange field that he can see the resentful spirit here. But suddenly, a pale light flashed by. Luo Ji subconsciously looked at the past zero. A luminous figure was approaching, making his bark numb. In this lifeless woods, those who come are not good, and those who are good do not. Unlike the animal-shaped evil spirit of the Tibetan fox, Luo Ji saw a human evil spirit at this time. Because life cannot be static like death, it is attracted by the movement that it emits. It feels a bit gloomy. There are so many ghost fires floating around, I shouldn't be caught sight of. Of course, to be scary, Luo Ji is much scarier than them. At least the huge vitality radiating from him in this desolate and barren forest will not be infringed by the decaying power of death. Silent, the evil spirit slid quietly towards Luo Ji's position. She was once a human, but now she is translucent and pale. Her original indifferent expression began to show greed and desire after seeing Luo Ji. To be precise, it was the small red flowers that grew out of Luo Ji's feet step by step. The ghost started to run fast toward Xiaohua, trying to suck its weak life into his body. At this time, Luo Ji had a hunch that if the small flowers under his feet became food for the undead remnants in front of him, they would instantly wither and die, and the power of the evil spirits would become stronger. For point one, go away. Luo Ji didn't want to hurt the flowers he planted because of an evil spirit. He directly threw a vine whip and swept it towards the evil spirit's legs. She lay on the ground instantly, as if she was severely burned. This unnatural product was instantly hurt by Luo Ji's power, and she backed away in pain. She struggled to turn around, trying to break free from the entanglement of trees and vines. But the next moment, the demon of the sacred tree curled up its roots and smashed to the ground. Boom! The blow shattered the soil on the ground, and the shock wave spread along the ground. The huge shock caused the evil spirits to cry in pain. Luo Ji sneered, and before it was relieved, pierced her figure with the sharp tentacles of the vine and turned her into nothing. At this time, Luo Ji heard a voice in his mind. Brother, let's go back quickly. Grandpa won't let us go into the mountains. Two people, one man and one woman, appeared in Luo Ji's mind. The man was 15 or 6 years old, and the woman was 11 or 12 years old. They were very beautiful in appearance. Even a girl in coarse linen could not conceal her own temperament. Sister, don't worry. We're the mountain where we're taking a shortcut, and it is impossible for Grandpa to find it, the boy said, looking at his sister with excitement. There must be some amazing secret in the mountain. The people in the village are so strange these days. Those who have entered the mountain all get up in the middle of the night and walk towards like a zombie. After reaching the mountain, it disappeared. Grandpa said that there was evil in the mountains and did not allow us to enter. But if we can discover this secret, Maybe we have money to buy medicine to save Grandpa. My sister wrinkled her cute Cheong nose. But I'm afraid. What if there is a monster? Don't worry. Even if there are monsters, my brother will take good care of you. The boy touched 06 her head and comforted. In the picture, the brother and sister walked into the mountains. A dim mist rose on the flat ground, followed by a foul smell. When the siblings were climbing towards the heights, the vines suddenly broke, and the younger sister fell to the bottom of the valley. My brother watched in a panic as the screaming sister fell to the bottom, and then lost the news. When he wandered around anxiously, and then wanted to slide down the vines, he found that the vines were creeping strangely, swallowing them in his direction like many human-eating tentacles. Fear struck, and the brother who wanted to save his sister froze instinctively. He seemed to be frightened by the vines that were gradually twisting in front of him. You are waiting for me. I will go to the village and call for someone to save you. My brother ran away anxiously and went to call someone. The younger sister fell into a semi-conscious state while lowering on the cliff. Her legs had already been broken, and demonic whispers echoed in her ears. Her mouth kept whispering, "Brother, save me, it's so painful. I do not know how long it has been." The younger sister opened her eyes, and she looked around weakly. There were mountains of human bones everywhere, and many villagers like her were swallowed by huge tree roots, closing their painful eyes and sinking into it. The nutrients in the body are being absorbed by the roots of plants, and their heads are penetrated by the slender roots just like themselves. My sister was terrified, but she couldn't yell out. Her head gradually became dizzy and uncontrollable. This feeling was like being captured by the roots of a demon. It was peering into her own thoughts and memories. "No, brother, save me." In the day after day of whispering for help, her brother still did not come back and did not bring any rescue. On the 7th day, my sister closed her eyes. Like the other villagers, she was completely absorbed. The devil tree seemed to taste their souls and memories happily, and then began to look for the next prey. Later, the dead sister became an evil spirit. Wandering in the forest day after day, she hated all living creatures and hurt them, wanting to tear up this desperate world. I don't know how long it took. A tall sacred tree demon appeared in the forest. The plants called for help as if they saw a soldier, while the evil spirits were very angry. They obviously felt the huge life force of this tree monster. Unforgivable. Destroy it, tear it apart. So the evil spirit of the younger sister rushed up and began to decay and absorb the vitality of Xiao Honghua. But it was a pity that she didn't realize how powerful this tree monster is. The bondage then penetrated through the body. In this way, the evil spirits of my sister melted into a mist. However, the wind was still groaning. Dozens of evil spirits were materialized in front of Luo Ji, and their ghostly faces were dumbfounded when they saw the miserable condition of the evil spirits of the younger sister. These are the evil spirits of the villagers who have died, but they have provoked an unknown and terrible enemy. The huge tree monsters waved the vines, poured anger into fierce attacks, and destroyed their bodies with fierce power. Although the dryad cannot destroy all evil spirits from a long distance, as long as they want to cross the dryad and attack the little red flower, they will be ruthlessly pierced into the heart by the roots, and then melt into a mist. The decaying mist has begun to seep out from the ground, and endless evil spirits are born from the mist, rushing out frantically, opening their mouths to reveal the hunger of ghouls. There are so many evil spirits here. Luo Ji was shocked. When he just killed the girl evil spirit, he read the replay of her death, and probably understood that these people were all killed by the so-called devil tree. But what does it have to do with me, Luo Shuren, to find revenge for that devil tree? Do you really consider me weak? Luo Ji straightened his body. His arms began to thrust into the ground, and with a low shout of tree realm coming, the huge tree roots surged, and they res-hot to the crazy evil spirit army. They turned into dust one after another. A wave of spikes. But even so, there are still new evil spirits appearing in the mist. 923, how many people did the devil tree kill? How many thousands? Tens thousands? Or more? Calculated according to the age of the tree, it is easy to live for thousands of years, and it is possible for a tree that has already become a monster to live for tens of thousands of years. Only, what is it? Why does it appear in the world? Who awakened it? Where is it now? How to find it? It will pay for its evil thoughts. But before that, Luo Ji's mission was updated. Main mission: find the end of the world, the legendary Shambhala. Clue 1. Investigate the demon tree. Clue 2. Look for the little boy and learn the truth. It's getting more and more bizarre. What Luo Ji can be 100% sure of is that it is absolutely impossible for the body of the devil tree to exist nearby. Because when he took root, he explored hundreds of meters of underground nearby, but he did not find such a monster. Unless it can reach the inside of the earth or under the rock layer, how can it not be discovered by itself? It seems that you can only start from that little boy. According to the replay of the death of the sister evil spirit, Luo Ji can probably hear that both her and her brother's accents are local residents. So Luo Ji looked in the direction of Tibetan areas. "Mom, what is Shambhala?" On the train to the Tibetan plateau, a little girl asked curiously. Shambhala, it's a legendary paradise. The girl's mother smiled and gently explained. In Tibetan areas, most people believe in Buddhism. According to their teachings, it's said that there is a mysterious place called Shambhala on the main peak of Gangdisi. There is the mysterious pure land of Buddhism, a legendary kingdom. Wow! The little girl widened her eyes in excitement. Her mother went on to say, according to the records in the Kalachakra, this kingdom is made up of 9.6 million city-states. There is no poverty, no disease, and no death. All people are equal. Intrigue, let alone hatred and vengeance. Throughout the year, flowers often bloom, waters are clear, crops are always waiting for someone to harvest, and sweet fruits are always covered with branches. She paused and described vividly. Shambhala is full of gold and gems. Picking up one at random is priceless. I'm going to Shambhala to pull gold and gems. The little girl couldn't stop happily. Is it? It's great. But there, wealth is a superfluous item. Everything there can be controlled by thought. When it is cold, the clothes will thicken when you think about it. When you are hungry, the food will fly to you. Lifespan can also be controlled by yourself. You can live as long as you want. Only if you're tired of life and want to try the taste of death, you can leave happily after so long. This is a legend. It is clearly a fairy tale. But what the little girl's mother said was indeed the well-known, mysterious, pure land of Shambhala, which was only beautified by fairy tales. In Tibetan Buddhism, it even gave a relatively definite geographical location for Shambhala, southwest of Tibet, north of Indus, a mysterious world surrounded by snow-capped mountains, or it may be somewhere near the earth. Space. No one knows where it is. But one thing has to be said, that is, the origin of Shambhala is extremely mysterious. Many parts of these so-called fairy tales are not fiction. It actually existed and was called the Protoss. At this moment, Luo Ji, the demon of the sacred tree, arrived at a high place in Tibet where many people were flocking. The civilization bred on this snow-covered plateau is the holy land in the hearts of all loyal believers. Large and small temples are located in the middle, bright, and Tibetan incense. Golden Dome is brilliant, filled with a strong religious atmosphere. Here is sacred. Believers with long heads can be seen in the streets and alleys at any time, close to the sublime and perfection. Luo Ji looked at the blue sky with floating clouds. Listening to the lamas debating the scriptures carefully, they walked toward a loyal turn of the scriptures. Faith is a noble thing, and he has always envied people of faith, because when they are helpless, there is at least a ray of light in their hearts, shining on themselves. Luo Ji observes the sparse pedestrians on the road. He saw some people who were not afraid of the hardships in life. That being said, for Luo Ji, these Buddhists are still easy to use. I have an idea. Who is Luo Shuren? It's a dryad. Don't forget that he can pretend to be the appearance of any plant, start to pierce his roots into the ground, and spread outwards. Subsequently, Luo Ji regrown his body in a large temple and mimicked it like a Bodhi tree. Buddhism worships the Bodhi tree extremely. Because Shakyamuni became a Buddha under the Bodhi tree, the Bodhi tree became the sacred tree of Buddhism. Luo Ji turned into a tall Bodhi tree at this time, standing somewhere in the temple. Only, the lamas in the temple were confused. They wondered in their hearts. It was as if the 1,000-year sacred tree appeared overnight. That's all. It became lively here in an instant. But considering that this is a sacred place of Buddhism, although the lamas are surprised, they will not mess around, let alone destroy the sacred tree. On the contrary, they're extremely excited, thinking that the Bodhi tree God has manifested. Om aham oem, aham oem aham. Early in the morning, the lamas began to gather around and recite the scriptures near Luo Ji. Certainly, Luo Ji came here to pretend to be the Bodhi tree, but he did not listen to lamas chanting sutras, but deliberately created a momentum, such as miracles. Buddhist temples, a 1,000-year-old tree grows overnight. And other news will definitely attract nearby. A large number of people attracted the believers, and then they visited and worshipped around Luo Ji. With this kind of popularity, their voices and thoughts will be known by the tree demons, listening to the voice of all things when facing Luo Ji. Therefore, as long as someone is close to him, Luo Ji can search for information about the little boy on them, so as to know what happened in the past. Not to mention, this method is really effective. The next day, among the hundreds of people, anyone who meets the Bodhi tree will worship and pray sincerely. And Luo Ji also captured a common piece of information from a large number of people. That is, in a legendary Shambhala, there is the secret of resurrection from the dead. It is said, as long as you find and enter Shambhala, you can resurrect your dead relatives, friends, lovers, etc. They can even realize their other wishes, such as immortality, not aging, and so on. For these delusional thoughts, good promise, Luo Ji passed by, but in the process of reviewing, he felt that a white-haired old man kneeling on the ground religiously, chanting a name in his heart, elegant. His weather-beaten face was covered with deep wrinkles, and then tears of guilt flowed out. Maybe it is the same name or something. This old man in his 70s or 80s seems to be recalling something painful. Luo Ji establishes a spiritual link with him and reads his voice system. It turns out that he is the little boy. It's just that the elder brother who once abandoned his sister now has gray hair and has become an old man who comes to make atonement in his heart every once in a while. But what happened to him in the first place? What is the reason that he did not come back to rescue? And what does he know about the devil tree? This is what Luo Ji will do next. In that case, Luo Ji decided to make a little movement to bring back memories of the old man. Because it is impossible for him to directly invade the memory of the other party, he can only use this method to remind the old man of the original details. At this moment, when the white-haired old man kowtows, he shed tears, watching a small red flower that is gradually taking root and sprouting in the soil. The blooming flowers made him stunned. After rubbing his eyes, the white-haired old man looked at the flower tremblingly. Is that you? Did you hear my inner blessing? The old man's voice became excited, holding the little flower lovingly. He began to sink into memories. When his wrinkled palm touched the little flower, Luo Ji began to read his inner thoughts and began to trace the past decades. The next moment, as if time and space traveled through, Luo Ji came to a certain day between 1938 and 1942. He is invisible, like the spirit of nature. At this time, through the memories of the old man, I saw the pictures of the past memory. That is, tanks, armored vehicles, an army of 250,000 people. Following the pace of the army, Luo Ji saw through the memories of the old man that a steel army invaded the Tibetan area at that time, which was like a scene from the 940th World War in the world. Jiang time, he understood everything. When the boy escaped from the mountain and went to the village to find rescue, it was too late. He encountered the Steel Army from Eastern Europe and was arrested by a mustache officer. No matter how he shouted, those people, I didn't understand what he said. So I took the boy and left the vicinity of the mountain. This difference is only a few months. When the boy returned again, his sister had long since disappeared and no bones were left. It's our Ouroboros again. Luo Ji retracted his thoughts and read the information from the old man. Through the memory of the old man, he saw that the mustache officer was wearing a medal in front of him, with the logo of Ouroboros engraved on it. Because the founder of Ouroboros was the leader of the D Empire at that time. And one of the empire's chiefs, secretly called the Head, was appointed by the head of state to organize a force to set out to find the axis of the earth. It is said that the axis of the earth has infinite power that can reverse life and death, and the Head also hopes that this team will become an undead army. The so-called axis of the earth is actually Shambhala. Before and after World War II, even though the Tibetan areas were far away from the war and escaped the flames of war and gunpowder, they could not escape the sight of the leaders. So in those few years, the head of state went to ask the head of state for approval to form 2 expeditions in person. They need to go deep into Tibetan areas, deep into the Himalayas on the roof of the world, looking for evidence of the existence of the ancestors of the Germanic nation, that is the Atlantis Protoss, and looking for undead legions that can change time. The axis of the earth. That's right. The leaders and heads of state at that time believed that their ancestors were the Atlantis Protoss. They were born noble blood. They trumpet the theory of racial superiority, claiming that humans will evolve every 700 years. The ultimate goal is to evolve all excellent white people into new humans with extraordinary abilities. This was also the predecessor of the later Ouroboros project. The Somnian Company was jointly created by several officers and members of the 2 expedition teams. If Edward was still alive, perhaps he would know all of this. Pity. Luo Ji regrets that Edward died too early. Otherwise, he can ask about Shambhala. Shambhala and Atlantis seem to be the same people. In a very old European legend about Atlantis, the continent of Atlantis is extremely wealthy, and the people in it are all gods with extraordinary abilities, and there are even objects that can carry people to fly. But in a major earthquake, the mainland of Atlantis sank, and some Atlantis people fled by boat to the vicinity of the Himalayas and created a splendid civilization, and finally became the ancestors of the Aryans and the Indus. The assistant of the head of state, known as the Head Mustache. Believing in this legend, he believed that the ancestors of the Aryans, Ajeb, were gods. As long as they selectively cultivate their descendants and purify their race, they will be able to create an invincible Aryan Protoss army with extraordinary abilities. So they sent people to the Tibetan area to conduct an investigation. In the process, they learned a piece of news. Legend has it that there's a cave called Shambhala in which the Earth axis with infinite energy is hidden. Who can get him? A biological field can be formed, which can be invulnerable, and can even control the changes of time and events. But so many years have passed. Where they went and whether they found the axis of the Earth has always been a mystery. And how did the army of 250,000 people disappear? There are even rumors that they went to Antarctica, established an underground city in Antarctica, and carried out the Flying Saucer Project, but later proved by facts. Most of these statements are correct because some of the 2 expeditions disappeared with the Countess Asina and someone to search for Shambhala. The whereabouts of the 2 expeditions is still unknown, but the UFO program in Antarctica also exists, which corresponds to the Tinder program of Somnian Company. Then, the question now is, Shambhala, where is it? Maybe Luo Ji has already guessed the answer in his heart. Through the above clues, 3 key points can be obtained to connect them. If the Himalayas are hollow, what is there? Is it the mysterious kingdom of Shambhala or the preservation of the axis of the Earth? The answer is, the hollow Himalayas is Shambhala, because the Earth axis energy matrix has long been obtained by Luo Ji. Then the last mystery is 100% Shambhala. But why say Shambhala is the end of the world? Perhaps the answer can only be known by entering the hollow Himalayas. At this time, Luo Ji took back the power of the blooming flower. Unexpectedly, it caused a misunderstanding. The fading red flower made the white-haired old man howl in panic. Aya, I'm sorry. I didn't save you. The old man cried and shouted, looking at Zhou Ling's flowers. Seeing this scene, Luo Ji shook his head slightly. When he was about to let the disguised Bodhi tree wither, he heard the voice of the old man. Shambhala. Shambhala is real. I have always believed, if Aya can be brought back to life, I think I should know how to get to Shambhala. The words from the old man's heart caught Luo Ji's attention, and in his muddy eyes, there was also a torch-like flame. His eyes were as dead as a candle extinguished before death. It seemed that some kind of strong will was supporting him, and he had to find a way to enter Shambhala. I must enter Shambhala. For this I have waited for 60 years. The old man's eyes were as dead as a candle extinguished. When looking at each other, Luo Ji felt an inexplicable shock. Good fellow. Luo Ji nodded inwardly, since the old man's determination is so strong. Then he also intends to help him, let him go to Shambhala to see his sister's skeleton, if it still exists. As for his sister's evil spirit, it was just a ray of obsession in the mist, not a real soul. Unsurprisingly, like his sister Aya, the souls of many other people are controlled and imprisoned by the devil tree. The devil tree should be an evil ancient existence, or it may have destroyed Shambhala, the culprit of the mysterious kingdom. It can manipulate the souls of human beings and other creatures and please itself. Because most plants have no self, having self-awareness is equivalent to having a real soul. The devil tree cannot leave its territory for some reason, so it keeps hunting hunters and other creatures, of which humans are the most preferred. The soul, because for it, this may be the best way to pass the time. Back to the topic. Now Luo Ji has 3 main tasks. 1. Find a way to enter Shambhala. 2. Find the demon tree. 3. Get the evolution material of the world tree. So go find it. Luo Ji conveyed a certain consciousness to the old man in confusion. Take me and find Shambhala. Finally, on the 4th day of transforming into a tree demon, the old man Luo Ji met when he turned into a Bodhi tree in the temple. He left his hometown for a long time and then returned with someone again. This time he took 5 people. All of them are masters of the expedition. After all, the old man is very old and wants to go to the mysterious Shambhala. His physical strength is not enough to sustain him, so the old man spent all his savings and hired 5 master adventurers. 1 Quan Hong, 2 Britons, and 2 Longwa people. All are survival experts or special forces retired. They have more than 5 years of survival experience in snowy mountains and other wild places. They are proficient in various survival skills, rescue skills, and carry quite luxurious expedition survival props. They are fully equipped and even rented an off-road vehicle. Almost it's time to go. Luo Ji's eyeliner. The plants all over the riverbank and the ground are monitoring the movements of these people. With the loosening of the ground soil, green snakes like tree vines followed their off-road vehicles and rushed towards the snow-capped mountains. On the sky, the cyan wooden eagle hovered, looking at the terrain like a drone. Luo Ji has already surveyed the vicinity of the Himalayas, and there is no way to get to the inside at all. Moreover, the mountains are full of rocks with a thickness of several hundred meters. The roots of the plants cannot be rooted in, and the nearby soil is also isolated by the rocks. If you rely on the ability of the tree demon to scan the entire map, it is estimated that it will take at least 13 or 4 days. The investigation of the entire Himalayas has been completed. The Himalayas are about 2,500 kilometers long, and it is definitely too late in time. Therefore, following up and investigating the footsteps of the old man in Shambhala for 60 years, there is a high probability that he will find a hidden entrance, because the old man had been attacked by the devil tree and successfully survived. So whenever he recalled this incident, the old man's memory was still fresh. His eyes seemed to say, he knew everything. After the off-road vehicle moved hundreds of kilometers toward the Himalayas, The old man pointed a direction, and he was extremely convinced that the strong inner impulse made him excited, and said, "Go forward. I can feel the breath of the devil, and I can hear Aya's cry for help all the time." "Are you sure?" a member of the expedition team asked. "Don't ask, just leave. This old gentleman paid for it." The other companion had a serious expression, let alone whether they could find Shambhala. Even if the journey was considered a challenge, it was worth it, not to mention the old man paid them so much money. "Do you know?" The old man was very calm at this time. He recalled the past and said, "In the past, many pilgrims came here, and they somehow disappeared and never returned. Shambhala has always been a legend, and I don't know where it is. Only I know that it is under our feet, sacred underground. So, look for flowers." The old man continued. "Over 70 years ago, the imperial soldiers who invaded here actually found the whereabouts of Shambhala, but the news did not reveal it because they had all mysteriously disappeared. Until today, no one knows what is in Shambhala, only that it is the end of the world." The old man tells the legend of the past, but these are his personal experiences. But there are two things he didn't say. The first point is that when approaching the location of Shambhala, people will suddenly become tired and sleepy and will soon fall asleep. The second point is that there are living roots and vines near Shambhala that will attack the living and continue to absorb vitality. Point 0. These 2 points are not stated. Either he is afraid of scaring away the members of the expedition, or the old man himself has a tendency to self-destruct. He is determined to find Shambhala, but it is actually a kind of obsession, even if there is no in Shambhala. The same thing can save his sister, because looking for Shambhala has become his reason for living, not his goal. He is almost 80 years old. Being able to die in Shambhala can be regarded as making up for the regrets of my life. The other side, Luo Ji, is right under the ground, following them. Tree eagles, tree snakes, and wild deer are all acting as his eyes, monitoring the actions of this group of people, only to see them walking towards a narrow valley. The off-road vehicle can no longer go deep. Everyone is carrying their climbing equipment, ropes, and climbing tools. Almost soon, for the next few hours, they kept moving forward. But the old man was very physically strong, as if he had come back to light. Several times along the way, he survived the cold and ice storm abruptly. "Go ahead. Shambhala is ahead." "Old gentleman, but didn't you say that Shambhala is under our feet? Why are we going to a higher place?" "We look for an ice lake," the old man shouted, and he said, "In the past 60 years, the speed of the glacier retreat here has changed too fast. If we want to go to Shambhala, we can't take one step wrong." Sean, on the way to the ice lake. Along the way, they encountered many bones. In that seemingly plain ice lake, there are many dead bodies nearby. Some of them are climbers and warriors, and some are innocent people who have passed by here for hundreds of years but unfortunately died here. No matter what people they are, their bones will stay here with Mount Everest. But the more bones, the closer they are to the target location. Start chiseling ice. Beneath the ice lake, there is bitter cold water. It only melts in summer, and it's still cold in spring now. "Old gentleman, are you saying that we're going to swim?" The members of the expedition looked at each other with the intention of shrinking. "Are you scared?" The old man looked at them, shook his head, and said, "Just take it away, and I can go down by myself. Use explosives. No way, go back." The fastest way to break the ice must be explosives, but at this point, Luo Ji still has some doubts. What exactly are these people trying to do? Is there anything on the bottom of the lake? But the next moment, he suddenly understood. Luo Ji understands. The old man had no idea where Shambhala was located. However, he is very smart. He knows how to get to Shambhala. The answer: let the devil tree take him. That's right, I've been walking around here just now because the old man knew that the devil tree was active nearby, because he had been attacked here. He had been thinking of a way to attract the attention of the devil tree, and the same was true for breaking the ice with explosives at this time. As predicted, at the moment when the explosives detonated, the strong vibration accompanied the mountain began to spread out, and it also awakened the attention of a certain underground plant life that had existed since ancient times. I finally found you. At an altitude of 4,500 meters above sea level, Luo Ji suddenly felt an unusual and evil aura about to move underground. It turned out that it has always existed, but nothing happened. Only when it is awakened, its countless plant rhizomes are like powered cables, and they are activated one after another. Plant cytokines begin to activate, like thawed creatures, and gradually regain their self-consciousness. Old gentleman, it seems to be foggy. Some members of the expedition chanted. After the ice lake was blown up, I don't know when it started, and some dense mist rose nearby, which was icy and bitterly cold. They are human, so they cannot be seen. Luo Ji is the spirit of nature, the demon of the sacred tree, so he can see the existence of evil spirits and non-human beings. It was a dark fog that began to rise from the lake. After a while, the fog around the ice lake turned black and spread to cover the entire area, binding everyone in a strange state of immortality. It's cold. I'm so sleepy. Why do I suddenly feel weak and powerless? What's the matter? They don't know what happened to them at this time. Under Luo Ji's psychic eyes, those black mists turned into evil spirits and began to attack these people. They're sucking the essence and vitality of these people, so they become extremely weak and start to feel sleepy. If there are small plants and flowers nearby, they will wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! The old man fell to the ground. He was the first to pass out of coma because he had not much lifespan and energy. The dark mist lingered around. This force was very similar to Luo Ji's ability to absorb the vitality of other creatures. In the end, several people lay on the edge of the ice lake, their bodies gradually covered by thick fog. It looks like the devil tree is coming out. At this time, Luo Ji also gradually moved, staring at the black mist that constantly poured out weird wraiths and terrifying abominable beasts, and gradually grew a thick pitch-black tree vine under the ice lake, living nearby. Grab on the body of the object. Then, under Luo Ji's gaze, nearby rocks began to vibrate. In those gaps filled with black mist, a larger opening gradually opened, and very long tree vines grew underground, just like Jack's magic beans, which grew extremely fast, and then these people wrapped up dragged to the ground zero. Hey, there is still me. Seeing this, Luo Ji took the opportunity to follow up. His tall body changed, turning into a burly and strong tree man, and then he leaped forward and grabbed the dark tree vine that looked like a devil's tentacles. The other party also felt this sudden strangeness, and the aggressive vines began to dance one after another, as if they were about to wipe out Luo Ji. But there was no resistance. Luo Ji was caught deliberately by it. As the pitch-black trees and vines were wrapped and twisted, the plant cells on the surface of his body seemed to have been eroded and began to turn black gradually. But the next second, he was dragged into the abyss just like those people. It almost experienced a free fall time of tens of seconds. At this time, Luo Ji had been watching the rapid flashing of the surrounding giant pits, which were full of vines of the devil tree like cables. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground and struggled to break free from the shackles of the dark tentacles. Is this the underground world? How to describe it around? The dark tree roots are coiled and staggered throughout the cave, and there is a faint blue light in front. Luo Ji walks along the light, and at the same time uses a huge wooden hammer arm to smash the demons who are tentatively attacking him. Tentacles of vines. Then, he saw it. In the huge, hollow ground in front of me, there are tens of thousands of living corpses lying densely. They're like a book on a library shelf. The tree vines wrapped the head, and only half of the body was hung in the air. In addition, there are living corpses of animals, wild deer, yaks, Tibetan foxes, snow wolves, saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, and even prehistoric creatures similar to Tyrannosaurus feathers. The infinitely intertwined demon tree vines bound all living creatures in a strange state of immortality. What is this? Luo Ji looked at the picture in front of him with some shock. Not only was it spectacular, but it was also hugely shocking. He thought that the devil tree was just a mutated plant monster, but he didn't expect its root length to be unexpectedly over 10,000 meters. Unbelievable. The vine roots of that thing are at least over 10,000 meters. A sense of shock that has never been felt before hits his forehead. Luo Ji was standing in the vine-wounding abyss. He instinctively looked at the huge dome of vines in front of him, as if it was a hollow in the Himalayas, not quite deep underground. Not only that, the countless staggered plants in the front are arranged very orderly, just like the blood vessels of the human body and the wiring in the chassis. It shouldn't be Shambhala, but the body of the devil tree, right? Luo Ji has never seen such a weird place. Is there such a terrible creature on Earth? For example, on the huge vines in front of him, there's some kind of light energy surging in the veins, as if it is a magical-style giant tree with ultra-modern technology elements. Boom! At this time, Luo Ji heard a sound from the trees behind him. The enemy is coming. Intuitively told Luo Ji that there was danger approaching at this time. He turned his head and saw a rattan steelback lizard that was several meters high, spitting a letter and approaching. Body. What kind of creature is this? System. You have encountered a plant-cloned life form. Clone. Luo Ji realized that this is the same as the wild deer and tree eagle he used to make 06. The monster in front of him is also a monster born by fusion of unknown vines with pure energy. But it seemed that there was more than one, and many powerful monsters of all kinds appeared nearby. The green mammoths, the green giant tigers, and even the green tyrannosaurus and flying dragons, because they are plant life forms, shape the image of monsters entirely by the will of the devil tree itself. You have to find a way to know where the body of the devil tree is. At this time, Luo Ji frowned as he watched the vine-steel-backed lizard and other plant monsters approaching around him. It seems that we can only fight first and then find. Heavy hammer form. The right arm of the demon of the sacred tree changed into a giant hammer, and it smashed towards the green monitor lizard that leaped forward. When the sound of a blunt weapon hitting the wood sounded, the monster was smashed to the ground, but it was not fatally injured. Upon seeing this, Luo Ji seemed to realize that physical attacks had no effect on them. That being the case, then there's no way. Reaper form. The appearance of the tree demon Luo Ji has gradually turned black. The bark has begun to fall off, and the mist of decay lingers around it, like a halo of death, madly absorbing the life of the surrounding things. The decayed death force made the tree lizards and other monsters turn yellow in an instant, and their vitality was sucked away. Not only that, taking Luo Ji's center as the center, there is a huge death halo around him. It's like a storm composed of some kind of decayed fog. As he moves, wherever he goes, the plants wither, but his body is also involuntarily trembling and twisting, and finally turns into a tumor. The crowded, twisted, and terrifying appearance did not look like a sacred tree demon, but a tree demon in the true sense. Unfortunately, Luo Ji's death halo is still too small for the huge devil tree. The scope of his death halo is only a fraction of a few canes, not even the body. That is to say, unless the ontology is found, it is impossible to be killed. And if you want to find the body of this monster, you have to know its origin and what kind of abilities it possesses. It looks like we have to go deeper and find out. Luo Ji watched more and more plant clone monsters appear and surround him. Even if they die one after another when they are close to themselves, there will still be more monsters appearing, as if they are infinitely refreshed, including huge monsters like with dragons. Humph, don't rush to clean up you now. Luo Ji ran toward a deeper place at this time, and turned into a huge spiral drill bit, a tornado carrying a mist of decay, causing a huge range of damage and destruction, and then falling toward the deeper ground. In the process of falling, Luo Ji suddenly felt a strong resistance. Like a strong magnetic field, enough power must be used to break through this obstacle. In this case, Luo Ji began to leap towards the giant magic vine, and then exerted force all over his body. The plant cells instantly change to resemble something constructed like a rocket and then use enough strength to break through the Blu-ray magnetic field and enter. Deeper underground, several thousand meters, hundreds of meters, dozens of meters, he saw light flickering, exuding a soft light in the hollow area of the Earth's crust. Finally, in an instant, Luo Ji broke through the restraint of the magnetic field and arrived in the void. However, at this instant, the gravity changed strangely. For example, Luo Ji jumped from above, but after passing through this magnetic field, he became a form of crawling out of the hole. He raised his head. The Earth's gravity here is reversed. It is a place where there is no day and night, no seasons. What is even more weird is that there is a breath of plants and life. Luo Ji looked at the forest in front of him, slightly surprised. Because he had seen that huge tree of devil, he couldn't talk about how shocked it was now. System, what is this place? Answer, here is the hollow of the Earth's crust, also called the ring of the world, commonly known as the Shambhala underground world. The strange scene here is simply not like what modern Earth should have. Dense trees cover the sky layer by layer. There is no sun and moon. Only the blue energy vein spreads all over the Earth, emitting strong radiation fluctuations. Answer, the ecology of the Earth's inner world is similar to that of the Earth in the Permian period, and high concentration radiation has been detected. It is speculated that there are giant life bodies and supergiant plant life underneath. This, needless to say, I have seen it. Luo Ji looked up at the ground like a canyon in the distance. A group of giant herbivores, 20 to 30 meters tall, were running. Then a few creatures that resembled tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex chased them on the ground. The height of these Tyrannosaurus rex was more than 40 meters. It seems that it was because of the gravity and radiation concentration of the Earth's inner world. There's plenty of energy here, and all the creatures are incomparable. Huge. He even saw a few giant veined dragonflies, buzzing in the sky like a small helicopter, flying over 037, preying on a beetle larger than a car. Farther away, there were a few thick, giant magic vines slowly creeping. Seeing this scene, Luo Ji was puzzled, and then looked toward the place that exuded a strong energy source response. So he saw the pyramid. There's a huge pyramid group building under the ground. The obsidian-like color is covered with blue gamma radiation and the cracked light of the ionized air. The nearby gravity seems to exist as if there is no, and there are many huge rubbles floating in the sky. It doesn't mean to fall down at all. This is unscientific. Why do these things still exist in the cavities of the Earth's crust? At this time, with the sound of the system's analysis, Luo Ji figured out the real name of the devil tree. Name, World Tree Demon, Plant Central Consciousness Collection. Level, unknown. Belonging, Central Control System, similar to the existence of CPU. Description, the body is the central consciousness collection of all plants on the Earth, which can send electric waves to and manipulate plants. One's own consciousness can form a network by plants. If the inner core is destroyed, a new inner core will be born immediately. Unless all plants in the world are eradicated, it is almost impossible to eliminate it. Meaning of existence, presumption in order to ensure that life is not extinct. The ecological simulation device will actively release anesthetic fog, capture humans and animals, and protect them in the huge plant storage warehouse. That's why there are so many living corpses hanging in the storage warehouse. It is presumed to be an ecological protection method developed by advanced civilization in response to the mass extinction of the Earth. The hollow Earth is not hollow, and it is more like a large underground tunnel that stretches for thousands of miles, like the blood vessels of the Earth, or the silk hole of the Earth veins lead to pirates, leading to the center of the egg yolk core, so it can also quickly travel from the Earth. Move from one place to another on the Earth. According to guesses, this large underground tunnel inside the Earth has at least 15 entrances that can be entered from the surface, one of which is Shambhala. And creatures like the World Tree Demon are the guardians who emerge from the hollow Earth and guard the entrance of Shambhala or similar to the entrance of Shambhala. The purpose is to stop the monsters in the inner earth from running to the land, and also to prevent human beings on the surface of the earth from being unable to explore the existence of the hollow earth. It's really unbelievable. Luo Ji raised his head and looked at the surrounding sky, earth, and environment. He speculated that this was once the common home of early humans and giant creatures. I can see that the sky below is very similar to the land, with rocks and lush jungles. This is very similar to the way the hollow earth is described in Journey to the Center of the Earth. The reason why the sky is bright can be assumed that there is a luminous component in the atmosphere. The reason why some rocks on the ground emit light may be the cause of some high-energy, high-density radiant energy. Because this is a hollow Earth tunnel, which is equivalent to a huge ring channel that wraps the Earth's inner core, Luo Ji guessed that the world tree demon is also an existence that feeds on the energy of the planet, or that there is something more in the Earth's inner world. The reason why dinosaurs and huge monsters exist is that they rely on the energy of the Earth to feed them. What is this mysterious energy? Luo Ji subconsciously took root near a cracked rock, stared at the British blue light veins inside, and began to absorb this energy. System: unknown energy has been detected and is being analyzed. System: analysis is complete. It has been renamed G granule, sub, and the report is as follows. G particle. Looking at the report after the energy analysis, Luo Ji was stunned. The analysis report shows that this is an absolutely pure energy, and it is different from the energy converted into other radiation particles known to mankind. It is similar to atomic energy, but the waves it releases are not the same. What does this mean? The first life on Earth may not depend on the sun at all, Luo Ji guessed. Photosynthetic organisms like cyanobacteria and algae only appeared on the Earth later. In fact, he was right. Oxygen is pure poison to the earliest life in the world. Their extinction was due to the production of oxygen. Even now, there are still many organisms that can survive without sunlight or oxygen. What life really needs is some kind of energy, Luo Ji continued. Near the deep-sea volcanic crater, some organisms rely on heat and chemicals to survive, and there is no sunlight to penetrate there. Therefore, there is enough energy in the Earth's inner world, which is larger than imagined. Therefore, there are so many prosperous lives, huge monsters, and huge plants. Because of the abundance of energy, life will find a way to use it and release its potential. Luo Ji finally came to a conclusion after reading the report on the G particle given by the system. That is the Earth's center is the origin of all life, including humans. The earliest human civilization was born in the center of the Earth. When the extinction event comes, all life will return to the Earth. In the heart of the world, seek refuge. From this conclusion, we can know the existence of plant central consciousness assembly, which is similar to a certain protective mechanism. Shambhala, the world tree fairy, diameter 10,000 m, cannot be measured. It has the characteristics of storing biological genes. Above the tree canopy, 99% of the species that have appeared on the Earth, including humans, can be found from trilobites to humans and even the DNA gene information database of various plants. Even observed from a distance, its roots are all over the hollow tunnels of the Earth and even have extended roots on many surfaces. It's like the tree of life supporting the Earth. The existence of the world tree can be traced back to the period when the Earth's land was not yet formed and everything was only liquid. It records the circulation of seawater, the arrival of glaciers, and the flow of lava, all of which have been so long since I don't know when. As if it was to record the changes of the entire Earth, it was speculated that the world tree was the creation of an extraterrestrial advanced civilization. Is this an Atlantean? Luo Ji moved the root forward in the form of a giant tree monster, and then he glanced aside and found several huge human-shaped stone statues. Ancient humans? The height of those people is only about 2 meters. Their appearance is not handsome or beautiful, but the whole person's temperament gives people a strong sense of oppression. System. Scanning finished. It is speculated that the stone statue came from the colonists of the light civilization of the primary civilization of the Orion Nebula, which has a certain commemorative significance. Memorial? Think about it carefully. From ancient times to the present, human beings like to carve things on stone. If the theory that the origin of life comes from the center of the earth is established, they may really be the ancestors of mankind. Of course, it may also be a group of aliens who conducted genetic tests and experiments on the highest creatures on Earth in the past, so early humans were born. But it seems there is not much time left for Luo Ji to think. The system detects that a large living body is approaching quickly. Ta! Good jowl. What? Luo Ji was still wondering, and suddenly felt something wrong, because there was a rumbling vibration near him. It seemed that something huge was approaching quickly. Before Luo Ji could observe, behind him, a behemoth rushed over and broke the giant trees about 2 meters in diameter. Roar! This monster dragon is huge and fierce. The scales and skin on the outside are dark red. The hideous fangs are exposed, and it looks like a Tyrannosaurus. However, there is something on its body that stands up like a heat dissipation film, and it is near the nose. The temperature rose visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that a cloud of flame was about to be ejected from the inside. The Tyrannosaurus Rex with the heat dissipation film opened is just like a pair of wings. It looks very domineering. It is 40 meters tall and weighs more than 5,000 tons. It seems to be a small monster-level existence. Roar! The tyrannical dragon uttered a loud roar at Luo Ji, causing the air to vibrate violently for 2 to 3 seconds without stopping. The ancient beasts in the nearby forest fled in panic, seeming to fear this monster in the shape of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This voice is really loud, but what are you yelling at me? I'm just a tree. Luo Ji carefully looked at the strange dragon in front of him. At first glance, this thing is a mutated atomic dinosaur. It has a thick tail, thick hind legs, a large head, a powerful jaw, and it can easily crush rocks and giant trees. It weighs more than 5,000 tons. Height 40 meters, including tail length close to 80 meters full length. It is obviously not a creature like the extinct dinosaurs on Earth, but can be understood as Tyrannosaurus Rex when extinct 65 million years ago, and then evolved to what it is today. Yes, Tyrannosaurus is one of the descendants of dinosaurs that were not extinct. It has dark red scales and skin, and there are evolved heat dissipation membranes all over the body to discharge heat from the body and prevent burning of its internal organs. This guy, something is wrong. Luo Ji noticed burning marks around its nose and mouth, and the throat and neck subcutaneous row 37 showed an abnormal red color, which seemed to be very hot. It still uses breath. Luo Ji hasn't confirmed this yet, because the tyrannical dragon has rushed towards him, and his 2 sturdy hind legs slammed on the ground, making a roar of shaking and shaking. And it also tilted its neck, now facing the Luo Shuren eyes. If it wasn't because Luo Ji's identity as a tree demon was too unfamiliar, this big guy might have begun to bite it down. But let alone biting, just getting hit, it's not a joke either. Luo Ji's height is only 15 meters. Only its calf is high, and it looks like a tree in a fern forest, but if it is not for the strong, special smell of the body, I am afraid that the tyrannical dragon will not notice at all. His, and many more. Damn it, it's here. Luo Ji realized that it was useless to pretend to be a tree. The tyrannical dragon had already showed a strange look at him. It was obviously more intelligent. Maybe for it. Regardless of whether you're a plant or an animal, take a bite before talking, otherwise, Agba. I'm sorry for the name Tyrannosaur. Roar. As a carnivorous overlord in the center of the earth, it has become accustomed to arbitrarily recruiting, destroying, and hunting on the earth. It can be regarded as the existence of the top of the food chain in this area. Although it is more powerful than it is a true Titan-level monster, there are some, but everyone has their own territory, and basically they will not encounter it. But today it felt a strange breath of life breaking into its territory, and it also disguised itself as a tree. Could it be that he is blind? The tyrannical dragon let out an angry roar and slammed into Luo Ji's direction. It seems that there is no other way but to fight. When Luo Ji thought of this, his arms began to twine, and then quickly grew huge and transformed into a heavy hammer shape, swinging vigorously towards the head of the tyrannical dragon. Click! With a muffled sound, the blast wave made the surrounding thick, ancient trees shook violently, showing how strong the impact is. But what is unbelievable is that for the tyrannical dragon, this terrifying heavy hammer turned it back half a step, and then the giant tail supported the ground, and the body leaned forward again, roaring. But this time, the tyrannical dragon seemed to be furious. Opening the big mouth of the blood basin, it shook the surrounding roar. Countless transparent air ripples vibrated, and it was vaguely visible that the heat dissipation film near its neck and behind it began to emit red light. It feels bad, Luo Ji reacted. He saw the tyrannical dragon open his mouth, and a high-temperature flame was ejected from the mouth, and the temperature quickly soared to more than 3,000 degrees Celsius. If it was hit, no matter how strong the tree was, it would be instantly ignited. Fortunately, I am better at it. Luo Ji had just finished speaking. As early as when the tyrannical dragon appeared, he took root underground. At this time, with the inner shout of tree realm coming tomb kill fell, the trees in an area of several hundred meters began to grow crazily underground, completely imprisoning the tyrannical dragon in it in just a few seconds, and then countless Dao blood-sucking vines control it, and many destructive plants like spiked wood pillars penetrate the skin of Tyrannosaurus. When it can't move at all, the plant penetrates its internal organs and draws a lot of life energy, and then crazily bloom and grow in the body. After a while, the tyrannical dragon who was suddenly attacked, his eyes dimmed, and he completely lost his life. And now, it was replaced by the branches that broke out of the borehole, and it had completely become the food for living plants, and then an extremely exaggerated amount of energy poured into Luo Ji's body. Correct. It seems that the method of obtaining energy points has not been officially mentioned. It can be acquired through nature, completed missions, hunting, etc. Every time after completing this 7-day perfect transformation, a large amount of energy points will be obtained based on performance. As the transformation level increases, more energy points are consumed for strengthening and evolution. The evolution of 4 stars to 5 stars requires hundreds of millions of energy points. A 5-star evolution to a 6-star requires several trillion or more energy points. In the future, it will be super doubled. It cannot be easily obtained overnight. If one day Luo Ji can break through the 10-star level, then perhaps the energy points consumed may not even be enough to sell an entire universe. You must get more. The universe works. But those are far away, not what Luo Ji can touch at present. Even high-dimensional creatures are just parasites in the universe, and a world includes many universes. System, you have obtained the Tyrant Dragon 2 stars, Behemoth Grade Transformation Card. System, you can spend 10 million points to purchase the Magic Card set, so that you can unlock the evolution related to the dragon and the transformation synthesis. Only after the forced transformation period, you will also randomly join the series of monsters. 10 million? Who is it? Luo Ji thought. As long as he find a way to defeat the World Tree Demon, he will directly evolve to at least 4 stars. This is much more powerful than ordinary dragons. System, I suggest you take a loan here. Do you want to think about it? No. Luo Ji rejected the proposal of the system. He didn't want to take a loan to buy the Magic Transfiguration deck. It sounds useless. Next, go and take a look at the pyramid. With the growth of plant cells, Luo Ji began to shape himself a strong enough body with a height of 50 meters, which looked more like a green giant. He has only one goal. Just think of a way to get rid of the World Tree Monster. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking tremor continued to sound. Luo Ji began to run on the ground, saying that it was a run rather than a trot because the increase in quality, coupled with the speed of plant cells itself, is not as good as animal muscles. Explosive force. But even so, it's almost Mach 1. Don't underestimate this speed. It seems that slow walking has become fast walking, but the shock waves carried and generated by each step are enough to destroy everything within 50 meters of the foot. But suddenly, Luo Ji, the demon of the sacred tree, stopped running. His heavy body stopped in place, rolling up huge smoke, and then looking forward, it seemed that something was found. What did he see? A snake with huge bat wings, a monster over 90 meters crawling on the ground. And then the bat's giant wings flapped, and the body of the snake began to fly into the sky, flying in the direction of the floating rock pile with a high tail tip. Lift up high to keep the balance of the body. Another heavyweight player. Luo Ji is a little flustered now. He felt that his sacred tree demon form might not be able to defeat these earth-centered monsters. Even a death halo that sucked life force could not kill a monster of this level in an instant. But there was a process. But the problem is not big. As a plant life body, the most powerful thing is that the survival ability far exceeds that of animals. If these monsters are killed, they will die. The demon of the sacred tree was killed, but it still has many plant roots remaining under the ground, which can be resurrected almost indefinitely. Well, I have to say, the power of these monsters lies in their high-quality, high-density bodies and the huge destructive power they can use atomic energy. Even if their self-healing ability is very strong, but it is really better than survival ability, maybe it is really not as good as some weeds in the wild. Froze. As soon as Luo Ji's thoughts fell, he was stuck in place. Under the gaze of the demon of the sacred tree, the basilisk with huge bat wings swooped towards a certain place on the ground, and then rolled around in the desert like a barren land, and was in contact with the rock behemoths fight and kill together. Boom! I can feel the shaking of the earth from far away. And not only that, a large mouthful of lava bombs spit out from the mouth of the lizard reptile monster like a rocky mountain, and flew in the direction of the basilisk with huge bat wings. But the opponent dodged flexibly. Then, the molten bomb rolled hundreds of meters on the ground, and then exploded. The blood-red light instantly dyed the earth red. Everything around was enveloped under the orange light, and the flames burned violently. Immediately after that, what was even more shocking and incredible was that the basilisk with huge bat wings began to spin at high speed. It used its nearly 120-meter wide wingspan to create a tornado storm, and the tornado wrapped in lightning moved towards the rock monitor lizard. The direction of the monster swept away, instantly heating its surface to the extreme. Gaia! The sound waves burst, and the huge bat-winged basilisk continuously issued supersonic shocking moves. The sound waves could be transformed into smashing the surface carapace of the rock monitor lizard monster, and then swoop down, destroying its back. So far, anyone can see that it was the basilisk with huge bat wings that won. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment when the rock monitor lizard monster fell to the ground, the surrounding earth began to roll up a large piece of sand. Dozens of bat basilisks, ranging in size from 10 to 40 meters, drilled out of the ground and then attacked the rock lizard site. Go! It turned out that Luo Ji discovered that this was a territorial dispute. After the battle between the leaders of the two ethnic groups is over, the victor's side will engulf the territory of the loser. At this time, because Luo Ji focused on analyzing the two monsters, the system also analyzed their intelligence. Name: Queen Quetzalcoatl. Affiliation: hollow in the center of the earth. Data: 93 meters in length, 122 meters in wingspan, and 21,200 tons in mass. Level: Titan level, Class A. Ecological status: the top predator of the barren land, the leader of the race. The Queen's Majesty shocked all quarters and was full of domineering sense. This is the first time Luo Ji has seen this kind of existence. But when you think about it, a long time ago, giant beasts such as dinosaurs also existed on the Earth. But if these giant beasts are not extinct, but are protected by a huge pure energy, and as time grows, will they evolve several or even 10 times? The answer is yes. If dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures are not extinct, then they have absorbed geocentric energy that is purer than atomic energy. If they do not evolve into extraordinary monsters, it will be really incredible. 0. Can't afford to provoke, slipped away. Luo Ji does not intend to provoke monsters of this level for the time being. The existence of the Titan level is too fierce. Regarding the level of monsters, Luo Ji divides them into 4 levels. Behemoth, Class B. This type of monster can easily destroy a few streets. For example, giant snapping turtles. Titan, Class A. This type of monster has the power to destroy cities. For example, the king of crocodile dragon, eternal forest. Alpha level titans. Type S. This type of monster has natural disaster level power. No representative yet. Super alpha titan. S+ category. This type of monster has the power to disaster or destroy the earth. No representative yet. There is no higher level further up. Because for the universe monsters that can easily destroy the planet, the level is completely meaningless. Whether they destroy the planet in one blow or intermittently destroy the planet, the gap is not big because humans can't stop it. Compare these. Today's Luo Ji, in terms of combat effectiveness, the level of the demon of the god tree is A+ category. However, in terms of survivability, it is completely comparable to the S category. This is the characteristic of plant monsters. Their survivability points are full, and their combat effectiveness is extremely stretched. Finally reached. After recovering his thoughts, Luo Ji went to the location of the pyramid ruins. 10. The magnificent obsidian pyramid is right in front of you. Luo Ji ignored the ancient creatures and giant vegetation that should have been extinct a long time ago. He only needs to avoid those Titan-level monsters. Is this the ancient ruins? Luo Ji is actually curious about one thing, that is, how the humans in the underground world became extinct. Or are they really extinct? Anyway, so far he has not seen any humanoid life forms moving underground. Is this the Pyramid of the Orion? Luo Ji looked up at the magnificent building like a big mountain. The exterior structure was similar to a pyramid on the surface of the earth, but it was much larger. Plant growth. The roots of the demon of the sacred tree penetrated the ground, and when it grew toward the front, it was suddenly blocked. Grass. 0.37" is metal. Luo Ji cursed in a low voice, as if it was blocked by metal. The obsidian-colored pyramid on the surface actually contained a lot of metal. There seems to be no way. Can only find a way to enter from the main entrance. Luo Ji came to the main gate. As far as the height of his 50-meter green giant was concerned, he actually appeared very short in front of this gate. Huh! Luo Ji smashed the door with his fist and found that it was very thick, with a metal layer of at least tens of meters in it, which he could not penetrate at all. Is it so strong? System, scan this door. System, scanning. Didi found a special energy fluctuation consistent with the reading of the energy matrix. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji guessed something. With a thought, he walked in the direction of the metal door, and then found a place similar to verifying identity information. The system helps me to strip out the energy matrix, the axis of the Earth, that is fused with the mechanical giant King Kong. This is a prop obtained by Luo Ji during his time as a Transformer, and it is also the treasure of Earl Arthur. In order to get this thing, Luo Ji took the risk of destroying an entire military base. Here we go. In Luo Ji's raised palm, the energy matrix that was stripped out by the system emerged. A place similar to a groove. Don't tell me. This thing is the key to open the door? Accident. Very unexpected. But it is also reasonable that it is impossible for such an energy matrix to appear out of thin air on the Earth for no reason. The meaning of the existence of tasks and things must have their value. The energy matrix is not exactly the key. It can only be said that it also has the function of a key. When a mysterious energy emitted came into contact with something like the detector of the gate, it began to vibrate violently. As the gravel and dust flew, the giant steel gate slowly opened. Here is inside the spaceship. Luo Ji saw the blue light gradually lit up in the pyramid. The energy matrix was also picked up by him at this time. Even so, the entire pyramid was activated. Zitzi, Luo Ji came to the inside of the pyramid temple that looked like a central control room, but the surrounding light gradually radiated strange coded symbols, which flickered in midair. Holographic projection. Luo Ji was even more shocked. At this moment, he stretched out his finger and touched the floating blue text. After slightly touching it, the air rippled. Zizi detected unknown DNA. Inexplicable voices sounded in all directions. Although Luo Ji couldn't understand the language, but Luo Ji could understand the meaning unexpectedly. It's like telepathy. It deserves to be the extraterrestrial high technology leading the Earth's civilization. Luo Ji sighed, then looked at the unknown coded light strip ahead. He picked up the energy matrix and then walked towards the main control room. It doesn't matter if you're not familiar with his DNA, but the system here can never even know the energy matrix, so Luo Ji still easily mastered the operation method here. Start the artificial intelligence program. Loading. After loading, Sotaya is at your service. At this time, the blue data code gradually formed a tall female figure. She is not a human being on Earth, because the human on Earth does not have such an exaggerated height. Secondly, her ears are pointed, like the fairy Zero in European mythology. Then the facial features are slightly different from modern human beings. They are more profound. The eyes are pure blue, and the overall look is quite in line with the aesthetics of people on Earth. Please explain your intentions, stranger. What are you? Luo Ji looked directly at this strange projected figure. I am a pioneer simulation body of the Iranian civilization, an artificial intelligence life. I am ordered to guard this place and wait for the return of the tribe. Iranian civilization? Luo Ji frowned slightly. He glanced at the projection and said condescendingly, "Where are your people? Why didn't they come?" "Do not know." Sotaya projection shook her head. As soon as she was awakened, she saw Luo Ji. Naturally, she didn't know what happened. "Where are you from?" Luo Ji asked another question. "We are from the Orion Nebula." First, the star map of the universe is shown in the picture, and then a magnificent civilized city is projected, and then the high-tech buildings on the planet are also presented one by one, showing small concentric circles. The sun, emitting light and heat, is like an artificial stellar energy base station. In the city, there are many tall walls separating the residents, which seems to have quite strict identity restrictions. As mentioned above, if this is your planet, what do you mean by being ordered to guard this place in the first sentence? Sudden. Sotaya projection 1.0 disappeared. What replaced it was a mysterious code, as the tree vines of the demon of the god tree came in contact with it and began to analyze the meaning of this code text. Soon, he got it. This is a prophecy left by the great prophet of the Syrian civilization. Prophecy of demise. The end is coming soon. Without stars and moon, darkness will cover the sun. At that hopeless daybreak, 4 world-destroying demon gods will come to destroy the world. The first one will cause the shadow that devours everything and shroud the world in fear. The second place will cause a huge fire, burning down every misfortune that can be seen. The third place will cause severe cold, make the ocean still, and freeze the desert. The fourth place will cause floods from the abyss, huge waves surging to the sky, flooding the dormant city. 1. The translated meaning is, soon there will be 4 invincible Titan demon gods descending on the world. The first one ate all living things and starved to death a large number of humans. The second brought a huge fire and burned a large area. The third caused the Great Ice Age, which may correspond to the Ice Age of the Earth at that time, the Quaternary Great Ice Age. The fourth brought a great flood, which submerged the surface cities, corresponding to the sinking of the Atlantis continent, where human civilization was destroyed, the Great Flood in the Bible. Humanity originated from the Iranian civilization, but civilization was destroyed in the hands of the 4 demon gods. Luo Ji was shocked. Reincarnation of wars, terrible disasters, and the anger of the earth. Every era ends with a thrilling tragedy of destruction. Now that we have come to the new generation, human beings have regained a new life with today's Earth civilization. However, those ancient humans either died out or became the ancestors of modern Earthlings. All humans are descendants of their 06. However, Luo Ji doesn't care who the ancestors of human beings are. What he cares about is what the four demon gods are, and does the world's tree demon have anything to do with them? It looks like yes. Sotaya appeared again at this time. She seemed to simulate a sad emotion, and then said, "As mentioned above, there are now fifth-generation newborn humans like you on the Earth. Green skin, it looks like, and Sedmos also came from a certain plant planet. No, people on Earth don't grow like me. Maybe I have developed more special." Luo Ji looked at his tree form and laughed. It seems that Sotaya has misunderstood herself. What did she mean by Mortimus? Do you know what that huge tree vine is? Luo Ji pointed to some entrances that left the hollow of the Earth's core and said in the direction of the world tree demon. Do you mean Sedmos? It is a program used to protect the life of the hollow Earth tunnel from extinction. It has been the guardian of the hollow Earth for countless years. What if I destroy it? If Mudmos stops operating, then the hollow entrance to the center of the Earth will not be protected, and the creatures in the center of the Earth will continue to run to the surface. As for what happens, it depends on the surface environment. Sotaya replied. She didn't know what was on the surface, so she only told Luo Ji that if Luo Ji destroyed the Mortimus, then the Earth's center creature would run to the land. Humans on the surface, if they have a suspended aircraft, can also come to the inner world of the Earth. But just when Luo Ji was hesitating, Sotaya went on to say, "Since you are here, it means that the surface humans have their own civilization and scale, and the inner world itself is a special area that exists to protect life from being extinct. The specific authority is yours." In hand, Sotaya stated that everything here is the legacy of the civilization of light. As long as the fifth generation of humans is ready, then they can get the inheritance that belongs to their ancestors as they wish. This is why the energy matrix is on the surface of the Earth instead of being hollow in the center of the Earth. There's a high probability that the fourth generation of humans was almost extinct on the surface. Then the civilized cities were submerged 20,000 years ago, and the only remaining humans had to redevelop, and the cultural heritage started from scratch. The last few questions. What are the four demon gods? Where are they now? And what is the way to destroy the world tree demon? The four demon gods are only prophecies. Sotaya shook her head. She said, "Before the prophecy happened, I had been closed the program, so I didn't know their intelligence. The way to destroy Sedmos is very simple. You just need to find it. Its body is near the canopy. It has an appearance similar to that of a tree. It can walk on feet like roots and can parasitize a strange creature about 20 meters in size on a plant. Kill it, just kill it. It can make the Mudmos program fall into a halt state, when all the vines that seal the entrance will wither and die, transforming into natural energy and returning to this planet. That's it." Luo Ji nodded. But Sotaya spoke again. "If you find the inner core and control the central system, you'll be treated as a new center by the program, forming your own network, and you can control all the plants on the Earth." I understand what you mean, but in any case, the existence of Mudmos is no longer necessary because the Earth is now very different from the past, and humans will not necessarily be extinct by natural disasters. It is very likely to be destroyed in the hands of his own people. Unable to understand, Sotaya looked puzzled. She said, "Why do humans mutilate themselves? The Iranian people are very amiable and cherish nature and never hurt their compatriots." Well, maybe the times have changed. Luo Ji didn't know how to explain. In the past, human beings were busy building civilization and striving to survive due to various natural disasters and harsh environments. But now human beings are destroying everywhere because they are not satisfied with the status quo, which is simply two extremes. 037, I only hope that the fifth generation of humans will not become the fastest group of extinctions in the history of humans. And regarding the existence of the four demon gods, hope is not true. Otherwise, Luo Ji is difficult to imagine. What a terrible existence, which can be destroyed a highly developed human civilization like the Iranian civilization. Could it be said that the Syrian civilization was too friendly and was killed alive? If such a world-destroying demon really exists, it is impossible for humans on the modern Earth to stop it. Compared to looking for the existence of the four demon gods, Luo Ji feels that it is necessary to establish a channel between the inner Earth and the surface of the Earth. It is almost time to change the whole world. Of course, the most important thing is, for the world tree evolution material, he also had to do it. Anyway, it's a choice. Just choose one that is good for you. As for what will happen next, radiation recovery, Titan landing, monster rampage, Cthulhu invasion, demon god reappearing, that is a question that humans should consider. And what does it have to do with the Luo Shu people? Then goodbye. Luo Ji retracted the energy matrix and walked outside. Since this pyramid has been activated, it will not be closed again in a short time, and he does not need to keep it here. Next, it is to solve the world tree demon Mordmus. But suddenly, Luo Ji's footsteps stopped. He looked left and right, wondering if it was an illusion. He seemed to feel a dizzy sensation. Incredible. As a plant life body, he is also mentally dizzy, but it seems very short-lived. So Luo Ji didn't care, but continued to move forward. He came to one of the 15 entrances to the surface, then destroyed part of the roots of sedmos, and kept climbing up. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 meters, 100 meters. Luo Ji used the vine branches of the trees to climb upwards. A few minutes later, he came to him in a certain tunnel space where Mordmus was entrenched, but at this time, the mental dizziness became more intense. System, you are under mind control. What? Luo Ji felt a violent mental dizziness. At this time, following the system's prompts, he realized that Mordmus should be emitting electric waves that control plants, and he is also a kind of plant demon. This means that Sedmos can control himself, but it seems that it is not that simple, because Luo Ji has not been controlled, but he has always felt this kind of mental dizziness, and his actions have begun to become sluggish. It seems that it is because he is fighting. Damn it, dizzy. The closer he got to Mordmus, the more Luo Ji felt this intense dizziness. But it is also good news. This means that he is getting closer and closer to Mortemoth's body. Sudden, Luo Ji fell into a static state in the intense shock of vertigo again and again. Have you been recruited? Can't see anything. Can't hear anything. Luo Ji is in a dark world without light and sound. He felt the breath of Mordrimos, and there was a crazy obsession that was so strong that it almost distorts the world and release from Mordrimos. Containment, containment, containment. At this moment, Luo Ji was convinced. No matter what this complex of plant central consciousness is, it has now deviated from its original trajectory. It has no owner, so will only blindly capture all living creatures. But at the same time, Luo Ji also felt that he might not destroy it no matter what moves, because both have super vitality and terrifying life absorption capacity. It's like two fleshy tanks with exaggerated blood volume are scraping each other. Both sides fell into a situation where neither of them had a winning blow. If there is really no means to win, perhaps this battle will continue indefinitely until the moment when the force transformation ends. However, there is one exception. That is, Luo Ji won't sit still. He now has a way. That is, since it is difficult to kill this Mordmus physically, he should start to invade from the spiritual aspect. The easiest way is to establish a spiritual link with it. Start conquering from the inside. This is also a common strategy used by Luo Ji because he still has transformation card, so if he fails, he will decisively get out of it. Then, Luo Ji gave up struggling to resist. Instead, it completely emptied the mind and spirit, allowing Mordrimos, trees, and vines to completely corrupt it into black, and then was taken to the life storage warehouse. On the other hand, Luo Ji is curious about how Tetemos treats these captured creatures. But when he connected with more Dreamos, the other party found him first. Do plants really have souls? If so, does the soul of the plant possess self-awareness? But when Luo Ji finally had the opportunity to verify this issue, he was a little silent. This is a dark world. Seeing the endless darkness in front of him, Luo Ji fell into deep thought. First of all, it can be confirmed that this is other dimensions, which belong to the spiritual realm. Lonely, dark. The only thing I can see is a huge glowing sphere and countless small spheres beside him, like stars holding the moon. Luo Ji walked forward, only to find that he had also become a luminous sphere now. This seems to be just a mass of consciousness. I probably understand. What are you? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ji floated tentatively towards the huge, luminous sphere. Name: World Tree Core Consciousness Collection. Level: High-dimensional level. Threat: none. However, when Luo Ji tried to touch, his consciousness fell into a trance for an instant, and huge information flooded like an explosion. He knew what this thing was. The World Tree Core is a collection of consciousness in the real world and subspace. It is actually similar to the concept of breast consciousness or supreme will in the interstellar Zerg. It is actually a kind of collective consciousness thing. Even it is the same as the so-called consciousness and alea consciousness of Gaia, belonging to the existence of global life form. For example, the entire biosphere has formed a huge life body, and this huge life body is adjusting the Earth's climate and atmospheric composition to keep the Earth's environment in a stable state. At the same time, human society has actually formed another huge life form, the global life form. This extremely powerful energy super-information concept body is the intelligence of the Earth. For example, a large number of single cells can be gathered together to form a multicellular organism. A large number of ants can form a discrete superorganism ant colony when gathered together, and all people, domesticated organisms, genetically modified organisms, and man-made objects are gathered together, then formed sedmos. When seeing this scene, Luo Ji now had a strong hesitation. Do you really want to eliminate it? Just as Luo Ji was hesitating, he suddenly thought of 4 demon gods in his heart. He subconsciously searched for information about the demon god in the core of the world tree. What Moss saw and heard merged with the disaster it understood. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji was shocked by the content of the message. It is the ultimate inevitable weapon that can completely destroy the existence of Luo Ji's tree monster. Huge, hot fireball or plasma. When Luo Ji realized that it existed, he felt its suffocating power. In the picture, a huge fireball surrounded by thousands of small balls of light is burning, and it is constantly deforming a huge figure like a living flame. It is like a stellar life body, like the sun. As the second destroyer of the world among the 4 world-destroying demon gods in the prophecy, he is the terminator of all things. The flame will cause a destruction that does not distinguish between the enemy, and the power will destroy the world. The avatar of Ketugya on the earth is a bull-like monster called the dark living flame, with 7 horns on its head and flame-like flesh and blood shrouded in its body. This monster incarnation of the demon god, mixed with thick smoke and flames, can burn the entire sky in the abyss by the fire of greed and wipe out everything in the world. Thousands of flame essences under its commander burned everything indiscriminately, each of which was at the level of a type A monster. World Devil God. The second demon god, Flame 1, Blazer Ketugya. Level: Old Day level 5 stars. Threat: Desperate level. Way. Luo Ji slapped his forehead, seeming a little shocked. This is completely comparable to a super monster of the level of the Shadow Demon King and the Nightmare King, which shows that even if it is the strongest stage of its own, it is difficult to suppress or kill the opponent. There are actually 4 demon gods of this horror level. It's no wonder that the Iranian civilization was so developed at the beginning, but there was no way to fight back. But then Luo Ji realized that the second demon explosive 037 did not seem to disappear, but somewhere 25 light years away from the Earth, acting as a luminous sphere floating in the universe. The size is the same as an asteroid, with a dark orange surface and a rotating huge pillar of fire surrounding the edge, covered with ugly black spots and emitting a high rotating arc of flame. The huge sunspots slowly traversed the terrifying disk, sometimes becoming larger and larger and blending into the huge cracks in the heat wave, and sometimes almost reducing to nothingness. He is the living fire element, one of the old rulers who ruled the earth in ancient times. In ancient times, no one knows that no one knows. There are traces of once worshipped everywhere, and is also the starting point for the worship of the sun god and fire god in later generations. For example, sun god, Prometheus, Zhu Rong, Helios, Ra, Apollo, Amaterasu, sun star king, Iha, Easter emperor Tai, etc. It used to be an object of worship by countless civilizations, but later incarnate in order to awaken the burning doomsday and destroy everything on the ground. Luo Ji only felt black before his eyes, and then countless images appeared in his consciousness. The deflagrator descended on the earth. Command thousands of flame spirits. Burn the earth and evaporate rivers. Let the inerrant civilization be destroyed. Ketugya? After learning the name of the second demon god, before Luo Ji could continue to check the information of the other three demon gods, he suddenly felt a repulsive force, which seemed to be detected by Mordmus and was driven out. Come out. Luo Ji opened his eyes and saw a huge tree man who was twisted like a tree and used its roots to walk around, staring at him hostilely. You seem to dislike me. Go and investigate the names of these demon gods. Luo Ji looked at the tree demon Mordmus and said. He was lost in thought. How to do it? At this time, Mordmus, who he thought could not speak, sent out an electrocardiographic fluctuation. You will draw our attention. What's the meaning? System. When the host is investigating the name of the demon gods who are called by their names will gradually sense them, and they will descend on the earth again. Is it just calling the name a few times to attract their attention? What kind of existence is this? System, yes. Just like your shadow demon, if someone from Otherworld calls your name, you will naturally feel it. Understood. In this way, these demon gods are inextricably linked with the earth, such as family members and the like exist on the earth. So, is it Mordmus, Agba, protecting the earth? System. The demon god of devil will appear on the earth every once in a while, bringing mass extinction events or natural disasters, which has never stopped from hundreds of millions of years ago to today. Cambrian, Devonian, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, Cenozoic. Now there's still a year left before the next arrival of the demon gods. It's difficult. Luo Ji feels a little stressed. This is a super high-level terrifying monster, and maybe it conflicts with his own attributes. Against the monster of this physical entity, the Nightmare King is definitely not useful. The Shadow Demon may be able to fight against one, but the opponent's quality is so great that it is difficult to drag it to the Shadow Soul Abyss, so he does not have the home court advantage. In this way, perhaps only the next god-level transformation that incorporates the immortal lizard can fight them. And many more. What did you just say? There's still a year or so left. That's all right. In a year's time, what I say has become stronger. Also, shouldn't this be a problem that humans have to think about and face? I'm just a B asterisk 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 D caught in the confrontation between humans and the devil. System. Although Mordmus has protected the inner world from destruction, it has also restricted the development and progress of human civilization. If human civilization does not progress by leaps and bounds in the future, it is absolutely impossible to survive the next mass extinction. You mean, open the entrance to the inner earth and leave the rest to human beings to choose, right? System. This depends on the choice of the host. No matter how you choose, you can get the branches and leaves of the world tree from Mordrimos, and then evolve into a real-world tree. I think I have the answer. Luo Ji decided to make the Earth-centered world public. What will become of the rest? He doesn't care. System. The host can leave the Earth to develop an otherworld before the end of the day, so that it can quickly accumulate more heritage. At this time, suddenly a map section appeared in Luo Ji's mind. New world, destiny continent has been unlocked. What's the situation? Luo Ji was dumbfounded. Loading a new map. Loading in a new transformation. Loading attribute monster. Already added, lava giant, indestructible thunder, void reaver, annihilation dragon, death wing, hell demon. The channel has been established. The host can now go to Otherworld. What's this? Escape from the Earth and take refuge in Otherworld. The system is really yours. I thought. So thoughtful. Unfortunately, the Destiny continent is a good place for development. But I definitely can't go directly now, because the next step is God transformation. Disconnect. When the consciousness was awake again, Luo Ji's eyes sharpened. He didn't hesitate anymore. On the contrary, more Dreamos restricts the evolutionary development of organisms, and it must be stopped. Death is the end of everything. Lonely, dark. The only thing I can feel is the fog of decay lingering around Luo Ji. At the same time, as if to fight Luo Ji, Mordmus summoned the evil spirits and plant clone monsters that he had seen on the surface before. It looks like this is the consciousness of those people. Luo Ji came up with this idea of raising land. The gray soul exudes confusion and pain. The dark shadow exudes bitterness and anger. These are the lives that were hurt, imprisoned, and controlled by Mordmus, the demon tree. After thinking for a few seconds, Luo Ji decided to liberate these people and animals. System. The target has been found. Do you want to fuse the branches and leaves of the world? Consume 10 million energy to show points and evolve the world tree. Ghost messenger. Luo Ji found Mordmus's body. It was a twisted, ugly tree man. It's like a stubborn old man. Life and death refuse to let Luo Ji open the way to the surface, and has always played the image of the guardian of the center of the earth. Then there is no way. Since you refuse, then I can only replace you. At the moment Luo Ji decided to absorb the other party's inner core, it seemed that the whole world had changed. Consciousness fell into a trance for an instant, and a huge amount of information flooded into my mind. Luo Ji only felt that he was connected to a huge collection of consciousness, and then countless images flashed in his consciousness. A real world, a vast universe, a giant tree of light that reaches the sky. This is the world tree. Looking at the magnificent tree, a thought flashed through Luo Ji's consciousness. Before he could continue to think about something, he began to evolve. Name, World Tree, Ukstra Hill. Category, Biological Central Consciousness Collection. Level, Concept Level. Child, I am 4.6 billion years old. From today, you will become my avatar. You will represent me. In the dimness, Luo Ji heard an unfamiliar voice. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ji's eyes brightened. Luo Ji found out that there was a global radar and a virtual earth, light, and shadow in his mind. The Azure planet is brilliant and dreamy, beyond words to describe. What is this? Luo Ji was dumbfounded. Along with the fusion, he felt that his 5 senses became clearer and clearer, and the mysterious voice in the dark also sounded again. And at the same time it became clearer. You know all the thoughts of life. You know all the joys and sorrows of life. You are them, and they are you too. You are the breeze blowing through the mountains. You are the rippling sea. You are the endless river. You are a cloud drifting in the sky. You are everything in this world, and you are nature itself. If you want, you can easily create hurricanes. You can control the development of ecology. You are nature itself. The voice sounded again, and then countless information began to flood into Luo Ji's body. When reacting, Luo Ji found that he no longer had a physical entity. And the owner of the voice just now is the earth itself. With the end of evolution, Luo Ji's consciousness also bloomed with sacred brilliance, and the pure white energy projected a 10,000-meter giant tree on the earth, straight into the sky. The evolution is over. Luo Ji, Ukstra Hill, Earth's natural consciousness, world tree. When the consciousness was awake again, Luo Ji fell into contemplation. He was a little confused. He is no longer the demon of the sacred tree now. On the contrary, his current perspective is a bit strange. Because, near the Himalayas of the Earth, there is a 10,000-meter giant tree soaring into the sky. But this giant tree is just a phantom. There is no entity, but a dreamy tree composed of pure white light. Moreover, Mount Everest is right next to me, and there are virgin forests everywhere. Even if I lift my eyelids and look around, I can see the tall buildings in the distance and the human city on the other side of the earth. This feeling is very strange. Luo Ji is like a person standing on a large globe, feeling as if he is looking down at everything in the world. Mountains, earth, forests, and lakes are all extremely small. Moreover, his size is still getting bigger, and his vision is extremely strange, but the kind of 360 degrees with no dead ends all over the earth. Humans, why is there no movement? Luo Ji felt that he hadn't been discovered, as if it didn't exist at all. Combined with the information in his mind, Luo Ji quickly got the answer. I became the central consciousness collection of all things on earth. I became a natural consciousness of the earth. Luo Ji looked at his hand in shock, and then with a clever idea, he started to tap somewhere in the mini-earth. His mind moves slightly, hurricanes are born, vegetation grows, and animal groups adapt and evolve. I'm Gaia. Asterisk. Luo Ji found that he had become the spokesperson of the earth, but there was no panic and worry in his heart, but extremely calm. Then, open it all, the door to the inner earth. Luo Ji used the pure, white light phantom of the world tree at 15 points on the earth to tap lightly, and the entrances of the caves that were originally entangled and sealed opened one after another. 0. Seeking flowers. Point 0. Antarctica, South Pacific, Challenger's Depth, Himalayas, Shambhala, Atlantis Ruins, South America, Eurasia. All 15 sealed locations were opened. At the same time, various voices came from all over the world. Mom, look at the sky. What's wrong? What a beautiful aurora. Why? I burst into tears suddenly. I'm so sad and so happy, as if I had lost all my compatriots countless years ago, and as if I felt the joy of a familiar companion returning to me. The mysterious rays of light spread all over the planet, and at the same time, the consciousness of the human community exudes a collective sadness, collective joy, and collective prayer. It was a touch for the rest of my life. After hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, hundreds of millions of years of suffering, and countless mass extinctions, creatures are involuntarily grateful that they can evolve to this point. 0. What happened? At that time, the night was covered by the light rising from the ground. The pattern of the entire world has been broken. Countless beams of light started from the underground cracks. Humans do not know if this is a disaster or what. But even so, they still clearly realize that the earth is being changed little by little. Besides, when those special rays of light that radiate outward from time to time are irradiated on people, an average of 1% of people will undergo abnormal changes. Unbelievable powers, such as superpowers, mind control, or manipulation of energy are born. When you're cold, your clothes will heat up, and when you are hungry, food will fly to you, and even your body will start to become younger. It's like a superpowered light. It won't take long. All human beings irradiated by light will awaken various abilities. This is their power. There is a sleep deoxyribonucleic acid compound in the DNA of human beings, which is the proof of being a descendant of the Iranian civilization. As the G particles radiated from the ground, light began to penetrate the ground. At that time, the whole world will be violently shaken. With the moment of global biological evolution, the world will be turned upside down. They will follow. At that time, at the end of all things, the sun will be swallowed by the moon, and at this lifeless dawn, the 4 demon gods will destroy the world with their own hands. And Luo Ji appreciates and respects all life. What he can do, it is to allow human beings to gain the strength they deserve one step ahead of time, and to prepare to fight for this. Otherwise, they wake up from their deep sleep, and unpredictable disasters will swept across. Bring the world, the end, the day. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Charles Robert Darwin, The Origin of Species. In 2021, the area we live in will be rated as the most uninhabitable continent for mankind. Ultra-high radiation, mutant organisms emerge endlessly, and the death toll in various countries remains high. At that time, the night sky does not yet have aurora of different colors. Everything is still the way it was originally. But one day later, the pattern of the whole world was broken. Countless beams of light shoot in and out from the cracks in the ground, and the radiation concentration exceeds the standard, reinventing the world wantonly and causing changes in the world. Then, in some areas, time began to be confused. Gravitational waves, air walls, and various chaotic magnetic fields interfered, and the whole world became weird. This 037 disaster not only brought about tremendous changes in the environment, but also caused cracks to appear everywhere on the Earth. There are a total of 15 rifts leading to the unknown, and countless different kinds of life are bred in them. And what is the world behind the cracks and cracks? Some people think it is a passage to a different universe. Some people think it is a wormhole made up of huge negative energy. And some people think it is an entrance to the inner Earth. So far, no one has been able to explain the formation of the crack and the place it leads. What's even more incredible is those special rays of light that radiate outward from time to time. When irradiated on a person, an average of 1% of people will mutate, giving birth to extraordinary abilities similar to superpowers or manipulating metals. Scientists call it supernatural evolution, mainly due to the effect of G particles. What is G particle? Discussions on the internet are in full swing. Some people say that it is magical awakening. Some people say that it is a resurrection of spiritual energy and that it is the fairy in the myth that caused the changes in the world. Of course, the military will not believe such baseless rumors. After investigation, the places where the rifts have appeared have formed new ecosystems. Today, Europe, Asia, Africa, Siberia, and Antarctica all have a crack that has not yet been closed. There have been many giant insects spraying out corrosive metal detectors in the European ecosystem, human-eating plants that can continue to grow, and thick white fog that blocks the spread of electronic signals. There was an eternal snowstorm in Siberia, and the low temperature of minus 100 degrees Celsius destroyed everything. But there are microorganisms and small life forms that have adapted to extreme environments, and it is said that there are still some extremely cold-tolerant abnormal humans. Antarctica has become a tropical rainforest. The original creatures inside are very dangerous and cunning, and there are many intelligent life-like human bodies. Africa is an endless plain, but huge, unknown terrestrial life forms comparable to ancient dinosaurs can be seen everywhere on the plains, and some evolved marine life even climbed onto the shore. At this time, in a certain chat group, some recent videos are being reposted frantically. Have you guys read the news? A monster from an exotic crack attacked the Metro Mantis this morning. A monster like a praying mantis, over 60 meters in size, cut the train open with a scythe. I've seen it too. It's terrible. But it seems that Wang Ho-seong was repelled by a superpower who can control high temperatures. What's wrong with this world? It has only been a few days, and there are so many weird things. I don't know if they are true or false. The video can't be P, so it's true. This world is undergoing certain changes, and ordinary people are not very sensitive to such changes. But the official has already noticed this change and has secretly taken in many talented superpowers, protected them, and started training them. In just a few days, more and more people awakened to superpowers, and the monsters that crawled out of the fissures and the ground also came out curiously to look at this strange surface world. They are from ancient times, representing the overlords and ancient titans on the planet in the past. They're strange and curious about humans, which is probably equivalent to the way humans treat ants. They destroy human cities for the same reasons as humans destroy ant nests. Of course, some people are kind and will not maliciously damage the nest or harm the ants. In the same way, some titan giants will not deliberately harm humans unless humans take the initiative to attack them. There is new news again. Look at this soon. Suddenly, the chat group reposted a short video of more than 10 seconds. In the video picture, it was a high-rise building at first, with a continuous flow of traffic and crowd around. But in the next second, a monster with huge red wings grew bigger and bigger in the sky, and then raged over the city at supersonic speed, instantly burying people's vision. The mobile phone that was shooting the video was blown into the air hundreds of meters high. In the rapidly flashing picture, it was vaguely visible that the tall buildings collapsed and fell to the ground. The entire city was completely wrapped in ruins and smoke. The whole street was reduced to a land of hell. This is just a monster flying in the sky. Because of its terrifying quality and speed, the sonic waves set off are enough to destroy cars, tanks, and buildings. The picture stopped abruptly here. Then the discussion below was frantically like being swiped. F***K, awesome. The quality of that thing is at least 100,000 tons. Visual inspection, flying speed exceeds Mach 2. Not to mention that the glass is bursting. It is the supersonic fighter flying at low altitude in the city. Once people may die. This is too scary. Destroy a city in 10 seconds? Is this still the Earth? Exaggeration? Is it scary? Horrible? Is it shocking? But all of this is not surprising in Luo Ji's eyes. Next, I choose God-level transformation. Now in the unmandatory transformation 1.0 stage, he floats on top of a high-tech city as the Nightmare King, and dark things float from the darkness. When it shows its shape, the fear that emanates everywhere in the city is absorbed. Exhausted. Are you coming? Are you coming? A crazy voice echoed in the void. But are you ready? Are you ready? The crazy voice looked extremely anxious. Yes, I'm ready. The indistinguishable and incomprehensible voice resounded in Luo Ji's ears, and he turned into a pitch-black storm and flew towards the sea. He will be transformed into a planetary behemoth. The skyscraper, as high as the night sky, stands on the top of prosperity. He will transform into King of Monsters. Godzilla. I was standing on the beach and saw a monster coming up from the sea. It has 7 heads and 10 horns, and each horn wears a crown, and each head has a blasphemous name written on it. Contemporary Bible. Name, Planet Godzilla. Category, Monster Species. Level, Star Rating. Countdown, 168 hours. Threat, S+. Combat Power, S+. System Prompt. The current host is God-level transformation, and the exclusive ultimate mission will be opened. Exclusive mission? At this time, Luo Ji saw the summary of the task. Task 1. Listen to the call of the Earth, the oldest king of Titans. Become the Monster King. Task 2. They can't leave their territory, otherwise they will be sentenced to death. Allocate territories to the Titans. Task 3. This planet can't speak. So Godzilla let him appear, let this giant replace the Earth as his will, and let him walk on the planet as an agent. Godzilla, is the Earth itself. Maintain the order of this planet. Task 4. There is only one Monster King. Godzilla cannot allow the second Super Alpha Titan to be born. Defeat other competitors. In the deep ocean of the Pacific Ocean, the monster gradually opened its pair of giant pupils that despised everything. In addition to seeing a dark seabed, it also saw a virtual number in its own perspective. The host data is as follows. Height, 140 meters. Weight, 200,000 tons. Breath, ultra-high heat plasma, fusion breath, charge particle beam. It's a weird task. Why should I do such a dangerous thing? Luo Ji was a little puzzled and swayed his body. It slowly stands upright in the deep-sea rock formations, and only in such unmanned deep-sea areas can it act unscrupulously. I'm just a pacifist, afraid of violence. Why should I be allowed to do such dangerous things? King of monsters? Who loves this kind of thing? I turn into a monster just to live, not to fight. What reputation? Luo Ji said that he was still young and had taken the responsibility of the fate of the world so early, and the pressure was too great. Not to mention, he loves peace and fears violence. Although there is a monster body weighing 200,000 tons and a height of 140 meters, it does not mean that it can beat the terrifying mutant monsters outside. System, Luo Ji, I'm serious. I'm really not good at fighting. So, let's just do it. I'm afraid I can't complete these tasks. The system is in a hurry. After the God-level mission is completed, the host will receive 4.6 billion energy points. Luo Ji, I'll just say it straight. I would rather stay on the bottom of the sea and be a deep-sea fat house than to be the king of monsters. It is impossible to fight with other monsters. You will die. Bar. Speaking of which, Godzilla swayed his huge tail and hid in a trench nearly 10,000 meters deep, acting extremely afraid of fighting. Then show a look of fear. He accidentally smashed a rocky hill, trampled on the seabed rift, swung the giant tail, and swept everything around. Although I can understand that this is done to maintain natural order, I cannot accept it. Luo Ji thought for a while. He said, "Of course, if you are determined, please let me fight other monsters. It's not impossible. 1. Got more money. A battle is at least 100 million, and during the transformation period, 1 billion every day. If the score is high enough, you have to give me 30% more rewards. To put it all together, if there is number 10 billion, I would not do it. Even if a monster comes to attack me, I will refuse to fight, turn around, and run. What does the dignity of the king of monsters have to do with my fat house G? System, okay. Home." Hearing the decisive answer from the system, Luo Ji was shocked. It seems that his asking price is still low. Also, for each task I have completed, additional rewards are required. Is it okay? System, no problem. Luo Ji, it's not right. Why are you so generous today? System, if the host refuses the task, then nature will die. Compared to the size of the entire planet, 10 billion is nothing at all. Huh, why do you suddenly feel blood loss? But it seems that there are other special rewards, only after completing the task. Think about it carefully, kill other monsters, and get the corresponding transformation card. The overall situation is not a loss. It can only be said to be a win-win situation. What's more, it's just to give other titans a place, just to say hello. Maybe you don't need to fight to solve the problem. Besides, there's a real fight. Then, they have to think carefully. At this time, Godzilla showed its huge body over 100 meters high from the sea. Its black skin, thick legs, and a powerful posture like a sword-like dorsal fin make it look like it is not. Losing 053 gives any monster a sense of domineering. Its huge body shows power beyond human intelligence. Its huge long tail is strong and powerful. It can easily set off earthquakes when it hits the ground, and its thick and long forearms look full of strength, not as short as other Godzillas. But it is very coordinated with the body. The claws are longer than the knees. Whole head high. The roar in the deep sea shook the surrounding area, and tons of seawater surged. As the dorsal fin glowed with a terrifying and dazzling light, the light of destruction appeared in its mouth, and then the entire bottom of the sea was evaporated one after another. And a breathing beam that had transcended the bottom of the sea broke through the sea and reached the sound of clouds. That is plasma breath. The linear ion beam with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters expanded extremely rapidly, and the strong thermal pressure spread, causing the entire seabed to boil violently at that moment. Godzilla, who was walking in the deep sea, had already swung its giant tail, facing the sea. Swim away in the direction. The giant beast's blue eyes are staring forward. Next, it will land on the surface of this planet and warn the Earth-centered monsters that wantonly destroy the ecology. Where it goes is dominance. It declares its sovereignty with sound and smell. All the time, as long as epochs change, as short as a history of heartbeats. This instinct is in it, as if it were born with thirst and hunger. The so-called territory. It is not a place, but a mandatory requirement. Territory has no choice. Where you are born, you are the king. And Godzilla was born earlier than any Titan, so it lives here and is also born to rule this sea. No, the planet. The rock is bone, the soil is the body, and the ocean turns into blood and rushes in its body. Its territory is its will. This action of Godzilla is a dispute of territory. The planet could not speak, so he let Godzilla appear. Let this giant replace the Earth as his will, and let him walk on the planet as an agent. Godzilla, is the Earth itself. The above paragraph requires memorization in full. Grasp system, are you serious? I'm really just a fat house. Why is there such a high-level background? That being said, at this time, Godzilla, Luo Ji, happened to cruise to the vicinity of the Pacific Ocean and saw a scene that surprised him. Coast of Backman State. Deep sea. Schools of fish are swimming in the deep sea, and whales are fleeing in horror. Beside their small bodies of more than 10 meters, they slowly opened a pair of huge eye pupils, followed by the monster's huge head. Swims slowly in the deep sea. Global radar. When Godzilla is swimming, he constantly emits a certain wave of radio waves, and at the same time starts scanning the nearby giant monster life forms with it as the center. That's all. Godzilla arrived somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. His purpose here was not to attack the nuclear submarine, but to look for a deep-sea Titan-class behemoth that he had discovered before. If these Titan-level behemoths are compared to street vendors, then Godzilla is equivalent to the city management and law enforcement. All the Titan-level monsters nearby are paying attention. I will report in the middle of the Pacific Ocean next. I will divide the territory for you. Where you appear, you are the king, you are not allowed to run around, and you are not allowed to be malicious. Seize the site. This is the warning signal that Godzilla sends out continuously, but most of the Titan-level monsters who received this signal sneered and ignored it. Soon, Godzilla saw a huge lobster monster attacking nearby fish in the Pacific Ocean, hunting prey wildly, and several hapless fishing boats were sunk. Young man, it's the first time to come to the surface of the Earth. Don't be so excited. Luo Ji approached the lobster monster in a good voice and gave a warning. However, SKKKKKK. The answer to Godzilla was an extremely sharp roar. Along with the violent rolling of the sea, in the snow-white waves, a giant Titan suddenly rose up. It is more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times larger than a normal lobster, and it is a bit like a long-legged crab with a carapace like a snail shell on its body. The eye pupils of the lobster monster are scarlet like ruby red, and the iron skin of the warship is hung on the two big claws, and there are traces of burn on the body. Now he is preying on his wounds. The huge roar shook the bottom of the sea, and Godzilla roared, indicating that it was not only your voice that was loud, and that the lobster monster was once again warned to leave here, but the other party still stared at him, looking like he wanted to challenge Godzilla's majesty. Young Titan, it seems you don't know what is good or bad. Luo Ji has nothing to say about the lobster monster in front of him. When the other party shows hostility and rushes towards him, it means that this guy has chosen to be his enemy. The sea trembles, Godzilla stretches his whole body, swings his huge tail, and swims forward. Then his sturdy and powerful forelimbs collided with the lobster's pair of tongs and gave a slap. SKKK. The lobster monster made sharp cry. It became restless and fearful of Godzilla's huge size. At the same time, it was hungry and dizzy. Because repairing the injury consumes a lot of energy, it urgently needs to eat. The instinct of the creature makes it have a strong aggressiveness, and the instinct has occupied the brain of the lobster monster. It only dared to fight Godzilla desperately, mainly because it found a nearby radiation source exuding fatal delicacy. Roar! Godzilla's power exploded, like tearing apart the lobster monster in front of him, tearing its double. Then, the lobster monster screamed in pain. After wandering for a long distance, it finally found something nearby that could satisfy its appetite, but a sudden monster blocked its way at this moment. Godzilla looks very powerful and has a sense of deterrence. But the lobster monster, who had lost his senses, stared eagerly at the object under the ocean that exuded a strong, radiant breath, and Godzilla clearly felt the breath of that thing. "Wake up, idiot. You can't eat that stuff." Godzilla was very clear about what it was. It was a nuclear bomb that had not detonated and sank on the seabed for decades when the Lighthouse Nation conducted a nuclear test on Bikini Island in the past. This is one of human creations. If the lobster titan accidentally eats the nuclear bomb, it will release extreme light and heat in an instant, and the nearby land and ocean will suffer. And this silly shrimp will instantly turn to ashes. But is it? The lobster monster didn't listen to it. Godzilla said that it can't be eaten. It doesn't care. It has to eat this thing today. Hunger drives it crazy. Even if it faces a heavyweight monster king like Godzilla, it will never retreat without a fight. It must be tough, but it will not give up its trophy easily. Hiss! Even if the giant tongs stretched out, it was just a lobster monster about 100 meters away. At this time, it rushed towards Godzilla desperately. It's overkill. At this time, Godzilla's eyes instantly became domineering, and the dorsal fin began to flash wildly with a dazzling blue light, as if it had been completely angry. Faced with the collision of the lobster monster, the planet Godzilla did not hesitate to spread his arms and resist the impact of the opponent. With the impact of tens of thousands of tons on the seabed, the surrounding rocks burst instantly. Boom! The collision between the monsters set off a deep sea tremor. But the next moment, Godzilla's arms completely embraced the lobster monster. Because there was an undetonated nuclear bomb nearby, Godzilla was afraid that his atomic breath would cause its nuclear fission reaction. After all, the dud bomb was big. Probability is not ensured, and it will explode easily. But how dare it? Who gave you the confidence to challenge your own existence of 200,000 tons? Crack! In the next second, when Godzilla tightened his arms and hugged the lobster monster completely, he heard the horrible squeezing and cracking of the carapace. However, at this time, the lobster monster was still reluctant, using a tentacled attack method to wrap Godzilla's neck and suddenly tightened, but its power could not be compared with Godzilla. In hand-to-hand combat, where does it have the courage to challenge itself? Godzilla Luo Ji was very angry at this time and gave it a hold sister in his arms, although I don't know whether this lobster monster is a female or a male. Anyway, when Godzilla completely closed 053 his arms, with the crackling sound of the exoskeleton, the life breath of the lobster monster was completely interrupted, and it entered a state of death. System, you killed the ancient lobster titan and gained 100 million energy points. System, new record. Kill 24,700 tons of titan monsters. Awesome. Luo Ji was shocked for several seconds before realizing that the lobster monster was dead. He just hugged each other tightly. Why did he die with just a little bit of force? The monster battle shouldn't be a hardy battle for hundreds of rounds, from the deep sea to the land, and then from the land to the bottom of the sea. How can you die after holding this one? Because Godzilla, who is 140 meters tall and weighs 200,000 tons, has a body density that is not comparable to that of a lobster monster. Its strength is countless times more than its own mass. The terrible hug and grip can instantly burst into more than 1 million tons. The power of is completely the power of a small nuclear bomb. How can a lobster monster not die? It is not an alpha-level titan behemoth, and even if it is an alpha-level titan, not every Agba can stand upright with Godzilla. At the same time, Godzilla felt that the energy in the lobster monster was being absorbed by him, and there was a nuclear bomb nearby. It's all absorbed. Anyway, as long as all the nuclear and radioactive materials are absorbed, the nuclear bomb will naturally lose its effect. The host is evolving. The evolution is over. Now Godzilla's data panel is height, 150 meters. Quality, 220,000 tons. Full length, 260 meters. Self-evolution speed, 5,000 tons/day. This is Godzilla's current panel. According to the physique of the monster, as long as Godzilla is still alive, it will continue to evolve every day and will not stop running, and the speed of evolution can be accelerated by eating. But Luo Ji feels that he is still very weak now, because he feels that he may not be able to fight against high-yield nuclear bombs, let alone hydrogen bombs. Still have to continue to evolve. Near Long Country. At the Pacific base, Dr. Chun and Dr. Liu were explaining the dissection of the monster's life to the organization at this time. The two giant beast corpses collected from the military were scattered in pieces, and there were traces of bombardment everywhere. They were of no use other than dissection. It can be seen that Dr. Chun listed the anatomical pictures and values on the screen. These creatures are all carbon-based creatures. They are monsters from ancient times on the Earth. Their genes and DNA are similar to those of our humans, and they can probably be confirmed as it was a product of our ancestors, and it probably came from fissure in the ground. Dr. Liu, are they underground creatures? Dr. Chun loves eyebrows. This is the problem. If they are underground creatures, then the underground world should have an ecosystem that we humans have not yet explored, and the corpses of other ancient extinct creatures have been found in its stomach, indicating the underground world. There's a complete ecosystem. Dr. Liu, in other words, are those fissures actually the entrance to the underground world? Dr. Chun, it should be. Dr. Liu, then we can only wait for the results of the exploration team. This should be a matter for the military to consider. World Internet chat groups, forums. A user from the Lighthouse country. Huge gift crab. We have discovered a new monster here. Its head is like a shark with scales on its body, and the scales are very dense. Take a look at this. The user sent pictures. Neon user, Sela, low-profile version of Godzilla. Have these legendary things come true? Other users, yes. Lighthouse country user, look at this hell thing. He sent a video that was shot nearby, and about 23,000 people watch it online at the same time. In the video, a monster about 40 meters high is walking upright in the city. This monster looks like a shark, with limbs like reptiles. The shark's fins are on the back, and its feet stand upright. And name its monster information next to it, translated into Huxia, is monster name, Godzilla, also known as shark slaw, 43.3%. Quality, 25,000 tons. After testing, the monster carries a large amount of nuclear radiation in its body, which can spit out radiation hot rays from its mouth. Threat classification, Class A. Urban disaster-level monsters evolved from the mutation and evolution of sharks absorbing large amounts of atomic energy radiation. This is the 27th monster photographed by humans in the past few days. It is said to have emerged from a nearby seafloor crack. Some people believe that the monster in Atlantis has been awakened. Only, I don't know if Luo Ji is here. If he sees such a monster, will he feel speechless? This thing is also called Godzilla, but this kind of thing doesn't matter, because Luo Ji has already reached a certain part of the Pacific Ocean at this time. Next, it will land for the first time soon, and the monster chased this time was an old acquaintance. The crocodile dragon emperor from the past had absorbed a lot of energy due to radiation recovery. Now, it has also evolved to the level of the alpha titan of the S category, and for the first time appeared in Hokkaido. The reconstructed Tokyo metropolitan area is working hard to restore its former prosperity. Most of the people who suffered the snapping turtle disaster in the past are returning home, but the good times did not last long. The orange warning sounded again, and an unknown tsunami warning was detected in the nearby sea. In contrast to this, an unexpected visitor has ushered in the vicinity of the Hokkaido nuclear power plant. At the same time, a red alarm was lit near the nuclear power plant, and everyone was notified that a giant terrestrial life form appeared on the nearby coast. The creature commonly known as monster is approaching quickly. Report to me. What is the specific situation? The earth is shaking. The crocodile dragon king Gareth is approaching here at a very fast speed, destroying everything around him along the way. Its goal is very clear. That is the nuclear power plant itself. The monster Gareth evolved from millions of snapping turtle monsters. It has the bloodline of alligators. It looks more like Tyrannosaurus with spines on its back and a hard carapace. It's also a bit like an ankylosaurus monster, perhaps due to genetic reversion. Report, the monster is coming. It's Gareth, the monster that attacked Tokyo not long ago. It's the collective evolution of that group of snapping turtle monsters. Run. Leave here. Boom. With the approach of the monster Gareth, the entire nuclear power plant shook violently, and everyone screamed in horror. Close the safety gate of the nuclear reactor. The person in charge gave the order in horror. Too late, it's already. It has broken into the building where the nuclear reactor is located. Because of the approach of the rampant armored Tyrannosaurus, the control room of the nuclear power plant was in chaos. And then, through the surveillance camera, it was vaguely seen that the monster was attacking the nuclear reactor. Boom! When a monster Gareth lifted that forearm high, it severely tore the nuclear reactor apart. Dee-dee-dee-dee! Accompanied by the scream of the instrument, a terrifying and powerful electromagnetic pulse was released from the monster's body in an instant, causing the voltage of the nuclear power plant to collapse in an instant, and invisible electromagnetic waves surged in all directions. Need time. The harsh sirens sounded through the nuclear power plant, and the indicator light flashed crazily red. The nuclear reactor is out of control. It's going to explode. Run away. Accompanied by the violent shaking, everyone fled outside in horror. Roar! The monster Gareth looked at the direction of the nuclear reactor very greedily. It had been watching the energy of the ship for a long time. Today, it has already evolved to a higher level, and it only needs to absorb the nuclear reactor here, and it can jump into an alpha-level, S-level monster. 3, 2, 1 meme. The torn-apart nuclear reactor, at this time, completely out of control, caused a large-scale explosion. Run for your life. The 4-story cooling tower collapsed like a pile of sand, causing dust and smoke. A nuclear explosion happened. The red, blue, orange, and other monstrous flames caused by the explosion rushed up to 1,000 meters in the sky, blowing away the clouds and making the sky colorful. People tens of kilometers away in the vicinity saw this scene. All were stunned and terrified. None of them didn't know what it meant. Nuclear radiation would soon spread out. Under such circumstances, they would still dare to stay nearby. They are not afraid of death. Wife, take the child into the car. Let's go together. No one doesn't know what that means. When seeing the movement of the distant nuclear power plant, the quick-reacting person took his wife and children into the car long ago and escaped desperately. It is undeniable. The nuclear fireworks are very beautiful, but is full of weirdness and horror. Anyone who sees this beauty can't laugh, but will be distraught and cry in despair. At this moment, the monster Gareth stood straight in the rainbow-colored flames. Every inch of its body was cheering wildly, greedy and excited, absorbing this strong radioactive energy. Evolved. The Super A-type monster, king of the crocodile dragon, Gareth, evolved into the Alpha-class Titan Shadow Dragon Crocodile Gareth of the S-type monster. The spiked shell that looked like an ankylosaurus has disappeared and replaced it with the two-legged Tyrannosaurus form. Compared with Godzilla, the face is longer, like the head of a crocodile, and the tail is very long, a bit like Spinosaurus, with heat-dissipating dorsal fins growing on its back, like a fusion of spines like Spinosaurus and Stegosaurus, very huge. Below its chest cavity, there seem to be rows of orange lights with a metallic texture, accompanied by the flickering of the heartbeat. A large amount of radioactive energy is absorbed into the body along the breathing rhythmically. Roar! I saw the Alpha-class Titan monster Gareth raise his head, and then the dorsal fins similar to Spinosaurus and Stegosaurus lit up with orange-red light, and the heat of general radiating hot rays erupted from its mouth. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. One time, a big move not weaker than the breath of the atom tore the world apart, destroying the earth to all, leaving behind a devastating hot zone. Monster, Gareth. Height, 120 meters. Weight, 130,000 tons. Breath, burning energy ray. At the same time, just after the monster Gareth completed the evolution of the S-type, it also received a mysterious and domineering signal. Wherever I go, it is rule. All the Titans listen, there is no choice in territory. Where you are born, you are the king. It is not a request, but a mandatory requirement. This signal comes from a super alpha level S plus monster, a warning belonging to Godzilla, Luo Ji. 0. Only. Like most other titans, Gareth, the newly promoted S category monster, was not convinced and even sneered at it. It sent a provocative signal and make an appointment with Godzilla and have a showdown in Hokkaido, proving that he is the monster king of these titans. The other side, near the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, near the deep and silent fissure, Godzilla is looking for some powerful prey. At this moment, it sensed the battle signal sent by the alpha-level monster Gareth, which immediately attracted its attention. Godzilla, no Luo Ji, is so old. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant existence, but this is the first time that it has been actively restrained by other creatures, and it is also the S-type Alpha Titan that evolved from the shadow crocodile derivatives in the past. What is called Alpha Class? Its definition is actually very simple. It is a general term for giant, high-quality, destructive monsters. It is a big monster capable of destroying cities and even countries with its own power. Such monsters usually have the qualifications to be king. Unfortunately, there is only one king. The requirement of this god-level mission is to kill the guys who are overpowered. At the same time, someone witnessed a huge shadow on the seabed near the coast of Hokkaido. Under the night sky, in the harbor, the majestic body of the king of monsters that shocked the world came with the tsunami. Then, Godzilla has landed. 10. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the Hokkaido military base. Report to me quickly. The census of missing persons in the nuclear power plant area has been completed, with 1,216 dead and 2,912 missing. Report. A giant unknown terrestrial life form appeared in the Shangwan Sea in the southeast, which is suspected of destroying the existence of a nuclear power plant. 45 minutes after landing, the monster named Gareth destroyed 108 kilometers of streets along the way and completely turned into rubble. There are 130 buildings, which are now approaching towards the center of Hokkaido City. Notify the self-defense force. It must be stopped at all costs. Yes, in the past, Hokkaido should be at nighttime, but now there is no one in the relevant high-level departments to rest. Everyone is working hard and processing the next report continuously. This is a really troubled location, but there is no way, because this is the closest island near Asia that is 2053 flat ocean landfall, and there are also nuclear power plants, as if it is attracting those monsters. Soon after the nuclear power plant leaked, this place has become the temporary foothold of the S-type monster Gareth. It felt the aura from another terrifying monster. At this time, it approached in that direction, seeming to treat this urban land as a battlefield. Coming, the big monster Gareth raised his head and let out a threatening roar. In a huge roar, there was also a roar and vibration near the coast 240 kilometers away. Buzzing. The ceiling and furniture were shaking strongly. At this time, people in the house felt an extremely strong tremor. They seemed to disagree and did not realize the danger is coming. It seems that I am used to earthquakes. Even if it is a century-old house, it is constructed of earthquake-resistant materials, and it is completely fearless of ordinary small places. But then, the thunderous sound made people unable to sit still. What happened? At this time, someone realized that something was wrong, and the people who lived in the high-rise buildings looked out and landed on the sea. What is that monster? The voice of speaking was trembling. They looked at the source of the vibration, and a dorsal fin like a mountain appeared on the endless sea, tearing the sea surface. Below the boundless sea level, a large group of shadows quickly approached here. Every time it gets closer, a huge wave forms a tsunami and approaches the shore, and the roar becomes stronger. At this moment, a large number of people have gathered nearby, and they're all attracted by thunder and vibrations. Everyone saw the big shadow under the water. Then, in full view, the shadow broke through the sea surface, revealing the dorsal fin like a mountain godward. When the incarnation of destruction, the king of monsters, the planetary behemoth, is fully revealed. The crowd broke apart in screams, fleeing away from the shore, desperately running away. Later, what emerged from the sea was Godzilla, who had evolved to a huge body of 150 meters. Its arms seemed to be stuffed with muscle-like strong, sturdy legs, a powerful pressure posture, and a magic sword on its back. The shape of the dorsal fin undoubtedly shows its absolute power. The sound seemed to smash the air, and the dense glass walls of the whole city began to shatter. Those who were closer felt their heads hit hard, and instantly lost movement and fell to the ground in a large amount of unconsciousness. Some people with strong willpower can still hold it, but many people have already covered their heads and rested weakly on the ground. On Godzilla's head were a pair of calm eyes. It looked down at the ants on the soles of the feet. The monster Gareth. Roar! The crocodile-like head stared at Godzilla, who was half a body taller in front of him, and then destroyed a building as tall as it. The monster Gareth lowered his head and opened his mouth. Then, the orange light condensed in the mouth. The high temperature of the uranium energy ray instantly increased to tens of thousands of degrees, causing the surrounding buildings to begin to melt, spit out in the direction of carrying the power of nuclear fission. No one could hear the sound of that thing because when the breath arrived in front of you, the spreading flames had already begun to engulf everything. And finally the sound spread. Godzilla didn't avoid it, and it couldn't respond so quickly to avoid it. After being hit, a violent thermal explosion followed. The high temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees exploded like an explosion near Godzilla's left shoulder and chest cavity, and his breath quickly spread to the surrounding skin. Joining hotline? Nuclear fission? Interesting. But Godzilla wants to say, how come you still play nuclear fission if you're such a big monster? Now is the age of nuclear fusion. Atomic breath. Light. Zero appeared in the mouth. The air emits a dazzling blue light, which is a manifestation of the strong magnetic field constraining extremely high temperature energy. When the building hit the monster Gareth's vicinity, it caused a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer and an internal temperature comparable to the surface of the sun, which engulfed houses and streets. The behemoth twisted its head and stared at the front like a contempt of a king. The beam of flames that it spit in its mouth cuts from left to right like a line, and all the things around Gareth, the monster that is constantly tumbling and fleeing, are cut. Destroy. Not only the burning of the ground under his feet, Gareth was also affected by the high temperature. Many parts of his body showed signs of red burning and carbonization. Obviously, he suffered a lot of damage. It just doesn't know that, for Godzilla, atomic breath is just a more powerful means of attack, not a trick. The destructive power of atomic breath is far inferior to the charged particle cannon. When a nuclear fusion flame reaches more than 10 kilometers away, it quickly becomes a flame storm 10 kilometers long and tens of meters wide. Those 100-meter-high buildings were melted by extremely high-temperature flames, one after another. The ground seemed to be like a sea of molten flame, turning into a picture of the interior of a volcano, and the terrifying heat quickly evaporated everything. The vehicle instantly turned into molten iron, and the ground was blown up. Although the roar of fighter jets was heard in the nearby sky, those small aircraft naturally did not dare to approach 1.0 easily, and even the missiles seemed weak and weak. This huge heat is still evaporating, and the covered monster Gareth is now burning and rolling towards this side. Like a cannonball, with strong power, it seems that he wants to get closer to Godzilla. Fight melee. However, faced with the big monster Gareth, who was quickly approaching him, Godzilla's approach was to continue sending it to the west with his breath. So Godzilla used a linear beam of ultra-high energy ions, the big trick commonly known as charged particle cannon. Charged particle cannon. Light, strong manifestation. At this moment, the plasma-surging planet Godzilla slowly raised his mouth, and an energy ring confined by a strong magnetic field emerged in front, and a blue shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out. The next moment, the color of the sky has changed. The extreme light makes the world dark. Endless extreme light and huge energy loops appeared in front of the mouth layer after layer, bound to the extreme high-energy plasma by a strong magnetic field, immediately emitting huge energy fluctuations. It's dark, tens of kilometers away. The soldiers of the self-defense forces raised their heads blankly. Before the sound came, the sky was darkened by a huge light, and their faces were shocked. What is that? Report. The energy intensity in that monster's body is rising linearly. The energy intensity exceeds 1,000 terawatts, reaching the Pawa class. The three views of this group of monster researchers were subverted, and they were completely shocked. This is an unprecedented energy response, and it sounds like Godzilla is preparing some terrifying weapon. Could it be? The depressed researcher's pupils widened at this time, and he caught the blue light rising in the air through the instrument, and the radiation concentration had already exploded. But to make matters worse, soon the surrounding electronic devices were destroyed by the pulse that heralded the destruction of the breath. The Earth exploded. In just 1,000th of a second, the charged particle cannon, a linear beam of ultra-high ion energy that penetrates a straight line, burst out in front of Godzilla. It penetrated everything in front of you at a speed of 100 times Mach. Penetrate forward at a speed far exceeding sound. The ground was lifted off, the monster Gareth was hit, the mountains were swallowed, and the sea surface was evaporated. Under the monitoring of satellites, a light broke through the Earth's atmosphere in just a few seconds, and then submerged after more than 10 seconds. To the end of the universe. Within 100 kilometers of the urban area of Hokkaido that was penetrated by the breath, all the combustibles that were exposed to the outside began to burn to varying degrees at this moment. If there are ordinary people on the street at this time, then in an instant, the high temperature brought by the blue light flashing above their heads will burn their scalps. If you see this light up close, you will be permanently blind. The nuclear fireball, which is warmer than the sun's internal temperature, rises high and expands outwards, gradually turning into a direct explosion of more than 10 kilometers, burning and sublimating everything. The city began to burn, and all the steel buildings turned into a sea of flames at this moment, igniting a raging fire. Next came the catastrophe-like impact of the apocalypse, which burned all the tanks and houses on the ground. There's also a huge crater burned through for several kilometers near it. It lasted a total of 15 seconds, and the super-red charged particle cannon fired by the planet Godzilla, commonly known as the Small Red Lotus Dragon, ended in this way. There is no Alpha Titan in front of it anymore, only silence and blazing heat. From the direction of the entire Eurasian continent, you can clearly see a blue light flying in the sky above them and disappearing above the earth like a miracle. At this moment, those who were busy were also dumbfounded. No need for any live broadcast, no intelligence or analysis. Just with 2 eyes, the whole world has witnessed the power of Monster King. At this time, the 15 fissures on the earth, the Titan-level behemoths that are emerging from the hollow of the earth and flying up, are silent. Several giant bat-like dragons are preparing to climb, but they feel this strong. After their energy fluctuated, they thought for a while and decisively turned and retreated. The surface is too dangerous. Mom, I want to go home. The humans were trembling when they saw it, and the Titans fell into silence when they saw it. Remove the ban of monsters on the internet. There is no point in preventing people from talking about monsters. Now this world has truly entered the age of Godzilla. It is no longer a mere monster. It will become the king of monsters that all creatures on this planet fear and tremble, even gods. A whole new era has begun. It's terrible that monster has a name. In the high-level lobby of Hokkaido, the highest official looked at the breath that penetrated the outer space of the Earth on the screen and instantly killed the Alpha Titan in a flash, and also used this powerful destructive breath deliberately like a deterrent to all living beings. It was only then that they were awakened, all in a cold sweat. No, but many people on the internet call it Godzilla, saying that we used to have a monster movie here. It is very similar to the monster inside. Godzilla? That's the name. So it's highly recognizable. But this monster, no, Godzilla also has a scientific name, and the bioscientists in Europe call it Shuro. It doesn't matter what he is, how high is the threat level of this guy. The lowest is also S grade. Caret asterisk S level. The giant volcano that destroyed Mo Dong Gu did not have such an exaggerated energy response, right? There are also Titan, giant water dragon, Gabriel, Gumunga, Tiamat, Rongjiang. These appear the monsters in other countries add up. They are not as powerful as they are. S plus level. Beyond the alpha level, it must be the king of that underground monster. It is a super king level monster. Don't be in a daze. Report the damage to the city. Sigh and sigh, but life has to go on. You can't just give up just because the monster is too powerful. Yes, the damage rate of the city was 74.2%. There was a large area of burns, and the number of people injured was as high as 2 million. But most of them were burned, transient blindness, deafness, and tinnitus, except for the missing in the central area. In addition, most of them are still intact, but the fire in the city spreads quickly, and rescue is more difficult. In addition, a nuclear power plant was lost. They can only smile bitterly at this unexpected situation. And any communication has been disturbed and destroyed. The electromagnetic pulse generated by Godzilla's breath, Li Hao, covered the entire city, and high-temperature lava was scattered throughout the city's pits. Godzilla raised the soles of his feet and walked forward. He looked down at the damage he had caused. The burning smoke was so much that Luo Ji couldn't even see the scene ahead. Did the dense smoke engulf everything? The flames in the dense smoke are all orange-red, and it is just in this orange-red light that is advancing towards the direction of the sea. The main force of humanity did not dare to intercept at this time. When Godzilla was about to go, they all avoided away. In this way, an unnamed giant swiftly landed, and after killing the other titans, dived into the ocean again. Before dawn, this unnamed titan was witnessed by countless people, and it was made public on the internet, and it was dubbed the name of the god of destruction in the local mythology. Its name, Godzilla. South America, Amazon River, tropical rainforest. Godzilla, who had left the Pacific, was parading so far and found that two giant titans crawling out of the ground were fighting each other. For the creatures of the rainforest, this behemoth disaster came too suddenly, and no one expected such a thing to happen. It's cruel. Should I stop them? Godzilla Luo Ji stared at the big river as wide as the ocean ahead. Muddy sand, burning ashes, corrupt plants, scars from the earth flowed down, gathering here, forming the veins of life. And now, the two giant beasts are fighting bloody battles because of territorial disputes. No, I should let them decide the winner. Luo Ji fell into hesitation. He knew that the resources of the earth could not carry so many competitors, and the plants and animals awakened by radiation would also evolve because of the Titan's blood and the Titan's corpse. When a Titan died on the ground, the energy in its body, its flesh and blood, can feed millions of new lives. Energy will not appear out of thin air or disappear out of thin air. The dead Titan will only give birth to more lives. Maybe I shouldn't care, but the territory must be allocated by me. Luo Ji thought for a while. This is what he has to do as the king of monsters. He carefully observed the two titans. Their status is equivalent to the lion and tiger in nature, or even higher. Because of their battles, the earth was once again scarred. The hundreds of millions of little creatures in the rainforest whispered in unison, wailing in pain, but were healed by the blood shed by the titans and the radiation emitted, although they seemed to be destroying environment. But because of the defeat of one, more lives will be born. Everything exists in balance, and naturally has its own balance. Your territory is this forest and river, but if you still choose to fight, it's up to you. At this moment, as if the mountains and rivers were roaring, the rushing giant beast collided with another giant beast. They had already discovered the existence of Godzilla. But when they realized that Godzilla was just watching the battle, and told them their territory distribution with hard electrical fluctuations, they had no intention of intervening. They were first taken aback, and then the battle became more intense. Seeing that they had no intention of armistice, Godzilla shook his head. One must die. then let them decide for themselves. Boom! Godzilla's huge body like a giant beast turned around and looked down into the distance. In the domineering head, there was a calmness in his eyes. At the same time, the military near Bassi Rio panicked. Ah, Godzilla is coming. I saw that guy. But they were quickly stunned. They thought it was a three-way behemoth melee scene, but they didn't expect that this more powerful monster would just roar at the two titans, and then the two titans would fight more intensely. Boom! The earth burst. It was a thick roar of beasts, huge teeth, and murderous aura. What appeared in people's field of vision was a gray-black monster running on the violent earth, like a combination of a mammoth giant and a gibbon. And the other one that was fighting with it was the pitch-black monster fused with bats and plant vines. They roared in deterrence to scare away the group of beasts. They exuded the black air that distorted the sky, and the vine tentacles swayed. 200-meter giant beasts fought together in hand-to-hand combat, and the Monster King, who was taller than them, turned away silently. Everything is evolving. Agba, everything is competing. Human beings, why do you stand still? Boom! The sound of a huge river rises with the waves surging. At this time, Godzilla, Luo Ji, rushed along the Amazon River all the way towards the sea. Its huge dorsal fin, like a mountain peak, gradually moved away under the gaze of hundreds of humans the size of ants. The time to South America was only a short 10 minutes, but under the pursuit of human helicopters, it gradually disappeared into the sea. Cuckoo, the water from the extremely cold place gradually sinked, and the warm, fresh water began to flow up. Godzilla arrived at the heart of the ocean. It came to the important place where the blood of the ocean was pumped into the blood vessels. There is radiation from the center of the earth, which can heal and restore Godzilla's physical strength. This is also the effect brought by God-level transformation. Godzilla became a Protoss. If the planet is injured, it will feel the same. If the planet prospers, it will be extremely powerful. Suddenly, Luo Ji heard the voice of the sea elves. After returning to his senses, he found that several blue whales were swimming alongside him. The huge marine mammals that humans once needed to look up to were now only half the size of Godzilla's arm. They approached them curiously, flinched, and looked very scared, but their eyes were full of wisdom. These are the blue whales that are about to evolve into Leviathan behemoths, and sooner or later, they will also become Titan-class existences. But I have to say that they are fortunate to be able to move forward with the incarnation of the natural consciousness of a planet like Godzilla. Naturally, there's no need to worry about any terrible dangers, and there is no need to guard against the little things who are riding on the Iron Box ship. Harpoon attack. It didn't take long. Luo Ji bid farewell to these lovely sea elves and gradually sank into the deep-sea cold current with heavy salt content. It swims towards the dull darkness, wanders in this almost lifeless salt lake, and walks in the deep reef without sound and whisper. Walk in. The next location is the ruins of Atlantis and the entrance to the ruins of the inner earth. Are you aware of it? When Luo Ji arrived in this area, he saw a large group of ferocious carnivorous fish rushed out of the dark whirlpool. Those were ancient creatures that once lived in the Devonian. Their appearance can be said to give people an unusually ferocious feeling. Over 10 meters in length, it is an evolution of Dunn's fish, one of the top predators of the ocean overlords in the past. To Godzilla, they're like a group of piranhas surrounding a giant crocodile, surrounding it round and round. Oh! Godzilla issued a warning sound, but the group of mutant Deng's fish ignored them. They launched a collective charge, causing the seawater to squeeze and burst. The huge knife-like head armor replaced the teeth. Crush anything. The alien-like exoskeleton head is intimidating, and the huge mouths of the abyss mean they can tear off the flesh and blood of the Titan. But they can't help Godzilla. It's as if the piranha can't break the thick scales of the crocodile. Even at this time, Luo Ji's body is covered with dense mutant monsters, but no matter how they bite, they will eventually have nothing to do. Back radiation hotline. Luo Ji's heart moved, and his whole body began to heat up. Nuclear energy particles began to radiate from underneath the skin layer, and then ignited and detonated in an instant. Internal radiation. A shock wave spread from the inside and out of the monster king's body in all directions, like a shock wave in a circle. All the mutant monster fishes were shattered, even the molecular structure of their cells at the moment they were in contact. Their bodies were fragile, and under that powerful and invincible force, they instantly turned into fragments. Energy reverse absorption. Death is just the beginning. Godzilla can also absorb their energy in the reverse direction, advancing unscrupulously in this sea of darkness. Body size is growing. Luo Ji ignored the voice in his head. He came into the hollow abyss and saw the world from below. There are a lot of strange fish. They are not individuals acting alone, but groups sharing the same nest thinking. They come from that huge blood-red crack, and there's lightning-like light shooting in, which is an interference magnetic field. They come from a lake in the center of the earth. And now, it seems to have discovered a brand new entrance to the world, with countless schools of mutant deep-sea monster fish pouring out from the inside. They did not come alone. The lair originally in the underground world was occupied by other Titan-level monsters. They lost their resting place. Naturally, they would look elsewhere, the ocean on the surface of the earth. These once overlords of the ocean are devastating invaders to the current marine ecology. So the king of the deep sea will never allow them to leave here, bringing new disasters to the sea. Luo Ji summoned the sea elves. He summoned the mutant great white sharks and killer whales in the sea to frantically attack and encircle these mutant ancient fish species. The killer whales are very smart, and they are not afraid of Deng's fish. Even many killer whales that have absorbed atomic radiation are not weaker than Deng's fish. The great white sharks are extremely ferocious. They even return to their ancestors to evolve into a larger size than the ancestor megalodon sharks in the past. I'll leave it to you here. After speaking, Godzilla closed his eyes and listened. Following the senses of the dorsal fin, he felt the storm blowing from the center of the earth and rushing between the two poles. That is from the sun, the wind among the stars. Various winds are blowing in strange ways. They are like vortices, reunited somewhere on the earth and become the source of radiation. System. The Earth-Moon system has been unlocked. The moon draws the tide, as if it draws its blood. At this time, the pale sphere is calling Godzilla, and now Luo Ji can know the growth and decline of all things through the moon. It can perceive this through the dark clouds that breed rain and the scent of withered vegetation in the soil. Every move and every movement of the planet is turbulent. Then, Godzilla shuttled at the entrance of Atlantis, and it came under the extreme abyss. Here are the blood vessels of the earth, the pulse of the earth, the deep and shallow water, the foundation of the earth, and the hollow world are all part of it. For the giant beasts and titans that have existed on the earth since ancient times, the territory is their everything. It's like human beings have been running around to make money to support their families. Losing territory is as miserable as people who have lost their jobs become homeless in the city. For this reason, the titans will also be madly involved because of their territories. If they're so easily take away all places on the surface of the earth. For everything is also a disaster in itself. Therefore, Godzilla, Luo Ji, has also reminded and hinted that humans must defend their territory and compete with the Titans. Only in this way, only when the four-world exterminating demon gods arrive a year later will they have the hope of surviving. Arrive in the hollow tunnel and move on. Came to the depths of the Indian Ocean. Here, Godzilla Luo Ji smelled blood, steel, and oil. There are more and more whale carcasses in the deep sea. They have long been decayed and decomposed. Something in the water has killed them. Luo Ji knows what it is. It felt on its skin. The smell came from metal beasts. It was the greasy dirt excreted by nuclear submarines, but there were also other things. The humans here seem to be more ferocious than the Titans. Only Godzilla knows what they have done here. The corpses of creatures all over the place and the highly polluted sea make the Titans bored, even a trace of fear. He went on. I saw a huge barbed wire cloth in front of it, and it seemed to be catching something. The barbed wire sent a terrible electric current, controlling ascent from the deep sea. Humans paralyzed it with the poison of pollution and bound it with a giant net. But that guy is still alive. Need any help? Luo Ji came near this huge iron net and saw inside him an aquatic titan staring straight at him. The guy's head has a thick, cone-shaped carapace to protect his complex brain tissue. The blood appears green. At this time, the aquatic titan opened his weak eyes and heard a certain domineering low groan. Not far away, there were several nuclear submarines staring at this side. Sure. The aquatic titan motioned to God to silence the sound. It quietly lifted its huge tentacles, revealing a missing nuclear submarine that was entangled by it below. It seems to be hibernating here, so Godzilla will not disturb. To it. If you want time, Godzilla will understand. This aquatic titan possesses superintelligence. It was not captured by humans, but deliberately captured by humans. There's only one purpose of doing so. That is, it likes the creation of human radiation pollution, and then deliberately turns itself into being the captured test subjects were used for research in order to cheat and drink to get a bunch of benefits. 0. Look for flowers. 0. You are smart, but be careful. Human beings are easy to turn their faces. The aquatic titan was a little confused, but it said that everything was under control and seemed very confident. You are here. Don't go anywhere. There is no place in this world where you can rest. There is no place where you can invite you to travel freely and stop you from starving. Next, I will go to other places. Godzilla warned this aquatic titan that it is very smart, but humans are more cunning. We must not let humans be aware of its cleverness. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine what will happen. I see. Upon seeing this, Godzilla nodded, just when he was about to leave. How about you, Your Majesty? The aquatic titan sent out electrocardiographic fluctuations. This was the first time it recognized and looked up at the monster king up close. It came from somewhere in the deep sea and survived 1,000 years after another. It has a long life span dating back to the historical civilization of human beings. The era it dominates is far earlier than the era when modern mankind was born. 0. I have no home. Finished. Godzilla left. The aquatic titan looked at the back of the behemoth of the deep sea in confusion, thinking, doesn't even a titan as powerful as him have his own territory? It is very confused and does not know how it will develop in the future. Do you just pretend to be deceived and deceived under the control of humans? Waiting for your own ending, what will it look like? Luo Ji kept on going. He has circled more than half of the earth. But there is one last place that he must pass through. It is a path through the bones of the world, a path of purification, or a path of destruction. Only Godzilla can break this path. Only the hardest rock can sharpen his dorsal fin, and the bone and stone are one. The mantle, iron meteorites, and magma ocean will become the boiling blood in his body. Yes. Next, Godzilla has to shuttle through the barriers composed of high-temperature and high-pressure layers and natural alloys from one end of the Earth to the other, passing through the crust, mantle, core, and inner core to make it hot. The heart crossed to the extreme iceberg on the other side. He will reach the coldest place on the Earth. Get out of the huge iceberg, smash the endless ice. Let the polar creatures run desperately, as if to avoid some natural disaster, and make the world tremble. It's okay. Animals fear themselves. It is the respect they give themselves. Godzilla has no home, but he belongs here, belongs to this world. Crushing the glacier, stepping on the ice, Godzilla continues to move forward. Wherever he went, he ruled. This will be the last place. Through this, the world will complete the deployment, and all the Titans will stay in their own territory and prosper and evolve together. The Dragon of Chaos, the King of the Earth. Finally, Luo Ji found the most powerful Titan behemoth in the center of the Earth. Godzilla saw it. The blue sea dragon perched on the huge rock under the sea, staring at himself with huge cold pupils. Plus, Godzilla saw it. I saw the huge blue sea dragon perching on the huge rock under the sea. Its name is Chaos Dragon. Its origin is very old. In the Bible, it is described as the dragon of chaos. In Babylonian mythology, it is described as Tiamat, and in the Dragon Kingdom mythology, it is described as dragon. In Buddhist legends, it is Naga. In Norse mythology, it is described as Jemingard, the dragon that surrounds the world. In Mayan mythology, it is the legendary feathered serpent god. It has sharp teeth, its body is as strong as armor, and its mouth is always spitting out cold breath. The nose is smoked, and its character is cold and ruthless, and it is violent and easy to kill. It will look for prey in the ocean and make the surrounding creatures smell it. Discoloration. Myths come from reality, and the Titans correspond to the ancient beasts in the myth. Therefore, the humans of the Iranian civilization in the past were gods in myths like Zeus, Odin, and the Jade Emperor. Compared with these, the origins of Chaos Dragon and Tiamat are not ordinary. It is an existence with the name of Gaia, and its status is equivalent to that of the god of creation. It was born at the time of fate. In this way, if Titan is used to represent the original gods of the past ancient times, the meaning of the original gods collectively referred to as the earth is very clear. Do you want to be the earth? The moment he saw the blue sea dragon, Godzilla let out a huge roar. The appearance of the dragon of chaos is like a dragon-shaped water god, symbolizing the chaos, killing, and destruction of the original creation. Unfamiliar Titan, you just have to bow to my feet. The Chaos Dragon roared like a roar. It was the king of the S-type underground Titan a long time ago, and it was completely worthy of the title of the strongest. Have to admit, she is strong. That huge body was more than 500 meters long, and her scales were like blades, standing deep on it, enough to tear the veins of the earth, penetrate the huge rock, and strangle everything. But Godzilla is stronger. Now the body has reached 240 meters high, 500,000 tons of Godzilla. Counting the tail length is close to 500 meters. I have been the king under the world since ancient times, and surrender to me. So why not? The dragon of chaos roared. She rolled up the ocean storm. In the evolutionary course of earth creatures, had never used any creature to dare to confront her like this. You are too arrogant, Godzilla said. It is said that it is a dragon of chaos, but it is actually a huge dragon and snake, and Luo Ji believed that his Godzilla form is an upright hexagonal warrior. As long as he doesn't wave, how can he lose? Come on, strange Titan, let you see my power. The Chaos Dragon came with a violent sea tornado and instantly engulfed Godzilla. The high-pressure impact of millions of tons made Godzilla difficult to move. At the same time, the picture before Godzilla's eyes quickly rotated, and the sea turned around one after another. A tornado hurricane over a kilometer appeared in the deep sea, and even the sea surface was greatly affected, and the clouds were swept away and disappeared. The Chaos Dragon, which was swimming at high speed, shrank suddenly and wrapped around Godzilla's body like a snake. Cracks appeared in the thick skin of the anti-nuclear bomb. Worthy of being the Chaos Dragon in the Bible, the real Leviathan. Unfortunately, you are going to be the enemy of the world. Godzilla, who was constantly suffering from damage, suddenly raised his head, his pupils locked in front, and mercilessly swung his huge arm to grab it in one direction. The thick, muscle-like arm grasped accurately. The neck of the dragon of primordial chaos, accompanied by a huge burst of power, slammed it to the ground. It takes time, and the monsters like sea snakes and dragons are twisting and struggling violently at this time. Your pattern limits your thinking. It is not me that you want to challenge, but the will of this planet. In other words, you are against the world. The 500,000 tons of the planet Godzilla's mass was firmly suppressed on the body of the Chaos Dragon. Boom! This monster, more than 500 meters long, was ruthlessly stepped on her feet. No matter how she twisted her body, she couldn't break free, letting Godzilla look down at her. Roar! The dragon of chaos opened its mouth, and the breath of poisonous mist condensed in the mouth, which was a terrible breath that could dissolve everything. Godzilla was hit, and his arm melted quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he did not have a trace of fear. He still stared coldly at the eyes of the Chaos Dragon, and then the dorsal fin lit up with a strong light. In less than a second, Godzilla opened his mouth, and the flames of nuclear fusion spurted out. The entire seabed rolled violently, and countless sea waters were evaporated. The terrifying high temperature formed a hot orange halo and spread out, melting the glaciers and evaporating the seabed. Roar! The head of the Dragon of Chaos, which was bombarded by the high temperature, was quickly burned by the high temperature, carbonized and scorched at an extremely fast speed, and finally disappeared in ashes. In the end, only being cruelly crushed, still struggling violently, only a large body of instinct fell heavily on the bottom of the sea, shaking from time to time. The entire head was burned to ashes. But for the monster, this kind of injury is not fatal, but the real fatal is yet to come. Godzilla tore the body of the Chaos Dragon with the tip of his claws, and then bit on it, biting in the pain, and the blue dragon suddenly lit up, and all the rays of light converged towards Godzilla's body. Afterwards, the blue dragon body drive was gradually absorbed, and Godzilla also strengthened his body a little bit by eating. 250 meters, 260 meters, 270 meters, 308 meters. The weight has also soared to about 1.5 million tons. At this point, the planet Godzilla has officially completed its evolution. System: the mission of the God-level transformation series is completed. Task 1. Become the Monster Emperor. Completed. An additional 1 billion points will be awarded to obtain the title of King of Monsters. Task 2. Allocate territories to the Titans. Completed. An additional 1 billion points will be awarded. Task 3. Maintain the order of this planet. Completed. An additional 1 billion points will be awarded. Task 4. Defeat other competitors. Completed. An additional 1 billion points will be awarded. Total: 21 billion energy points gained. System: you have unlocked the 6-star level cap. The current planetary Godzilla can be fused with the immortal grass lizard, has evolved into a high-dimensional monster, Singularity Godzilla. Godzilla Singularity? After seeing the introduction of the system, Luo Ji was taken aback. Superdimensional monster. 6 stars. Godzilla of Singularity is the king of monsters with a very high ceiling. It is a super existence capable of destroying the universe. The body is composed of unknown substances and possesses unmeasurable strength and toughness. It is currently almost no object can destroy it. It can easily withstand high temperatures of hundreds of billions of degrees without being dissolved, and it can transform and absorb most of the energy in the universe. Because it is a high-dimensional monster, it has been extremely destructive since its birth and has to devour enemies from other universes in order to survive. The target of combat power is the existence of high-dimensional monsters such as Star Eater Jadola and the king of the fifth dimension universe Starfish. System: does it consume 30 billion energy points and merge and evolve the Singularity Godzilla? Yes. Evolution is complete. The remaining points of the current host are 10,000 points. Really go back to before liberation. But fortunately, Luo Ji originally planned to leave the Earth for a while after all this was over, because the next Earth will be the time when all things grow and the global mutation has already begun. Take advantage of this time to go to Otherworld and develop it by yourself. Wait for the next return. Just use this true god level monster form to compete with the demon gods. Final break ultimate class, Godzilla 1.0 IME. Name: Singularity Godzilla. Height: 333 meters. Weight: 2 million tons. Breath: all-time ray ultimate hotline. Goodbye my hometown. Luo Ji closed his eyes. He has entered the period of non-compulsory transformation. The 7-day time limit for God-level transformation has come. The world change has already begun. The next step is to let it go and let the world begin to ferment on its own. And he also has to go to another plane. Preparatory force. waiting for the end of the world to come. Start teleporting. Target location destiny continent. Kill. Eat. Absorb. Void predator. In a bush. Luo Ji looked down at his body, a little surprised. It looks like an insect, but not at all. Its body is very unreasonable. Its limbs, flesh and blood, carapace, and claws are not like what can grow from a normal creature. It was like a monster exuding purple mantis, wrapped in a layer of oily exoskeleton. The color of the black-purple shell exuded a sharp aura, pressing the nearby creatures out of breath. The air and sunlight are twisted close to its body, and I don't want to touch it. This form, it is the form of the praying mantis, known as the killer and predator in the insect kingdom. The nearby animals were terrified when they saw it and ran away immediately. The purple-black mantis monster wanted to open his mouth to say something, but in the end he couldn't say anything. After that, he stared at the flowers and plants in front of him, looking up at this strange forest environment. My name, Luo Ji. The purple praying mantis fiddled with the soft tentacles on the top of its head with its feet and limbs. It lifted its hind legs and instinctively walked forward, sweeping its gaze over the tender leaves of unknown plants. It saw a grasshopper-like bug jumping on the plant, as if it came from a hunting instinct. The naked eye could barely see its air-tearing claw. When it came back to its senses, it was discovered that the palm-sized looper had been pierced by sharp claws through its body, trembling slightly. Struggling, without hesitation, the purple praying mantis opened the evil creature's mouth, making a string of crunching noises in its throat. The chowtropic fluid flows out between its teeth and then eats the grasshopper's body in one bite, chews, and swallows it down. So hungry and weak, the purple praying mantis tilted its head and made a sound. He is Luo Ji. When Luo Ji just crossed this world, he was very fragile and hungry. Maybe it was because too much energy was consumed when crossing. In any case, check your own state first. Name, Void Mantis, unevolved. Category, Void Creature. Level, Predator. Countdown, 168 hours. Special talents, Degenerate Growth, Self-Adaptability, Insect Intuition, Hunting Instinct. Derivative Skills, Limb Regeneration, Mimicry Camouflage, Grasshopper Bounce, Breath Perception. System Tip, you are playing a vicious predator from the void, ready to swallow the most potential creatures on this continent. After each hunting, you will absorb the power of the prey and make yourself more powerful. You are most eager to conquer and swallow the strong, especially the beasts that are stronger than you. The purple mantis ignored the sound of the system. Its self-adaptability seems to be instinctive. Soon after entering this forest, it learned the ability of mimesis camouflage and preyed on the unknown grasshopper in its just static state. Preying and devouring the flesh and blood of grasshoppers, adapted and evolved the skill Grasshopper Bounce. If it can prey on other more powerful prey, it will unlock more powerful skills. The host's current data is as follows. Length, 133 centimeters. Weight, 25 kilograms. If the description on the information is accurate, it should now be in a genuinely weakly explosive form. But it doesn't matter. The void is growing, and the void is constantly adapting. Among the many void creatures, no one can embody this characteristic better than Kazik. Kill, eat it, absorbed, then evolve. Transformation, continuous growth, continue to advance, and constantly break through the limits of oneself. The power of evolution makes this horrible existence mutate wildly, instinctively to survive and kill the strong. It's not enough, because its hunting never fails. It has just become hungry now because its evolution has just ended. Need more food. I'm hungry. Luo Ji turned his head and looked around. As long as he stopped eating for a while, his body would become hungry. Activate breath perception. The tentacles on the top of the purple praying mantis's head swayed back and forth, carefully feeling the surrounding breath. The sound of steaming tsue sounded in the bushes. It carefully watched the surrounding scenes and began to slowly move its body the exoskeleton-like purple-black color shell and the branches and leaves of the plant rubbed and made a sound, but its body is also very small, so it acts as if it were ghostly. Before long, Luo Ji's vision gradually darkened. The sun has set, and the sky is darkening. With the darkness enveloped and the slightly cold breeze blowing around, there were more insects in the forest. Some were crickets, some were buzzing, but some snoring caught Luo Ji's attention. The alien mantis monster with rot liquid saliva noticed the irregular swaying of the grass in the distance, but it needs to get close to the pass to know what's going on. Suddenly, a red lambird-like creature drilled out of the grass. As the distance pulled in, Luo Ji's insect-like eyes gradually locked onto the creature's body. It saw several Feng 053 beaks. Birds are gnawing on the rhizomes of unknown plants nearby. Name, front beak bird. Level 1. Threat, it's fiercer than the average wild bird. Maybe it can peck people to death. The systematic explanation is much faster than imagined. Unlike the forest during the day, many insects and small animals have already begun to hunt for food at night, and the predators also start to act at this moment. The purple praying mantis fixed its gaze on the 6 front-beaked birds. 5 small front-beaked birds clustered around a larger front-beaked bird. At this time, they gnawed the roots of plants and then disappeared into the nearby grass. But Luo Ji won't let them escape so easily. The forest at night is full of dangers. A huge purple praying mantis is jumping up, raising its sharp claws, and attacking in the direction of the 6 sharp beaks. With human IQ, it naturally knows how to kill the easiest prey first. Luo Ji effortlessly used his fairly sharp claws to cut the necks of the 2 small front-beaked birds. And then when the 4 front-beaked birds that were frightened reacted, they stepped back and pulled apart. Disappearing quickly in the grass, several jumps climbed onto the tree. Roar! Goo goo! As the parent of the sharp beak, the large sharp beak turned around angrily and looked around in surprise and anger, but did not find any predators hiding in the tree. This group of front birds, although not at the top of the food chain, they are still predators and rarely become prey. At this time, the things that attacked them showed superior hunting skills, which undoubtedly angered them. At this moment, the black shadow hiding in the tree bared his teeth and smiled. It seems that this group of stupid birds haven't found it yet. Come again. When the large front-beaked bird was alerting the surroundings, a sudden black shadow fell from the tree and again took away 2 small front-beaked birds. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow jumped up a thick and twisted tree again, and its claws dragged its body into the canopy silently. It is fast, as if it has been tempered for a long time. It can only briefly catch a glimpse of his back and forth figure, ending the hunt and preparing to eat. 4. Luo Ji crouched in the shadow of the tree, tasting the fear of the air, condensing his gaze, staring at the prey under his nose. He could now more clearly see the fear in the eyes of the large, sharp-beaked bird, as if it was protecting the only remaining child, looking panicked from left to right. Poor guy. The monster shook his head, but instinctively broke out a stronger sense of hunger. The trophies of the small front-beaked bird are not its hunting target, but the large front-beaked bird is its real purpose. Afterwards, a figure stretched its paws towards his face. The large front-beaked bird died, and a monster figure in the darkness slowly stood upright. Behind it, the only remaining small front-beaked youther froze in horror. The stench in the rot between the teeth has diffused, and the alien-like predator turned his head, dripping onto the bright, blood-stained feathers wrapped in fallen leaves. Hello, little guy. But even so, it never stood still. As the monster's shadow swept, the smell of fear stopped abruptly. The last front-beaked bird died. Then it slowly approached these trophies, opened its claws at the Feng bird corpse, squatted next to the corpse, and started eating. The bright and bloody feathers, the scattered dead leaves, and some rancid saliva were mixed on the bones and soil of the front-beaked bird. Late at night, a huge purple praying mantis was walking slowly in the dense forest. After the feast is over, it has evolved to a length close to 180 centimeters, standing upright as tall as a human. After arriving in a clearing, Luo Ji glanced at the night sky subconsciously, and his insect head showed a curious look humanely. Because it has evolved, the eyesight of the praying mantis is very good. At this time, it can clearly see how many stars are in the night sky, but there are 2 moons, one silver and one gray. Leaving the first day on Earth homesick, Luo Ji shook the head of the praying mantis. He has now become a purple insect. The start is such a bad start. Fortunately, he is not on the Earth. The Earth is now undergoing large-scale mutations, and various titan monsters and superpowers are emerging in an endless stream. Compared to the forest where it is currently located, the Earth is still dangerous. No matter, go to sleep. He quickly got into the canopy of a nearby tree and lay on his side, with his claws hooking the branches, and quietly began to rest. The body structure of the void creature is very special. Luo Ji's current experience value is not enough for it to evolve Spicy Sheath or Harvest Claw, and even Insect Wing is not enough skill level. But it doesn't matter, because these will be unlocked soon with the hunt. Because in addition to these big pieces on the body, there are many small pieces of evolution. The grasshopper gave Luo Ji a high jumping ability, and the sharp beak strengthened Luo Ji's whole body bones, including the hardness of the teeth, and greatly contributed endurance recovery. He felt that he was like a wild survival boss, such as Bei Yi and a Yi on Earth. Based on a wealth of theoretical knowledge, Luo Ji felt that it was impossible for him to accidentally die in such a wilderness. Besides, he also entered the mime disguise. This is a peculiar state of concealment. When entering this state, Luo Ji's appearance will be integrated with the surrounding environment. When he approaches a giant tree, he will pretend to be a dead mantis, and when he is close to flowers and grass, he can pretend to be like a flower. Demon flower praying mantis. Breathing is undetectable, and the whole body is static like a dead thing. In this state, it can last for days, nights, or even longer even if it doesn't eat or drink. Furthermore, the blood of insects is cold, so Luo Ji is now a cold-blooded animal. Don't worry about being detected by some heat-sensing creatures. With its eyes closed, the mantis monster lying on the canopy of the tree suddenly moved, like a purple lightning, which instantly slashed on a flying night eagle. Bright. The giant mantis monster opened its eyes, supported its body on all fours. A pair of sword arms clamped the body of the night eagle. At the same time, bit towards its body. The upper and lower jaws bite hard, and instantly ended the life of the night eagle. System, you absorb the night eagle. Along with the system's prompt sound, Luo Ji also obtained 2 brand new derivative skills, Dark Vision and Invisible Threat. Bring home food. Luo Ji tasted delicious. So far, the system gives only one way to upgrade the level, and that is eating. System, the current host can strengthen the claws. It needs to consume 1,000 energy points will it evolve. Luo Ji did not hesitate to choose Evolutionary Harvest Profit. Need time. He felt a snapping sound from the wrist exoskeleton knife arm, and then the sharp claws began to grow rapidly, and a row of hard serrations grew on the foldable mantis arm, and the big knife hook had a climbing down on the end. Hook. Yes, the strength has improved a lot. Luo Ji took the opportunity to act on the evolved Harvest Prophet, Li Hao, and as a result obtained a new derivative skill, Taste Fear. Taste Fear. Derive skills obtained by evolving Harvest Claws. If the prey is in a state of isolation and helplessness brought about by the invisible threat, there is a certain chance that the instant death effect will be added, which will instantly kill the prey and return 50 points of void energy. Additional supplement. After the void energy has been accumulated to a certain level, it can be used to shuttle through the void or unlock the power of the void and other related skills. So please use the harvesting claws to kill the prey and get the energy of the void. If you look at it this way, one day, Luo Ji will become a powerful void monster. As long as it encounters obstacles, it will evolve new and more effective methods to counter and kill its prey. Or, go past these 7 days and then wait for the next form of transformation to come. Current void energy accumulation, 150 points. When the purple light dissipated, Luo Ji felt the influence of the power of the void, which made him seem lighter. System: the host's current bond with the void is deepened, and as a result, he has acquired a new derivative skill, Void Infection. Void Infection: consume 100 points of void energy and attach a piece of void power to the claws. When the power of the void slowly invades the body when hurting the enemy, it affects the enemy's life state. Just as if it is poisonous, it hurts the enemy. After the enemy dies, it will leave a trace of void corruption on the spot. If additional creatures touch this trace, they will be infected again. When Luo Ji waved the harvesting claws subconsciously, a purple-black void corruption appeared on the bark. It seemed that not only living things, but even natural materials could be affected. This power is terrible. Having said that, Luo Ji is still happy in his heart. This is like a poisonous snake, but unlike snake venom, the poison of the void expands and spreads like a plague. It can even turn a forest or a town into a purple-black void of death. Create your own territory and use it to summon other void creatures. In addition, the power of the void on these corrupted grounds can be absorbed by Luo Ji. The power of the void released by him can be used for 2 or 2 for 3. After corrupting a piece of land, it will be like harvesting a wheat field, 053, so absorb them all. From this, you can harvest a huge amount of void energy points to grow and evolve yourself. Certainly, if this trick is used well, it would be a controllable plague cataclysm. If you don't use it well, those creatures that have been infected with the power of the void and have not died run around. It will be a disaster to the entire continent, and then an endless army of void will be born, giving this continent a devastating natural disaster. This is far more terrifying than the undead scourge, and it can be called Void War. So what? If you really encounter a difficult opponent, Luo Ji must first consider how to survive, rather than what kind of terrifying consequences will be caused by the influx of creatures infecting the power of the void. No matter what the consequences are, he is also a member of the void, and it will only benefit him more than the disadvantages. Agba. At this time, boom! A loud sound in the distance interrupted Luo Ji's thinking. At the moment when the sound came out, Luo Ji saw the dazzling fire in the mountains and forests hundreds of meters away. Strong vibrations and shock waves spread towards the surroundings along with the direction of the fire. With the continuous violent impact, Luo Ji found that several trees in the distance had been knocked down. The enemy. A few seconds later, Luo Ji saw a wild boar covered in flames, accompanied by a billowing heat wave passing by the giant tree next to his body. What the hell? Seeing the flaming boar fleeing in the distance, Luo Ji got up with a look of emotion, and then immediately jumped into the depths of the canopy, where he was to hide. Turn on mimic disguise, and it instantly merges with the darkness and surroundings. However, not long after Luo Ji hid, at the traces left by the galloping flaming boar, 3 or 4 dwarf creatures with weapons appeared. They looked like humans with horns, but they were all different. More than 1 meter, a bit like goblins, but stronger like a yordle. Holding the bone mace and the bone axe in their hands, they shouted while chasing the flaming boar frantically, disappearing into the mountains and forests. The wild boar, the dwarf humanoid, which was full of fire, undoubtedly explained to Luo Ji that he had a new source of food. I'm not afraid of causing a fire. Maybe the ground was very damp, and the flame wild boar just had a layer of flame attached to its body, and no more heat waves broke out, and the burning path left by it was not flammable. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji stood on the tree canopy and looked in the direction they came. Looking into the distance, it seems that there are hills and plains at the foot of the mountain, and there are many strangely shaped short buildings, just like the small humanoid villages that you just saw. There is a volcano that is not high or low nearby. There are monsters of the same kind, similar to the flame wild boar. A delicious food. Luo Ji jumped down and followed the burning path towards the flame boar and the few little creatures. Its alien body is very light and fast. Shuttle through the jungle. A few flashes came tens of meters away, and then hid in the shadows and darkness, under the night, peeping at the prey not far in front of the ship. A group of dwarfs are surrounding the burning boar. In a clearing in front of Luo Ji, there were about several short men with bone hammers and bone axes who went up and hammered the wild boar. If it hadn't been for this wild boar to have died or suffered serious injuries, Luo Ji might have done it too. Wouldn't it be easy to challenge it head-on? However, those short men seemed to have tremendous power in them. One of the females was still female. Anyway, the short man who looked like a girl was holding a hammer faster than her and swung it around. When he got up, the whole person turned and hit the flame wild boar with a heavy hammer, only broken. The huge bone cracking sounded through the jungle, and Luo Ji was sure that the wild boar was definitely dead, and the brain and blood were hammered out. What is this F***CK? Are these short guys so fierce? Or are the people in Otherworld a mess? Luo Ji is extremely convinced that he has come to a magical world. With the detection of his senses, he gradually learned the identities of these short men. The Warbone clan, one of the 7 races of the dwarf subspecies, comes from the junction of the Verdant Mountains and the Obsidian Volcano. It is a group of ferocious, aggressive, and proud races. System suggestion: kill, eat, absorb. You can evolve the muscles of the luxuries. Threat: for the current host, it is slightly higher. After the dwarfs slaughtered the flame boar, they had an accident. One of them seemed to be arguing about something. He pointed at the wild boar, then yelled, and then pointed at himself, as if saying that the wild boar was hunted down by him. The other dwarf creatures also joined in the quarrel, and then directly scuffled together and slapped each other. Boom, boom. You click, he clicks. And it was an all-out slap unreservedly. The beard of the little creature was about to fly, but it seems that they have a tacit habit of fighting, that is, putting weapons on the ground. No matter how angry, they will not easily pick up weapons. But this is undoubtedly good news for Luo Ji. There are 4 dwarf creatures in total. Not surprisingly, it can sneak and kill 2 fighting guys in an instant, and then it has to face the other 2 dwarf creatures. But the problem is not big, either 1v4 or 1v2. There is no doubt that Luo Ji chose the latter. Mimicry is the means by which most insects live, and Luo Ji took this method to the extreme. Now he looks like a beautiful and harmless plant, blooming slowly like an orchid. Once the prey is taken lightly, it will use deadly blades and vine thorns to make enemies the blood blooms like a flower. Come here, get closer. Whispering in his heart, like a bewilderment, Luo Ji deliberately made some movement. Something. The 2 dwarfs are with everyone. One is trying to fight, and the other is guarding the corpse of the flame boar. But at this time, they are attracted by the movement of the grass on the side. Then, the silly little creature directly explored the grass with his face and walked towards Luo Ji's location unsuspectingly. Very well, you are dead. Almost in an instant, the orchid plant in the grass, suddenly violent, raised the harvesting claws high and cut the head of the isolated short man in an instant. Without even making a sound, his body was still looking to move, and then puff fell to the ground. First drop of blood. To Luo Ji's surprise, 1 person died, and the 3 little creatures were still arguing and fighting. Then we have to kill you all. What a pity. Because it is a void creature, eager to fight and like to kill. Just indulge your desire once. Luo Ji thought inwardly, walking in the direction of the dwarf demi-human. Humans with horns seem to have not realized the fear aliens that are gradually approaching behind them. Because for the predator mantis, once they make a move, it is inevitable. Killing a blow does not give people a chance to react at all. Once again, the blood spattered, and the second little creature fell in a pool of blood. But it also attracted the attention of the 2 short creatures who were fighting. But before they could react, Luo Ji showed an extremely fast burst speed. The power of the void. Taste the fear. The huge, sharp harvesting blade shone with dark purple light, like the power of magic. And with the high swing of the huge sickle, it instantly cut off the arm of the dwarf who was about to take up the weapon. Immediately afterwards, the monster's shadow swept and did not choose to kill the person at the first time, but turned to another target, tore her body behind her. The sickle-like claws directly penetrated the heart. Void infection. It can be seen to the naked eye that her back blood vessels have turned dark purple, and then the skin of her whole body has turned into a weird condition that emits purple light. The water-like substance finally disappeared on the ground. Damn monster! Right now, Luo Ji heard the little creature with the broken arm shouting, because when he had just absorbed these people, he had unlocked 2 derivative skills: dwarf language and strength muscle. Eat, digest, then evolve. The purple alien monster with the rot in his mouth turned his head, looking at the only injured dwarf left, and approaching step by step. He could clearly feel the intense fear emanating from the opponent. You damn monster, go to death. The opponent was extremely frightened, and although he was afraid, he did not retreat. After all, he came from a ferocious, aggressive, and arrogant race. He grabbed the battle axe with the remaining arm, glaring at Luo Ji at this time, and rushed over quickly. Seeing this scene, the purple alien smiled, and a sharp explosion sounded. You are not worthy of being absorbed. When the purple light appeared on the scythe-like harvesting claws, the power of the evil void was about to move again, and at this time it began to speed up and swept forward, and a side shift easily flashed past the tomahawk wielded by the dwarf, followed by the hook. He tore his shoulders and fell behind him with a piece of flesh and blood. What are you? Before he finished speaking, the dwarf moved forward, and the vital signs disappeared. I am the void from the darkness. After speaking, after glanced at the dwarf corpse on the ground, Luo Ji disappeared with the corpse of the flame boar and began to slowly taste the delicious prey that had been plundered. System, you absorb flame boar, level 2. System, fusion of genes from new species to gain the ability to increase flame resistance. System, get the derivative skill corrosive acid. Your blood, saliva, etc. have strong acid effects, which can cause long-range damage to the enemy. System, acquired the derivative skill void spikes, and you have abomination spikes growing on your shoulders. You can launch spikes with explosive effects now. New mission, evolve the scabbard. Task requirements, kill 1 creature of level 4 or higher, which can evolve the void scabbard, and the regeneration speed of the abomination spike is greatly increased, and the power is increased. Level 4 creature. Luo Ji raised his head and looked at the sky outside the gap in the dense forest. His mouth made a unique hissing sound. The world he is in. It's called Destiny Continent. It's not so much a continent. It's an abbreviation because the world view it is in is very large, with a very complicated number of planes, magic fields, foreign regions, etc., and the Destiny Continent is just the center of these planes. In many there are conveyor belts that shuttle between each other. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. There are ancient evil things here, as well as the mother of monsters. A strong man who has become a god. In a word, the summary is, in this world, the 3 pillar gods of Cthulhu are all middle gods. It means that the existence of Nyarlathotep, Yug Sotos, and Gauze Nicholas can only be regarded as medium. In other words, this is the stage where Luo Ji can freely exert his strength in the future, because there are big bosses above 10 stars in this world. The classification here is very strict. Levels 1 to 10 are all mortal. Level 10 to 20 is called the Legendary Realm. Level 20-30, known as the Subgod Domain. At level 30, it is called the Realm of True Gods. Up to level 30, each level up is equivalent to a qualitative change. At this time, the level of the Godhead is promoted, and there is no comparison, because God abuses mortals and mortals casually. To put it bluntly, gods cast spells with divine power, and magic is only managed by gods, giving mortals a mechanism for casting spells to provide a source of energy. Luo Ji's Shadow Demon King is the intensity level of about 30, and there are 35, 40, and even higher levels, but they belong to the real sense of the Big Brother level. God, they are all managed by them, such as Sat Hos, which are just place names in a field. They influence the fate of the world and even the order of the multiverse. The existence of level 45 and above is probably equivalent to seeing a world's richest man pretending to be a beggar and experiencing life in reality, which is almost impossible. To put it bluntly, the strength of everyone below level 30 is not much different. You're not qualified to meet you up to level 30. If you really meet you, you are basically kneeling. So, the strength of level 4 creatures given by the system is actually reasonable, but it also belongs to the more difficult existence. The strength of level 4 creatures is comparable to the young dragon level in the Dragon Clan, and it's still the kind that can breathe fire. If it is a monster, its size is estimated to be comparable to that of Tyrannosaurus. At present, Luo Ji has only felt this kind of breath near the obsidian volcano, so is also the existence of the Flame Boar King level. By the way, the level of Kazik who Luo Ji transformed into is only level 3. The 5th chapter, Evolution Battle, Void Mantis versus Sandstorm Giant Scorpion. Although Destiny Continent is just an ordinary plane, it includes many separate worlds. It is like the main material plane in Dungeons & Dragons. There are many complex deities and planes around, like Cthulhu's Calling of the Devil's core as Sad Hose. In this world, it only belongs to the existence of place names. For example, Exterior God Realm, Dark Continent, Unspeakable Abyss, etc. And Cthulhu in this place name is Sathos Province, plays an existence similar to Shur, Village Head, Veteran Cadres, etc. And those dark inhabitants are Cthulhu family members, products, alien demons, and so on. If it is really called Thedos Province, then Yug Sotos should be Yug Shur-Chong. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to call it 053 in real situations. This is just an example. That's it. If Luo Ji really chose the Cthulhu transformation of the Cthulhu series, he would have to be a village chief or mayor. In short, the above is purely speculation, and the actual product shall prevail. As for the worldview of other planes, I will slowly explain it later. Back to the topic. Luo Ji's current location is a remote place on the northwest side of the Destiny Continent, with verdant forests and obsidian volcanoes nearby. His starting position is the Green Forest. The next place to go is Obsidian Volcano. Because there are many powerful creatures near this volcano, it can hunt unscrupulously. If it can evolve from the Predator level to the Advanced level, then Luo Ji will be the leader of the Void creatures. If it can evolve to the Lord level, then it will be a general second only to the Void Lord. The rank of the ranks in the Void creatures is also of the Major General level. But if there's another qualitative change, it surpasses the Maharaja level and evolves into the Domination level. Then he has the final say in the entire domain of the distortion of the Void. Put aside those unrealistic ideas. As a mantis-shaped monster of a Void creature, wanting to surpass the Void Lord and become the master of the Void overnight is simply wishful thinking. The virtual spirits will probably laugh out loud after listening. So it's better to keep your feet on the ground, to evolve killing, and to grow step by step. Near Obsidian Volcano, on the barren ground, there are high-temperature sands and stones everywhere, and there seem to be many gray-yellow obstacles here. Luo Ji thinks that the purple-black skin of it now looks quite eye-catching. Mimic disguise. Luo Ji stayed still on the spot for a few seconds, and the shell and body were changing a little bit. He seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. Although it looked like a praying mantis, it didn't mean it was a low-level creature like an insect. As a void creature, evolutionary ability is super strong. But at this moment, Luo Ji's antennae suddenly sensed movement and began to tremble as a warning. There is something under the wasteland. Luo Ji couldn't help but lower his head. Next moment, a terrifying scene broke out from the ground. He saw a huge gray-brown giant scorpion with a body length of more than 7 meters drilled out, a pair of thick and strong claws, and cold, gleaming tail spurs, making it look extremely dangerous. Name: Sandstorm Giant Scorpion. Level 3. Threat: Moderate. Through the system, Luo Ji saw the detailed information of this scorpion. Its stinger was ready to attack, and its size was more than 3 times larger than himself. Jungle mantis versus jungle scorpion? Suddenly encountered in this volcanic sulfur valley, it seems that he will either fight or retreat. The opponent is obviously a fighter-type opponent, and he is an assassin-type killer. If he can avoid the scorpion's venomous tail spur, or take the lead in suppressing the scorpion's tail spur, then you can easily end its life. Do you think you're the crystal pioneer? Luo Ji immediately stared at the giant sandstorm scorpion that was forced to come. Sharp and poisonous spines spurted from the ground, as if to pierce his flesh and blood and split his bones. But with the help of super bounce ability, Luo Ji easily dodges the swing of the stinger. Too slow. In addition to the fast attack speed of the stinger, the giant scorpion is a giant scorpion after all, and there is no way to be more flexible than the praying mantis. Not to mention that the attack speed of the praying mantis is faster. Almost just a flash of afterimages. The power of the void is attached, isolated and helpless, and tastes fear. Under the connection of this variety of derivative skills, Luo Ji calmly and easily cut off the giant scorpion's tail, Thorn 0. The pain came, and the sandstorm giant scorpion trembled. But its 2 tongs waved in Luo Ji's direction, seeming to be violent, and suddenly speeding up like a desperate fight. Void spikes. Luo Ji didn't retreat, but moved forward, rushing into the attack range of the scorpion, and then aimed at its head to shoot a deadly spike on his shoulder. The transparent, blood-like liquid flowed out of the giant scorpion and quickly turned into white protein. The sandstorm giant screamed painfully. After a few seconds, as the power of the void began to spread unscrupulously in the body, its vitality is dying. Luo Ji immediately waved his harvesting claws, and a terrifying noise rang out. It began to absorb the dying giant scorpion. System: you kill the sandstorm giant scorpion, level 3, and obtain the derivative skill Crystal Armor, which can increase the hardness of the exoskeleton and obtain a crystal-like texture, which is extremely hard. Need time: the body of the mantis monster has undergone earth-shaking changes. A crystal shell has grown on the surface, and the harvesting claws have become stronger. On the blade, there are many sharp barbs with a crystalline texture. It is highly toxic and extremely dangerous. 1.0. The fittest survive. Luo Ji raised the arm of a praying mantis. The blade on his wrist became extremely sharp, especially the newly born crystal thorn, which can easily pierce the skin of creatures, and it is highly poisonous, which can be fatal in an instant. At the tip of the blade, there's a mobile phone like a human being used to grab prey and climb. Only, compared with these evolutions, what Luo Ji wants now is to let himself evolve a real worm wing so that he can get rid of spring legs and achieve a real leap. But evolving worm wings is much more difficult than evolving claws. This is a revolutionary evolution, and it needs to be at least level 5 to evolve the real worm wings. Level 4 is the evolution of spurs. As for level 6, that's the time to unlock Void Assault. Near the deserted obsidian volcano, remnants of flames and smoke. The dark red magma spewed out in the blanket of billowing black smoke, and the loud rumbling sound was pressed to the surrounding layers. The monster, Luo Ji, came here, and now its alien praying mantis's body has undergone subtle changes, allowing it to acquire new abilities of heat and fire resistance, and this ability can also make it in this hot environment survive. The sun is about to set, and the gorgeous sunset has dyed the horizon red. But here is near the volcano. Even if it is dark, it will still be bright red. Dangerous breath perception. Luo Ji keeps searching for terrifying creatures nearby, but the highest level creature he can find so far is the Flaming Boar King, level 4. It was a huge red pig with huge fangs and a burly body. It looked like Sue's skin and looked very difficult. But compared to this, Luo Ji saw a scene that shocked him. Although extremely rare, there are indeed several habitats for dragons of fire elements in the Flaming Smoke Zone. Just as Luo Ji wanted to get close to the crater, a giant dragon suddenly fell from the sky. It is the first time I have seen such a powerful creature. The inner warning made Luo Ji temporarily stop in place, and did not continue to approach, but peered at the giant dragon from the sidelines. Name: Fire Dragon, Female Adult. Level 9. Threat: Extremely high. Innate skills: Burning Dragon Breath, Sonic Boom, Flame Storm, Chuyin Technique, Meteor Burst, Dragon Deterrence, Pyrotechnics, Smashing, Roaring. The Flame Dragon is an elemental creature composed of elemental rage, flame power, and scorching energy. Their ancestors came from the Scorched Hell, an infinite plane composed of lava-spraying volcanic peaks and terrifying lava. From the outside, its body has strong muscles, conveying an unshakable feeling. It looks like broken obsidian and hot magma, arranged in a mottled pattern of red, orange, black, and gray on the whole body. Its huge wings seem to be made of ashes. Although it is thin and fragile on the outside, it can fully bear the huge weight of the dragon in the sky. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Luo Ji looked at the opponent's level, and then lowered his head to stare at his sharp claws. He thought to himself that if he didn't have the blessing of the power of the void, his attack on the dragon scales would also be scraping Gusha. Now is not the time to challenge the dragon. And that fire dragon is definitely a carnivore. Although it is now devouring pure minerals and absorbing energy, if you get closer, you will inevitably not find yourself. Luo Ji waited another half an hour like this. He decided to wait for the fire dragon to leave the lair to hunt down the nearby flaming boar king. Speaking of which, he was very curious. Why does this giant dragon allow the wild boar king to move freely on its territory? Does the dragon also ban domestic animals? It protects the habitat of this group of flaming boars, or maintains the ecological order of the entire volcanic area, and then eats the disobedient guys, the eliminated prey, and the fearless intruder. It seems very possible, because Luo Ji can clearly feel a piece of extraordinary wisdom in the flame dragon. It is very smart. It looks like this at present. Boom! Far away, Luo Ji heard the sound of the flame dragon flapping its wings like a volcanic eruption. It made a boiling and hissing sound, and then quickly flew towards the sky, seeming to start patrolling it. The territory is gone, flying towards the distance. But at this moment, behind an impenetrable black rock, Luo Ji saw several humans emerging. They were not the little demi-humans they had seen before, but genuine humans. The way to judge that they are human is very simple, because they wear camouflage heat-resistant armor, a long gun-like weapon on their back, and a wizard-like character holding a staff. They seem to be here. Waited a long time. Everyone wore an infamous magic cloak, which seemed to be able to hide their breath. I'm superhuman. Luo Ji was surprised and surprised inside. Following him, the few humans crept into the cave at the bottom of the Volcano 053 and looked at the few dragon eggs in the flame dragon lair. Dragon eggs are not only something other dragons want to destroy, Dragon Clan is serious, but also a priceless treasure beyond imagination. So there are many people who are fearless or not minded want to try their luck. For many years, dozens or more of the thieves of Chiron eggs have become the scorched meal in the mouth of the flame dragon. It seems that today's thieves have an extraordinary origin. They are obviously planned and very patient. In order to complete the plan of stealing the dragon eggs, they prepared a large number of precious magic props, as well as breath-masking agents. And the action was not at all muddle-headed, very fast. Throwing down the fishing rope, the lightly outfitted thieves quickly landed to the bottom of the valley and ran towards the dragon's nest. They seem to have calculated how long it will take for the blazing dragon to patrol around. The wizards or magicians who follow will have been chanting words while holding the magic scroll in their hands and have been preparing for escape moves. Hurry up, that dragon is coming back. The thief who looked into the sky said anxiously at this time that if they fail this time, they will definitely be alert to the fire dragon, and they will not be able to fly at that time. Bring the dragon egg quickly. We use the teleport scroll to escape from this area. The dragon will track our breaths sooner or later. We only have a few minutes to escape from this mountain. Otherwise, the jungle we pass by will be ignited by the dragon's anger. Found it. The thief below the volcanic cave yelled, and then a man in heavy armor suddenly pulled the rope and brought him to the ground. Roar! The huge dragon roar sounded at the end of the sky. It seemed that the moment the dragon egg was taken away, it attracted the flame dragon's attention. Run away. It found it. You come and hold the dragon egg. Seeing the fire dragon returning, the thieves panicked. They handed the huge dragon egg to the mage to hold it tightly. The others began to quickly clean up the surrounding atmosphere, throwing ropes and equipment into the volcano and burning it down. If they don't do this, they will leave a breath, and with the power of the flame dragon, they may be chased to the ends of the world and suffer devastating revenge. Start teleporting. This mage, who had suddenly gotten good luck, hugged the huge dragon egg tightly, and at the moment when he felt the terrifying heat fall from the sky, he disappeared into the twisted magic circle with the other two companions. Boom! Along with the devastating fluctuations of the sonic force field, the huge flame breath fell with the sound of the sonic boom, and as the flame dragon swooped past, an area of the cone of the earth was completely burnt. Far away, Luo Ji felt a bang in his head. It seemed that half of the fire damage and half of the phonological damage were contained in the breath just now. Not only that, after seeing the dragon egg being stolen, the flame dragon burned in anger. At this time, it sprayed a linear disintegration ray toward the sky. Just like Godzilla's atomic breath, everything that was hit by the hotline disintegrated into fly ash. Are you going to catch up? Luo Ji stared at the fiery dragon leaning down, sniffing some scent nearby. Then it raised its head, as if locked in a coordinate, suddenly leaped into the air, spreading its ash-like wings in mid-air, and accompanied by the eruption of high-heat flame, chasing in one direction of the mountain at a speed beyond sound. Away! It seems that it has discovered the whereabouts of the group of robbery dragon eggs. It's awesome. When the flame dragon pursued the few escaped humans, a volcanic black stone, disguised by Luo Ji's mimicry, gradually deformed and escaped from it. It looks like, in a short time, the fire dragon is unlikely to return, and he can also take advantage of this time to quickly clean up all the useful resources in the volcano. And by the way, check if there are any dragon eggs left. It did not hesitate to ran towards the dragon pit lair. With a slight leap, he landed in the cave and saw the remaining dragon egg. Suddenly, Luo Ji showed his joyful gaze. Sorry, humans are extremely cunning. This sentence also seemed to ironic myself. But the dragon egg is so fragrant. It can evolve. Just considering the safety, Luo Ji doesn't plan to eat it here, but find a place where there is no danger to enjoy it slowly. This act of stealing dragon eggs is too exciting. But it seems that Luo Ji has overlooked a problem. That is, since the fire candle dragon is the overlord here, when it leaves, why does it not let the surrounding monsters guard this place? Then, just when Luo Ji was about to jump into the volcanic pit and run away with the dragon egg, near the crater, several huge figures suddenly appeared, including the flame boar king, fire creatures, sandstorm giant scorpions, molten monsters. Countless low-level monsters appeared. I'm super finished. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and a battle was about to break out. Luo Ji couldn't help taking 2 steps back. If he jumped right now, he would definitely be besieged, and there was a magma lake behind him. Is a bloody battle inevitable? The answer is no. I'm sorry, I just hang up. System. Do you use the Shadow Dragon Crocodile Gareth 3-star transformation card? Yes. Luo Ji showed a cold smile that is exclusive to bad guys. At this moment, it instantly transformed into a huge Alpha Titan monster over 100 meters in size, like a spiny-backed dragon monster, and it occupies 1/10 of the space in the crater, which is completely equivalent to 10 times the size of the Flaming Boar King. NS. Name: Gareth the Shadow Dragon Crocodile. Level: 15, Legendary Realm. Transformation countdown, 120 seconds. Please don't get me wrong. The reason why the transformation time is so short is that this is a special transformation card, not Luo Ji's own form, but a kind of trophies, so it will continue to consume energy points, coupled with its high level. Therefore, after Luo Ji traveled to this world, there were very few energy points left, all of which were used for the 6-star character Godzilla singularity before evolution. Therefore, the transformation time of Shadow Dragon Crocodile is destined to not be too long. Ultra-high heat uranium can breathe. Even so, with the intention of killing as many volcanic creatures as possible before escaping here, Luo Ji raised his head and turned up the earth with a breath, which was more powerful than the fire dragon before. The powerful nuclear fission breath instantly caused a devastating blow to the surrounding monsters. Nonsense. The 15th level boss kills a group of monsters below the 4th level. Was it not to kill in a flash? Even if the flame dragon is here, it is estimated that it will not last long. Li Hao, you killed the flame boar king. You killed the sandstorm giant scorpion. You killed the fire elemental rock monster. Even with so many monsters, perhaps dozens of them, the energy points converted after their deaths are not enough for the energy consumed by this breath. So in the moment when the transformation time is greatly reduced, Luo Ji released the transformation form in advance to prevent unexpected needs, and then turned into a huge purple cockroach monster holding the dragon egg, and quickly slipped away in the direction of the green forest. Sleeping, I really can't afford it. After feeling a handful of legendary realm, level 15, what kind of experience it is in this world. Back to the green forest, holding the dragon egg. Absorbed. In this way, the void mantis, Kazik, can evolve again. Go straight to level 6. System, flame dragon egg detected. Is it absorbed? Yes. System, the current level of the host is increased, and it will evolve to this level soon. Time passed slowly. The void marauder has evolved again. A tingling sensation spread all over the body. Luo Ji's body shall slowly shed a layer of skin, and its body shape enlarged a whole circle. But it was not over yet, and he started peeling again for the second time. Is this the rhythm of 2 consecutive upgrades? System, the host can currently evolve Void Scabbard and Void Worm Wing, whether to evolve. Yes. Luo Ji chose yes without hesitation. Next moment, a sense of tearing came from behind, and the purple mantis's appearance extended a pair of insect love, which looked extremely tough, as thin as a cicada's wings, as sharp as a magic weapon, and pierced with a sharp cold light. With the end of evolution, the worm wings seemed to become more crystal clear and more solid. Not only that, the void scabbard on the shoulders has become much larger, and the number of spikes has also increased a few, and now it seems that it can fire bursts and multiple bursts of spurs. It tried to flutter the 053 wings a few times, the air vibrated, and it suddenly jumped to a high place. In other words, Luo Ji now has the ability to fly. By the way, Wormwing seems to have a means of attack, but you can try it. Luo Ji thought to himself that his wings suddenly opened and closed, cutting towards the lush green tree aside. Huh, there was a soft noise. Luo Ji only felt a tingling sensation from the roots of the wings. Immediately, he saw that the tree collapsed to the side, and it was cut open easily. The cut was neat and smooth, showing the high sharpness. Is this the power of the advanced class? It seems to be comparable to the legendary transformation. Luo Ji was surprised again and again. He felt that now he had finally evolved to a level comparable to the legendary form, and the rarity should have reached 3 stars. Name, Void Predator. Level, Advanced Level, Level 6. Height, 217 centimeters. Ultimate Skill Unlocked, Void Assault. Void Assault. When the skill is activated, it will consume 500 points of void energy, which can shuttle into the void instantly, and will appear from the void after 1 second. There is no cooldown limit, but each activation requires 500 void energy. Looking at the description of the ultimate skill, Luo Ji felt that this trick was good or not, but it was too energy-consuming. With all the void energy points it currently stores, it can only be released 3 times. But it seems that it can continue to evolve. For example, if you evolve Dynamic Concealment, then the stealth duration of Void Assault will be increased to 2 seconds, but the disadvantage is still expensive. Because evolution and enhancement are the same, it consumes void energy points. System all. Enhanced materials are as follows. Strengthen insect wings, strengthen claws, strengthen scabbard, strengthen muscles, strengthen outer armor, etc. Each part can be strengthened, and it consumes 1,000 energy points, but starting from level 2 up, each level of improvement is doubled, becoming 10,000, 100,000, and million points. In theory, there is no upper limit for strengthening, only if you can afford this burden. Void points can be exchanged for energy points. There are many ways to obtain. The easiest way is to kill. But killing is not the fastest way to obtain it. Luo Ji studied for a while. He discovered that there is a way to quickly obtain the points of the power of the void. That is, to use the void infection skill to infect other creatures. And then that creature dies. The void will actively look for other nearby creatures and continue to infect. This is the ability to quickly clean up mobs in a large area. It's essentially killing, and there is nothing to do with it. However, the key point is that the power of the void, Agba, cannot kill all lives. Monsters and corrupted void humans. In this case, Luo Ji loses money because the power of the void that has finally expanded is attached to other creatures, which is equivalent to being lost. But if you think from the perspective of a human being, it makes a big difference. Luo Ji calls this investment. He used the power of the void to infect the creature A. Instead of dying, he became its host. In this way, A who is corrupted by the void would become ferocious and terrifying and kill other creatures. Then A began to become stronger and stronger. At this time, if Luo Ji follows the mark of the void and finds the stronger A, kills it and absorbs it, or gets something like an extra bounty, it will gain a large amount of void power, thereby gaining higher returns than directly killing A in the past. I'm such a genius! Luo Ji felt that this method was feasible, so he began to choose suitable hosts. In the green forest, a huge purple praying mantis walked and shuttled upright on 2 legs. He found a human-eating snake and corrupted it with the power of the void. System, you successfully corrupted the green forest anaconda and evolved into the snake of the void. Of course, Luo Ji did not stop because of this. He went on looking for other corrupt individuals that he felt was valuable, and then he saw several ferocious carnivorous creatures. System, you successfully corrupted the raging porcupine, evolved into a void sting. System, you successfully corrupted the giant pincer beetle and evolved into a void beetle. Any creature can get gifts from the void, and, at the same time, they will be rewarded by the void. Luo Ji has gifted these creatures with great power, but they will give themselves enough void energy and even life in the future. In short, after finishing all this, Luo Ji successfully corrupted about 15 individuals in total. 143 died accidentally, with a mortality rate close to 90%. The plants and animals in the entire verdant forest were dyed purple. I have to say that the Void family has a very strong dyeing ability. No matter what color the animals and plants originally are, after being corrupted by the Void, they all become dark purple skin, which is more scary than Thanos. But this hideous, terrifying purple skin also represents their emptiness. At the same time, somewhere on the purple skin, there's a mark like a worm head, which means that they are the dependents of Luo Ji, meaning slaves, derivatives, and the identity of the gifted. Then next, it's time to leave here. The green forest has been explored, and the obsidian volcano is almost over. Luo Ji's next purpose. It is to go to the depths of the boundless destiny continent to find more powerful existences. That's all. Luo Ji left the green forest, but he didn't know how much his actions had inadvertently affected this place. Later, the green forest became a dead wasteland, which was called the Land of the Void. The obsidian volcano has also turned into a terrifying dark abyss. Those that emit purple shimmer are contaminated ores, and there are some void creatures gathered all around. From the place of life, from the very beginning, this place has become a fascinating abyss. A human wizard named Marza caught a glimpse of the dark core in the depths of the void in this ruin, and was given new powers and goals. He became a vanity prophet and regarded himself as a shepherd of lost lambs, bringing others into the corral, or releasing the phantom creatures hiding in the underground to destroy the surrounding villages. He also became the first human being corrupted by the void. It's just that Luo Ji and transformed into other monster forms at that time. So the people who carried the scapegoat could not find him. In the end, people could only attribute all the faults and the threats brought by the void to this prophet and launched a game. Battle. In the battle, a man lost his wife and daughter and became a puppet of the void. Later, his daughter grew up and became a hunter and set out to hunt down the void creatures. Of course, all of this is a future story. Luo Ji nowadays has already run away. In the next action, Luo Ji had vaguely heard the sound of the void creatures being killed for energy points. He gave other creatures the ability of the void. When the corrupted void creature kills its prey, a few energy points will be transferred to Luo Ji's body through the link of the void. Your corrupt creature, void snake killed, bighorn deer, you got 100 extra void points. Sounds like this sounded at every turn, which was really annoying. So Luo Ji directly blocked these prompts, allowing the void points to slowly increase in the background. Is this the joy of being a capitalist? What a vampire! Before long, Luo Ji, a huge purple praying mantis, entered the plain area. Unlike the forest and volcanic terrain, the plain is too empty. So Luo Ji turned his surface into a color that blends with the surrounding environment like a plant, mimicking it as a green carapace. After putting on a new skin and plain suit, Luo Ji's exploration is fairly smooth. There are not many powerful monsters on the plain, and there are several new varieties. Is that a slime monster? He saw a green weird creature wriggling on the ground. It looked like a green skin, and there was a weak core in the body that looked like its heart. Forget it, just call you a slime. Luo Ji named the creature he saw for the first time and gave up his plan to absorb its genes. Because it doesn't seem to provide me with any benefits, and it's definitely ugly. He encountered several other magical creatures, and while flying in the sky, he also had a preliminary understanding of the nearby terrain. Not all monsters are lurking in the green forest and nearby mountains. Many of them live in various places, such as deserts, mountains, swamps, canyons, lakes, plains, and other natural environments. The wild is also very dangerous, full of all kinds of creatures. An abandoned dwarf tower is located on a solitary mountain, and the underground tunnels of the hill are now full of dwarf creatures like goblins and goblins. A ruin full of vines is located in the jungle, and weird creatures like the demon order occupy the surroundings. A blue demon bird's nest built from the wreckage of a carriage is located on a stone mound. A new virgin forest, guarded by a group of treants, or corrupted by a group of inferior werewolves who worship demons. There are so many strange things in this world. With just less than a minute of observation, Luo Ji has obtained so many clues. He even saw the human town with the birthplace of civilization dozens of kilometers away, and the moving merchant carriages and mercenary teams. This world is more magnificent than he imagined, and conclusions can be drawn only from the ecology of these monsters. As for why Luo Ji fell from the sky, there was no reason to continue flying, mainly attributed to a cyan giant monster bird with feathers entwined with blue electric light. That guy is a sky dancer. Although he is not close to the level of observing it, it feels like a monster that is quite difficult to deal with. Luo Ji on land, it's not afraid, but in the sky, the mantis's flying ability is more inclined to taxi, and it has already lost half of its maneuverability. So, look for flowers 0.0. However, after Luo Ji fell on the ground, he was not afraid of the green monster bird attacking it, because as long as the other party dared to come to the ground, he would tell the guy what a spike is. Because the green demon bird hits the ground in a few moments, Luo Ji only needs to enter the void assault state, let himself disappear in the space, appear behind the opponent, and kill directly from his back. Even if the void predator, level 6, does not have the qualifications to be the king and hegemon on this land, it is definitely not a weak monster. Most of the general creatures are below level 3. The end of Luo Ji is basically a death. Then, while walking, Luo Ji encountered a group of human caravans attacked by the dugworm, level 3. 0. They seemed to come from another town. On the road, the ground collapsed, and the digger used its strong jaw to dig a winding tunnel in the ground, and then waited for the bait of its prey. As the huge mud raged, the monster that looked like a huge multi-legged insect grabbed the horses with its long tentacles, and then the sharp claws ripped their flesh and blood. Was eaten. A group of mercenaries chose to fight the earthworms in order to protect the merchants. Luo Ji used a far-sighted reconnaissance to check their strength and level. As expected, the level of human beings is only between level 1 and 2. Normal humans are at level 1. Those who have been trained and whose physique is comparable to that of special forces are considered to be level 2. Because the level of human power depends a lot on the weapons in their hands, the level does not tell everything. As long as they are well equipped, they can easily kill monsters that are much higher than their level. Even if a group of people are here, fully armed, even if it's a level 4 flame boar king, maybe it can be killed. It's just that the land digger is over 6 meters in size, and it is very huge. It digs underground indiscriminately, rushing out of the wilderness to attack humans from time to time. What? Luo Ji heard screams coming from near the carriage. The merchant's wife and daughter hid in the carriage shivering, and 7 or 8 mercenaries guarded the underground digger with their swords outside. 2 horses died tragically in front, and the wheels sunk into the ground. So next, what will happen? 10. In fact, when the digger digs underground, it will leave a narrow and unstable tunnel, just when it attacked the group of humans. Luo Ji went to the tunnel and moved underground. He quickly found the shells of the digger, the hatched eggs, the infiltrating prey remains, and a large number of scattered gold and silver jewelry. Luo Ji came to this world for only one purpose. The purpose of the Void Predator is to allow the Void to infiltrate the Destiny continent and devour the most potential creatures on this continent. In other words, this is the main task: develop the scale of the Void, and evolve to become the Void Lord and Void Lord. However, the next moment, it's like responding to one's own position. In a muddy road, the space faintly distorted, and Luo's 0, 5th, and 3rd series instantly entered the void. When he appeared again, he came to the ground as if flashing through a wall. Hunting, it started. The sharp claws that flashed from the void in an instant pierced the heart of the mercenary, followed by the terrifying sickle, harvesting one life after another. The monster has appeared again. The merchant screamed. The mercenary's blood sprayed, knelt to the ground, and died. But it's not over yet. The ground was rumbling, and the earth digger seemed to be unexpectedly, suddenly appearing other monsters here. It suddenly felt the crisis and charged in Luo Ji's direction. However, this huge dark purple praying mantis did not hide. Its figure flicked, leaping like a dragonfly, and as the void sickle approached, tearing the air, the sickle came into contact with the head of the earth digger. Under the deadly effects of isolation and invisible threats, the digger worms fell on the ground before they even had time to emit a strong acid jet, shed green blood on the ground. Subsequently, the huge purple mantis monster turned his head and looked at the corpse of the digger, as if he was satisfied with the new trophy. The sickle carried the digger, its wings spread, and it flew towards the distance. I'm going to feast on it. At the same time, the surviving businessman and his wife and daughter looked at the surroundings shiveringly. The mercenary and the huge monster had been hunted by the scary purple praying mantis just now. They were fortunate for the rest of their lives. But before there was time to pray, the howling of prairie wolves was heard nearby, and their faces instantly turned pale. System succeeded in absorbing the digger worm and obtained the derivative skill Acid Spray. Acid Spray. It can release strong acid breath from a distance. Strong acid is enough to corrode steel. Attention! The system will be upgraded to version 3.0 soon. At that time, every time the host transforms, a legendary mission will be open to complete the exclusive legendary mission of Monster Transformation to get a lot of evolution materials and high rewards. The upgrade countdown is 15 minutes. System upgrade? Luo Ji directly called the Lord Qingjie. The last time a system version 2.0 updated a lot of rare character settings, shopping malls, prop synthesis cards, and other functions. What is the new legendary mission this time? Soon, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When a system prompts after the upgrade is complete, Luo Ji can't wait to pee ****K up his ears. Ding! Legendary mission release. The Spoils of the Void. Description: in continuously satisfying the requirements for evolution, each kill allows the host to feast, but the monster's appetite is endless. For this you need stronger and more prey to satisfy yourself. Completion condition: kill the legendary mage Eret, or kill any legendary creature. Luo Ji is a little curious. Legendary creatures probably existed above level 10. At present, the only legendary creature he knows is the fire dragon. But is there such a strong person among human beings? He couldn't help looking at the nearby towns. There seemed to be people of all kinds in these medieval towns, and some of them were stronger than regular monsters. If you kill such people, then Luo Ji, who is a monster camp, will get more points. Also, after the system was updated to version 3.0, a lot of things have been added, in addition to the mall list updated. The data panel of the characters has also been renewed. Name: Void Predator. Level: Advanced level, level 7. Height: 220 centimeters. Ultimate skill: Void Assault. Faction: Chaos and Evil. 200 justice value. Kill when you see the enemy. Don't do anything evil. What the hell is this? Luo Ji asked in surprise, and then gave a systematic explanation. Any actions and actions of the host will have different effects in this world. The world will evaluate and judge for this. The higher the evil value or the justice value, the higher the value of evil or the justice value will bring different effects. For example, the host justice value is 1,000 points. Then you will gain supreme glory, praised by bards, and sing legends. If your evil value is 1,000 points, the place you pass will cause people to panic and fear, so there will be teams of monsters. Hunters and monster killers come to crusade you, and even when it reaches a certain level, it will attract troops to encircle and suppress you. It is worth noting that the evil value not only affects humans, but also affects other intelligent creatures. This is like fame. Whatever you have done, how many bad things you have done, and your reputation, people who know you will fear you, and no one dares to approach you easily. 1.0 is like Luo Ji now. Hunted dwarves, hunted monsters, stole dragon eggs, hunted earthworms, hunted human mercenaries. In the eyes of these creatures, they will learn about the existence of Luo Ji for various reasons, which will lead to grudges or hatred. The void creatures fought frantically and retaliated. And if the human businessman returned to the town alive, he would blatantly preach that he had encountered a terrible disaster, encountered a huge purple praying mantis monster, and then described it vividly. Over and over again, more and more people have heard of this story. With the adaptation of this story, people in the whole town have heard that the giant purple praying mantis monster is active nearby and specifically attacking humans. An evil purple mantis monster from the abyss wanders the plains, hunting humans. At that time, people who hear this story will be afraid of going out. Therefore, the economy and trade of the entire town are affected. At that time, even businessmen who are afraid of this monster but still want to make money, in order to solve the trouble, they will jointly issue a monster reward order with the guild, offering a reward for the bug head of Luo Ji. After that, some mercenary teams and adventurers who feel that they have a little bit of strength will blindly accept missions. They will track and investigate Luo Ji's whereabouts and crusade him. If the adventurers win, then the whole play is over. If the adventurers lose, the people of the guild will reevaluate Luo Ji's threat based on the loss, increase the reward, and attract more people to come to crusade him. Legendary Mage Eret? I don't know who is stronger than the Flame Dragon, but at least he is better than himself. Luo Ji began to investigate this information. He searched it by extracting the memory of a human mercenary killed by him. Fortunately, Aero 06 is more famous, and I found it soon. Located under the Green Forest, 30 kilometers east of the Barren Plain, there's a place called Carina Town. The legendary mage Eret is the lord of the city. He has quite strong strength and has always guarded the town. But just last night, a dragon from Obsidian Volcano attacked the town. It seems that a thief who stole the dragon egg angered him, and the legendary mage Eret has been fighting the flame dragon since yesterday. There is no break. These memories come from a mercenary named Aaron, who is 23 years old this year and has an unmarried childhood sweetheart who is going to get married after finishing this vote. But the joys and sorrows of human beings are not interlinked, and Luo Ji did not empathize with them. He is a monster, so just think from the standpoint of a monster. As for how powerful the legendary mage is, it is not easy to draw conclusions now. Because the level of the legendary mage fluctuates up and down, the upper-level mortals can enshrine the gods, the hands torn the half-gods, and the lower-level conspiracies and civil riots. It means powerful legendary wizards. Their bodies are sanctified, stronger than monsters, faster than supersonic fighters, endurance perpetual motion machines, unlimited lifespans, sending nuclear bombs at hand, their bodies crossing the universe, crossing time and space. Controlling time and space is fiercer than Doctor Strange. Humans, intelligent creatures, especially those who major in spells, once stepped into the legendary realm, then there is no concept of lifespan. They can continue to practice and obtain extremely powerful power based on their personal talents and insights. Of course, this may be a bit exaggerated, because the level of the human legendary mage is different from the monster, and it will become stronger according to the number of layers that break through the ring. They can directly use the final magic to destroy and restart the multiverse. But with the exception of the legendary mage of Tsaiji, the 10th level Tsaiji mage has just entered the legend, and the 41 level mage is also a legend. There is no contrast between the two. That's why it is said that the legendary mage is either too strong or too weak. A harpoon can kill him. Maybe he can lose half his life if he falls downstairs. But considering that this profession is extremely rare, the system says that killing them can get a lot of points. Can be guessed based on actual information. Since Eret can fight the blazing dragon for so long, it means that his strength is not much stronger than that of the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon is a level 9 monster, so Eret is likely to be a rookie who has just stepped into the legendary realm at level 10. Although Luo Ji is only level 7 now, Luo Ji is a traverser carrying a bunch of powerful transformation cards, and his level is not a hindrance at the critical moment. Of course, you have to consider the cost. It's like paying a lot of money to kill the legendary mage, and the reward is not as much as the price paid. This is a self-defeating move. After clarifying this point, Luo Ji had his own plan. That is to invade this town, arrive at the place where the legendary mage Eret and the flame dragon are clashing, and then carry out a sneak attack. Attack any of them in the dark, kill them, and then kill another enemy after winning the pursuit. Legendary mission. Unlike the guardian of the dragon who guards his children and the legendary mage of the town, Luo Ji's position is the position of monsters. He is such an evil, greedy, and terrifying void creature. This is the essence of the predator. The sky is getting dark. The void predator turned into a black shadow, polishing the blade in the dark night, turning it into an abominable evil. As long as you kill any creature in the legendary realm, it can evolve again. Luo Ji merges with the woods. He listened, smelled, and experienced. Taste the traces left by thousands of animals of all kinds. This is the predator's intuition. He searches for the breath of the blazing dragon. When it arrives here, it will definitely leave all kinds of traces, and it will appear incompatible with the environment. As predicted, Luo Ji found some debris from the volcano. It was as big as a stone 053 piece. It appeared to have fallen from the dragon wing. After taking it up, he entered the town. The so-called city wall could not stop him at all. The soldiers on the walls were scarce, and most of them were moved to the battlefield area. Looking around in the chaotic town, then the target was found. It was very clear, exuding a terrible atmosphere of hostility, and a large area of nearby houses was swept away. There were scratches and burnt ruins after spell explosion on the ground. Luo Ji walked back by the trail, seeming to be observing something. The scales of the flame dragon. It was surprising that the huge dragon was injured. It seems that the legendary mage is stronger than expected. After all, the fire dragon is only 9th level and has not yet entered the legendary realm. If the fire dragon is also a legendary creature, the ending may be quite different. In terms of combat, beasts are inherently stronger than humans. The breath is getting closer. The scent of dragons and human scents drifted through its senses. In the darkness, the sharp edge of the claws reaping suddenly appeared, and the scarlet eyes lit up, staring at the man and the dragon facing each other under the moon night, and hundreds of human soldiers holding torches. Next, the real hunt has begun. Did not wait long. Luo Ji saw the dragon let out an extremely fierce roar. Immediately following, the shadow of the sky gathered again. Countless fierce birds flew with a scream. The largest is a group of cyan demon birds. They come from the barren plains nearby. They have a strong sense of threat and are only aimed at the humans below. Warriors, don't be afraid. Take up the weapons in your hands and guard this city. Show the power you usually train. A captain in armor yelled and raised a voice that inspired the timid soldiers. Woo, woo. No need to guess. They're definitely not the opponents of these blue demon birds. One-on-one, they are far inferior to the monsters, but they are worse than the number of people and well-equipped. Under this kind of battle to guard the town, they will not join forces to defeat this group of blue demon birds. Strangeness. The only question is who can win between the fiery dragon and the legendary mage. They're the key to victory. The next moment, under the gaze of a huge purple armor. Sky, earth, there was a fire. The legendary battle between the strongest race representing the barren plains and the pinnacle of mankind has begun. The outcome is not important. Luo Ji watched the battle of these people, and the blazing dragon crushed the entire sky, proclaiming with blood that it was the real overlord. Human soldiers resisted to the death, but all this was a tragedy caused by thieves. Although I did this kind of thing myself. But Luo Ji does not deny his crimes. On the contrary, he plans to reap mercilessly in this melee. War? Then it doesn't matter if there is one more B asterisk 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 D. The void itself is a bunch of foreign predators who like to mix things with other races and other planes. Void creatures come from a void zone without sky, no earth, no past and future. What they do all day is to kill, fight, and fight. Swallow each other or the other kind. In the shadows. Suddenly, the void predator seemed to feel something. His pupils were shining with evil light, but he did not show it. The figure swept forward and shuttled through the dark and chaotic battlefield of humans and demons at an extremely fast speed. Then, a figure flashed past with its paws stretched out. This figure is faster than any monster. The human soldier has not even reacted, and his life is harvested by the void scythe. On the ground, the slaughter of the void predators piled up a hill of corpses, including monsters and humans, warning them of foreign enemies. There are enemies. Beware of the killer in the shadows. It's a slayer. Warcraft. The crowd in the battlefield was panic. After a certain number of people died, they subconsciously thought that the blazing dragon had called for an extremely powerful helper. But soon they were thinking too much. From time to time, the blue demon bird leaping on the roof screamed, sitting on the ground, and some even had no time to scream, seeing the space ripples like a purple twisted light and shadow, flashing like a ghost, The evil and terrible monster flashed to another area. It is not like any monster known to mankind. This kind of means that can easily travel through space appears on a monster, which is even more terrifying than the strongest assassin. Just like a natural creator and killer. Both humans and monsters have been brutally murdered, and they dare not chase and act boldly. Seeing that the humans and monsters below stopped fighting, the blazing dragon roared, and the legendary mage facing it also showed suspicious eyes. At this moment, The blazing dragon opened its mouth and seemed to be accumulating the dragon's breath. Seeing the fire-scorching dragon's hand movement, the legendary wizard also instantly unfolded the legendary spell shield. The dragon has launched a large-scale killing magic dash, Firestorm. The spell summons a torrential rain composed of flames, falling towards the town like a swarm of meteors, and within the duration, a firestorm will destroy everything one after another. The other side, the legendary spell shield that exudes translucent light, is also unfolded, forming a huge spell resistance shield with a diameter of 4 kilometers. Its effect is not to completely prevent physical effects, but to greatly reduce the lethality of the flame rainstorm, although it still will let the flames storm sit on the ground, but many will be close to extinguishing. The power has been reduced by nearly 90%. The defensive round of the legendary mage was completed with a result beyond perfection. No one likes this result. The soldiers in the town didn't know when they would die, but they wanted to be praised. That day, they fought the dragon heroically, fell on the battlefield gloriously, and died without regret. Just quickly, because of the overly conspicuous performance of the Void Predator, it also accidentally attracted the attention of the dragon and the wizard. They put their sights on the spoiler one after another. Damn, Eret, you actually found a helper. The dragon suddenly made a sound of trembling air and roared. What? Didn't you find it? The legendary mage Eret asked back with a look of anger. Despicable human beings, you have summoned void creatures, those filthy and evil abominations. You will pay for it. The dragon seemed very angry and yelled. Void creature? No wonder this evil aura, terrible induction, this evil thing actually comes from that twisting void. The legendary mage is also on guard against the void predator Luo Ji. They all seem to be aware of the threat posed by this void creature. It showed its fangs, and it flew to the nearby roof, but did not provoke or sneer. It just stared at itself, and the dragon with a terrifying look at its prey. Deal with it first. Shut up. I won't cooperate with humans. You stole my children. It's all said that it wasn't us. It was thieves from other areas. If you're willing to truce, I will help you find their whereabouts. The legendary mage is also anxious at this time. Li Hao hurriedly persuades. Luo Ji, who heard them talking, was flustered at this moment. Could it be that because of his own disruption, the relationship between them has changed for the better? This can't work. As a prey, you only need to lie at my feet. I am a void predator. I am a cruel killer. A sharp roar fell. The huge purple praying mantis disappeared into the air invisibly and was not seen by any creatures. It seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Even its breath is hidden, completely disappeared in this world. But suddenly, a second later, the dragon's eyes widened, and the legendary mage also felt a creepy breath coming from nearby. Fear the void. It was as if the void was rippling. A space distortion phenomenon suddenly appeared in the nearby mid-air, and then a terrifying figure emerged from it, spreading its huge harvesting claws, intending to behead the dragon. The wings of the purple evil creature were restless in the shadows. Its purpose is to eat deadly creatures. Death claws. Dismemberment, death from afar. When the dragon was hit by such a frontal blow to the scales under the neck, blood sprayed, and the figure instantly shook and became shaky. Roar! How dare you attack the great dragon? Proud! Before the words were finished, the burst stab attacked the wound again. The dragon swung its claws to attack the evil figure, but did not expect another tremor of void distortion, and its attack was lost. The dragon will never see it. It soars above it. When the legendary mage saw the purple evil flashing behind the dragon, he subconsciously used magic to separate them. But at that moment, he still didn't have time. One of the dragon's eyes was cut off, and then at the bloody wound, the purple evil creature raised the dragon's eyeball and slowly placed the blood-red bead on the edge of the tooth, then swallowed it. At this time, a horror of horror rushing to the soul appeared on the dragon's back, but immediately followed by a monstrous anger, which was an anger that was even more terrifying than killing the child. On the opposite side is a monster like a praying mantis, but it stands upright on two legs, and its wings are constantly shaking behind it, which makes its body levitate in midair. Its 0.53 claws cut iron like mud. Even dragon scales can be torn apart, although it didn't open two deep wounds. Even so, the poisonous void power still infected the dragon's wounds that ate tea this time. The eyes and neck of the dragon were dyed dark purple, and the toxins of the void were spreading along the blood to the whole body. If you don't want if these wounds are healed, then this dragon will soon be corrupted and become a void dragon or a pile of corpses. Be careful, it's dangerous. The legendary mage was frightened at this time. He looked at the front calmly and solemnly. After human beings reach the legendary realm, their IQ is very high. He quickly judged and evaluated the creature in front of him and divided it into the rank of legendary creature. The purple blade in his hand was extremely dangerous, and it was threatening to break the dragon. At this time, the furious dragon attacked and bit the opponent madly, but was easily avoided by it. Then the dragon breathed out heat and burned everything in the air, but the effect was useless. Whenever the flame was about to touch the purple evil object of the moment, it will pass through the void and disappear. Then it appeared near a certain position of the dragon, and it was another isolated death cut, but this time the slash was as fast as lightning, such as thunder. The easy dragon let Agba get injured again. It is too dangerous. The legendary mage felt that if he was accidentally circumvented behind him, he might not even have time to cast the spell, and his head would fall to the ground. For this reason, he intends to start singing legendary spells and prepare for the restrictive skills of Space Blockade. The Space Blockade is equivalent to using magic to form a huge circular field, like a huge glass cover, while covering him, the dragon, and as well as bugs. In this way, the three of them cannot easily break the glass cover to escape this area. They can only be rigid. For the dragon, toughness is its specialty. For the void creatures, head-to-head battles are not bad. But for humans, you choose to be tough with two monsters. Isn't this seeking your own death? The legendary mage was not stupid and gave up this plan in an instant. This is simply suicidal. But if you don't do this, how can you defeat this monster that can freely go in and out of the void? He thought about it and soon got an answer. That is, arcane teleportation, the effect of directly folding the space through arcane magic to form a wormhole. Because this is a big spell, if you make a mistake in the process of using the tortuous path, it will cause irreversibility to the body of the caster. Damage. Goodbye, Karina. Therefore, after being mentally prepared, the legendary mage began to take the self as the center, expand the domain to include the purple evil and the dragon, and then activate the arcane teleportation technique. Transportation. The dragon sensed the fluctuation of space power, and Luo Ji turned his head unexpectedly at this time. At this time, if Luo Ji used the void to travel through, he might be able to escape the range of teleportation, but what was the point of that? He was here to hunt these two guys. If they run away, all the previous efforts will be in vain. So Luo Ji had to be teleported out with them. Under the night sky, a very shocking magic array unfolds. It is like a fast-rotating six-pointed star, showing the intersecting points of space folding. The magic power of high-speed rotation is like a spaceship in the form of warping, and the surrounding pictures and scenery are blurred. The moment when the strong light is lit and then dim. Luo Ji, the giant dragon, and the legendary mage disappeared in place. In an unknown gap, a group of mysterious energy envelopes the space where the three are located, making them quickly crossing the barriers of the plane and reaching another world. Since you can't hide, then I won't let you succeed either. At this time, the purple giant has begun to emit strong void energy fluctuations. Its whole body is like being covered by purple light. The terrible magic corruption erodes the vitality of the dragon, and the entire monster directly bit the dragon's neck. Began to draw vitality. Roar! After so many tossings, the flame dragon, which had consumed a lot of physical and magic power, finally couldn't bear this kind of damage. It fell down in the final howl, and then was absorbed by the purple evil thing, all its energy. Gradually evolved to a 3-meter high purple evil creature, condescendingly looking at the tiny legendary mage ahead with a tall body. At this time, the surrounding environment changed rapidly. The terrible high temperature struck. When the purple evil dripped on the raw liquid and recovered, it was shocked to find that it had come to a rather unfamiliar scorching zone, which was as terrifying as the inner center of a volcano. "You sent me here so that I can eat you." After Luo Ji absorbed the dragon, he had already copied the human language. At this time, it vibrated the insect vocal organs near the chest cavity, simulating the sound of the dragon just now. The legendary mage seemed shocked, but soon calmed down. He seemed to be confident of his own strength. "I chased here from such a long distance to hunt for powerful prey. It is hard to fly with your wings, human. The sound of evil things makes the scalp numb, and the back is cold." Even though he was in a hot zone, the legendary mage calmed down and spoke. After hesitating for a while, he began to answer in a firm voice. "This is the only thing I can do for them. So, vicious predator of the void, can't let you return to the plane of mankind alive. I will kill your body, exile your soul, and stop you. Let's take a look at the plane where the ship belongs to our humanity." With the transmission of light ended, the system reminder sounded in Luo Ji's mind, and he knew where he was. This place is Outer Plane, the burning hell of eternal desolation. A place full of heat, death, and desolation, with almost no normal flesh and blood. Here is a plane without compassion, tolerance, and compassion. Just like its name, it is called the burnt hell of eternal desolation. It is the furnace of destruction. It is a quadruple volcano. At this moment, the void marauders and legendary wizards were teleported to the endless volcanic slopes. "This is the only thing I can do to help innocent people. So, vicious void predator, you must die here." Is this the last word of the legendary mage? The purple evil creature gave a terrible smile. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and a battle was about to break out. Luo Ji can't make magic, but the perception of magic is still very keen. At the moment when the legendary mage began to stretch the distance and cast the spell, there was a wave of fluctuations in the void, and it instantly disappeared into the air. "I have seen through your abilities. You can only hide in the void for a second, at most clock." After speaking, the legendary mage began to release large-scale moves, so that no matter where Luo Ji appeared, he would be in the range of continuous magic and be hurt. Only 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, until the legendary wizard's large-scale magic gradually began to disappear. The void in front of him gradually vibrated, and a sharp claw stretched out from it, facing him. "Human, who told you that I can only disappear for a second?" As early as the moment when the dragon was killed, Luo Ji had once again evolved to the height of 9th level, and, at the same time, strengthened the void assault and evolved dynamic occlusion. Now he can travel freely in the void for 3 seconds. From Luo Ji's perspective, the moment he entered the void, his vision became dark, but through the inextricable connections, a red that could be vaguely seen in the darkness representing the legendary mage. Location. In 3 seconds, he only needs to go around in front of the legendary mage to attack, but because the legendary mage released the spell, Luo Ji waited a few more seconds before appearing. And this sudden evolution ability directly caught the legendary mage by surprise. He couldn't finish casting the spell in an instant, even if he could, but he couldn't stop the move of the void killer who extended his claws at this time. The claws that could break the dragon's defenses instantly tore through the chest of the legendary mage. A huge bloodstain appeared, almost tore the skin, revealing the ribs and heart, and the pain struck. Before the legendary mage pulled a safe distance, it was like a dragonfly. The purple evil thing leaped high and released a burst toward the front. The stab instantly interfered with the movements of the legendary mage. At the moment of landing, 2 huge town knives fell. The sharp blade, radiating purple light, cut open the arms of the legendary mage. And after a few cuts, this legendary mage, no, the crispy mage had his eyes widened, his head separated, and his body fell into a nearby magma pool. It burned instantly. Impossible. The body of the legendary mage was destroyed, but the soul seemed to have seen something horrifying, and it was temporarily kept in place. It's just that the soul is extremely fragile, and the heat wave of the volcano can make it transparent and distorted, and it will soon disappear into reality. This soul is composed of pure magic power. It is considered the last means of life-saving for the legendary mage, and it is also the source of the infinite lifespan. It is a pity that it is swept away by the sickle in the next moment, and then the soul is transformed into pure energy and absorbed by evil things. System: successfully hunted the legendary mage. Mission completed. Reward: 5 million can be points, void evolution material. System prompt: you will enter the non-compulsory transformation phase in 17 hours. When the system prompt sounded, Luo Ji felt the intense heat, and he realized that he had come to the eternal and desolate scorching hell, where the harsh environment was everywhere. Damn legendary mage. What the hell is this? Looking up, a group of volcanoes with no ends and peaks float in an incredible infinite void. They extend to thousands of kilometers in all directions. There are molten pools everywhere nearby. It seems that Luo Ji wants to leave here, and can only wait for the non-mandatory transformation phase to arrive. I won't die here, am I? Correct. Redeem forecast card. I want to know the next form of transformation options. Successful redemption. The picture in front of Luo Ji started to flicker. Finally, 3 transformation cards appeared in front of him, and they were revealed one by one. The first one, Sky Elf. Second picture, Lava Giant. The third picture, Naga Siren. Which one is better? Is this still a choice? It must be a Lava Giant. Because Luo Ji is in a high-temperature zone, should the Naga Siren be dried fish? Or should the Sky Spirit be smoked and grilled? Lava Giant. Luo Ji clicked on the foreseeable picture of a lava giant. Then I saw him. A 2,000-foot-tall giant made of obsidian and volcanic ash is crisscrossing in the scorching hell. Its body is flowing with solid, thick magma, and the layered lava exudes terrible heat, and its footfalls brought infinite shock on the earth, as if it was a crimson mountain. 0. Look for flowers. 0. Is it so fierce? It's a power giant, and it's a scorching hell full of energy-rich ores. Is the food of the lava, giant stone, and lava, and it can be converted into energy points. The decision is yours. That's it. Luo Ji controls the body of the void predator, standing still as if petrified near the high obsidian, and moving the position from time to time, suspended in mid-air, so as not to be burned by the flames. There are many terrifying fire elementary life forms nearby, and monsters such as flame lizards and salamander snakes remain in a state of abundance. 0. It is very dangerous here, and the general level is around 115. There may even be a fire demon in the subgod realm around level 20. But Luo Ji's luck is very good. In the continuous evolution and waiting of the void, he passed half a day smoothly and entered the stage of non-compulsory transformation. Since in the non-mandatory transformation stage, only the Shadow Demon King has the ability to travel freely here. Luo Ji takes the form of the Demon King, exuding the power of pitch black, and after darkening the sky and the earth, he observes all the way. Examine the environment here. But what is regrettable is that he hasn't found the end of this hell after flying for a long time. As if it is an infinite loop, there are high temperature and terrifying monsters everywhere. Do not. There is another place he didn't go, because he felt an unusual breath there. In order to avoid trouble, Luo Ji temporarily waited and watched. That place is located at the other end of the Molten River in the Crimson Mountains. At the end of the river called Styx, there is a huge, lonely city, and there are many humanoid intelligent creatures. In the depths of the ancient castle, there is a difference. The ordinary evil breath, the strength of the breath, comparable to the gods. He has a high probability of being a lord of this plane, right? And there are 3 similar auras, which are located in different places. Next, before escaping from Jiayan Hell, it seemed that I had to deal with them. Looking at the distant scene, Luo Ji looked blank. At this time, he was in the depths of a coke volcano exuding a desolate atmosphere. There was no sign of life in the surrounding area. Inside the volcano with billowing black smoke, there's a boiling red ocean everywhere, like being in a furnace of hell. Here is the dead place of life. The death place of 053 life? It's not right. Luo Ji watching from left to right. Suddenly, a strange creature emerged from the vicinity of the magma pool, with a peculiar appearance. In the hot hell, it is not a dead place in the absolute sense. In fact, there are many unique environmental creatures here, such as the red lotus slime bathing in the magma pool, the lava crab, the genieing from mimicry, and Luo at this moment. Ji saw an unclear, strange creature, the stone man. Yes, it is the stone man. Luo Ji looked closely, and the little thing looked quite chic, like a human figure formed by a few stones. The joints of their limbs were covered by red, lava-like material, and there seemed to be some magical energy driving them. Action. Therefore, these stone men can walk, run, fight, and quarrel like creatures, just like human children. At this moment, Luo Ji lowered his head and looked at his body. He began to read the attributes. Name, lava giant, growth period. Category, substance. Level, mini-level. Countdown, 168 hours. Height, 15 centimeters. Faction, chaos and neutral. System, are you sure you are not mistaken? Why did I become a lava giant, but only 15 centimeters tall? At this time, Luo Ji found that he had become a lava giant the size of a human palm. There was a subtle change in his mentality suddenly. But don't wait for Luo Ji to have too much time to think. He saw the group of stone men. The small one was more than 10 centimeters. The large one was half a meter high and ran towards him at this time. The little stone men screamed. Among them, a little stone man with a height of half a meter ran up to Luo Ji and straightened his chest as if showing off, indicating that it was very strong and everything had to be listened to here. Luo Ji curled his mouth, but found that he had no mouth, only a pile of lava stones trembling slightly. These guys are very similar to him. They all have a human appearance, but they are made of stone, have hands and feet, and their rocky skin is extremely hard, and they are not afraid of heat and cold. But the race of these little things is not a lava giant, but a granite stone man. Make no mistake, the difference between the two is just like the difference between dragon and lobster. Lava giants are the most advanced race of golems. It's just that Luo Ji doesn't lack enough energy, so it seems a little small. But this does not affect his racial qualities. No matter how low the value of gold is stronger than a pile of stones. Little thing, look at your father crawl. Luo Ji raised his lava arm, picked up a stone on the ground, then threw it out and hit the head of the granite stone man accurately with a sudden sound, very crisp. Woo! The granite stone man was stunned for a moment and then looked angrily to this side. It doesn't make sense, Luo Ji thought. Is the power of a lava giant proportional to its size? Nonsense. The giant must be bigger and stronger. At this time, the granite stone man had already smashed into him like a bull, shouting a scream of aura in his mouth, and then hugged Luo Ji directly. After a collision, the two rolled towards the direction of the molten lake. Go! The overweight guy. But in the process of tumbling, Luo Ji, as a race of lava giants, has an exclusive specialty, that is, the power of manipulating magic. Stones can spell, and gods can't stop them. The lava giant is not a purely physical monster. If there is really no ability, only an empty shell, burly, tall, and powerful, then it is at best a stone man of one size larger, and there is no talk of what it is. Top of the race -0. The real power of the lava giant is that it is the nemesis of the law system. Talent, skill, magic absorption. Lava giants can increase their body size and gain more energy by absorbing magical power in the natural world. It has no upper limit because the size of the lava giant will increase in the process of absorbing magic, and the capacity of the core will also increase. In theory, it can grow to be as high as a mountain, as magnificent as the giant mountain, and as large as a comet. Magic absorption. Luo Ji, who was hugged by the granite stone man, activated his talents at this time, and the half-meter-high stone man suddenly screamed, and the endowed soul flew towards Luo Ji uncontrollably. The energy is extracted in an instant. The next moment, the granite stone man turned into a pile of rotten stones, fell on the ground and rolled, falling into the lava lake with a thud, and there was a burst of spray. Luo Ji stood up again. At this time, his body shape had become half a meter tall, and it seemed that he had just absorbed the energy of the stone man and had grown and evolved. Star-sucking Dafa. After learning that he has an extremely powerful talent, Luo Ji began to look forward to his future. He looked at the granite stone people and then stretched out his arms to remotely control their bodies like a magnet, absorbing energy frequently. Wow! The group of naughty stone men let out a scream and ran away embarrassedly, looking stupid and cute. It's a pity that 1.0 was gradually absorbed by Luo Ji before 2 steps. At this time, Luo Ji has grown to a 1-meter level. After absorbing enough energy, he has also unlocked a few simple magic skills, such as violent throwing, boulder creation, rock shield, and so on. He looked down at his current body, which was made of dark red rocks, with the blood of red lotus flowing on him. When Luo Ji was looking at himself, he suddenly felt a strong shock. Immediately afterwards, he raised his head. There was a violent shock from the earth again. Luo Ji raised his head subconsciously, and the sky suddenly turned black. I saw a mountain giant tens of meters tall, full of hell flames, slowly standing upright, and a huge rocky foot fell nearby. Boom! The magnificent giant melting mountain stood on the ground. It's dark. Then Luo Ji raised his head subconsciously. A huge rock soul hit the ground. Just listen to a bang. The sky is falling apart, and countless rubble is flying. The ground in front of Luo Ji collapsed overwhelmed. Magma surged, and huge openings opened in all directions on the ground. At the same time, other creatures in the magma fled around one after another, but most of them were trampled to death. There was a faintly audible rattling sound. Luo Ji was stunned and lifted his head up. I saw a giant rock mountain over 30 or 40 meters happen to stand up nearby, finished his sleep, and looked in one direction. Luo Ji looked in the direction the giant was walking. Seeing the other side of the Crimson Mountains, at the end of the Molten River and the Styx, there is a huge, lonely city. It seems that something is calling the rock giant to wake up. Guangcheng. Luo Ji found in previous investigations that there are 3 forces in Jiayan Hell. Hell Valley in the Blazing Mountains, Guang City in the Crimson Mountains, and Lich Collar in the Silent Mountains. The ruler of Hell Valley is a great demon of hell. The demon residents under his rule dig the walls of the huge, sloping cliffs day and night all day long. The largest mountain stands like a big black pillar in the dark night and is shrouded by volcanic clouds all year round. There was no breeze blowing and no light shining. It is a place of dead silence, and the demon residents dinged and banged on something inside all day as if they were building something. The ruler of Guang City is Puno, an evil rock giant god. His skin is brass-colored and his body is very huge. He lives in a huge stone castle, but because of the distance, Luo Ji didn't investigate too deeply at that time. All I know is that there's an obsidian building with intricate patterns on that mountain. A dim, reddish light is faintly visible on its body, and a large number of windows are cracked on the complex exterior, and the god of giants is peeping out from time to time. The ruler of the Lich leader is a Lich King. He used to be a human, but used ancient magic to transform himself into a Lich. Therefore, the Lich Collar is like a cemetery, like a morgue-like city, where there are shining street lights and streets full of necromantic energy. Undead creatures are popular here, and they often capture some demons to conduct some tyrannical experiments. It can be said that these three forces have very poor relations with each other. Lich restrains demons. Demons restrain giants. Giants restrain liches. Absolutely. And Luo Ji also discovered that the demon residents would send people from time to capture the stone giants here, and then take them to the Hell Valley, where they are free labor. It seems to verify Luo Ji's idea. He saw at the entrance of Hell Valley, at the location of the Valley of Exile, a group of men and horses appeared. They were riding a giant spider with a slave ring like a magic collar in their hands, and marching in the direction of the Crimson Mountains. Wait, maybe there's going to be a war. Only then did Luo Ji realize why the rock giant beside him suddenly woke up. At this time, Luo Ji looked in the direction of the nearby Crimson Mountains and suddenly realized the war between the devil and the stone giant is about to begin again. This is obviously not the first time this has been done. On the side of Guang City, although no figure has been seen so far, the nearby Crimson Mountain is blocking an important checkpoint between Guang City and the demons. It can be understood. The city wall is generally magnificent, and now the devil's army is raging. Although the number is not large, there are probably only 100 people. Presumably, it is also here to investigate the situation. On his side, Luo Ji saw that after the stone giant tens of meters high stood up, several more giants of tens of meters tall stood nearby, and the large and small stone giants began to wake up one after another, staring at them. Staring in the direction of the devil. Hold head high. The rock giant stood straight, raised his head and roared. His rocky body was like flowing magma. Instantly, his whole body became extremely red, and the temperature began to rise linearly. Deedy crimson magma dripped from the cracks in their cracked stone skin. The hot ground sizzled, and billowing black shadows rose from their bodies, and these rock giants gradually became a burning statue. Crimson burning stone giant. Luo Ji's eyes widened. At this time, a stone giant also spotted him and gestured at him. That move was like saying, "Don't be shocked, you're almost ready to fight." Immediately, under Luo Ji's silence, the waking stone giants began to move forward, jumping into the crimson pool of magma with gurgling bubbles. Some of them don't have lava and burning ability, so they add flame effects to themselves in this way. Ginger time. Like dumplings, each of the stone giants jumped off the magma lake, instantly setting off a big wave of magma and slapped around. Then they crawled out one after another and were thrown out in the palm of one of the big rock giants. Like throwing a cannonball, the little stone giant that was thrown out landed near the demon army riding the spider and exploded in an instant, and then the demon army began to disperse quickly. The ground where the demon was in the distance was gleaming with sulfur and orange light, and then the magic rain was launched, and the destructive arrow carrying the fell energy, curse, and corrosive power hit the stone giant's body. Luo Ji watched as a stone giant more than 10 meters high fell to the ground due to its corruption and turned into a pile of wasteland. At the same time, the energy group resembling a soul stagnated in midair, and it seemed like a soul remained. Luo Ji was shocked when he saw this. Then there was ecstasy. He ran towards the direction of the energy remnant soul, and then absorbed it as a unique life body lava giant. You have acquired the soul of the rock giant, and are evolving. At this time, the demons and the rock giant are at war, and the demons will definitely feed on the rock giant's soul, but 053 did not expect Luo Ji to pick it up at this time. Both of them fought desperately, while Luo Ji ran around, avoiding the devils from destroying the arrows, while gathering souls everywhere. He is collecting the soul energy in the surrounding air at this moment. The unique ability of a lava giant's body is triggered, and whenever it approaches nearby energy bodies, it will be absorbed. This ability is like an instinct, uncontrollable, and every time the body swallows a little of this energy, Luo Ji's body becomes stronger. In just 10 minutes, Luo Ji's body size has grown to 9.8 meters at this time. No, It is now 10.2 meters in height, but also because of it, this 10-meter level lava giant, the shocking energy fluctuations exuding from its body, and the aura of the most superior species comparable to the Great Devil, suddenly attracted the attention of both parties. Immediately afterwards, the stone giant showed joy and pushed Luo Ji to the front, treating it as a general of the stone giants. The demon showed fear and hostility, and regarded Luo Ji as one of the important leaders of the enemy army. However, Luo Ji stated that he opposed violence. After finishing speaking, he raised his hand, and it was a giant lava fist, shooting a meteor-like magma fist towards the direction of the demon army. It seems that in this battle, you have to fight hard if you don't fight. It's strange to become a general from a small soldier, inexplicably. Wait, I'm not General Rock Giant. The lava giant, Luo Ji, who was forced to become a general, looked helplessly at the front battlefield. After this glance, I saw the demons riding the giant abyss spider mount not far away, densely approaching here. These demons are large or small. Some look like toad people, some look like bat people, with blood-red skin, and very few of them look quite different. But anyway, they are the enemies of the stone giants. It seems that I have to fight. Luo Ji took a deep breath. At the same time, he has absorbed so much soul energy of the stone giants, and it is necessary to help them defeat the demons. After all, the demons will attack themselves if they encounter him. Unstoppable. With a low boom, black smoke billowed from the crater. The dark red lava lake was bubbling with fire. Huge flame meteors passed across the sky, and the lava giant, wrapped in flames, and black smoke appeared in the stone giant, between the army and the demon army. Then Luo Ji stood up. On the other side, the demon army was ready to move, but they all stopped in place without exception. As if he had understood the intentions of the stone giant, a 5 or 6 meter high hell, great demon, appeared on the demon's side, exuding the aura of the legendary realm, and cast a strong hostile gaze toward this side. Does this mean a single challenge among generals? Although the language is imperfect, communication is purely based on body language and ECG fluctuations. But the lineup of both sides left an open space for the great demon of hell and himself as a lava giant to stand in it, and its intention was obvious. Boom, boom. In the thick black smoke, I saw a huge figure looming, approaching with a very oppressive step forward. Today, the 12-meter-long lava giant is fighting against the 6-meter-long great devil in hell. The height difference is twice, but the two sides are evenly matched in terms of magical fluctuations. Meaning is, if you absorb the power of this great demon in hell, will you evolve to a level? Thinking of this, Luo Ji cast a greedy look at the outside world. In the black smoke, the lava giant stepped on its feet forcefully, and the ground shook with a thud, frightening the stone giants and the little demons who were nearby and fleeing. Come on, devil. After a while, there was a strong sound of trembling air from the throat of the lava giant. It opened its huge, fiery red eyes, and there was lava fire flickering in its eyes, burning with raging flames. In the opposite direction, the Yintian demon is surrounded by red flames on the entire lower body, which looks like a monster born from flames, full of magical power. Roar! The battle begins. The giant lava giant, already 12 meters tall, just stood there, as if a hill brought a sense of oppression. He raised his big rock hand, created a huge energy group out of thin air, then attached the high-temperature flame effect, aimed at the great demon of hell, and threw it over. Seeing this scene, the great devil in hell showed contempt in his eyes. He didn't seem to understand why the stone giant would spell magic with him, and he was so weak. Endless explosion. At this moment, flames appeared in the hands of the great demon of the hell, and then padded towards the ground. In an instant, a pillar of fire hundreds of meters high appeared in front of him, rising into the sky. Boom! The high-hot flame pillar was born from the soles of the feet and completely swallowed the lava giant Luo Ji. The extreme high temperature instantly exceeded 2,000 degrees Celsius, far exceeding the temperature of the magma itself. If you change to another stone giant, the core has been burned by this time, and the body will turn into powder. However, Luo Ji is a giant of lava. Guess it is called the lava giant, not the obsidian giant? The element of fire and the energy of fire are also a power that allows lava giants to grow. It does not have an elf body in which the energy of a devil is fused with a physical body. Core. Therefore, under the stimulation of high-temperature energy, the lava giant's body shape began to pull out and promoted, accelerating its own growth at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was forcibly lifted up in the huge pillar of fire. In order to absorb this powerful energy, Luo Ji chose to expand the size of the kernel, and the larger the kernel, the body also increased proportionally. Old head high. Among the billowing flames, only a body became more and more huge. The lava giant was bathed in the pillar of fire, and his body had changed from the previous 12 meters to the terrifying 20-meter giant at this moment. At this moment, around his huge body, endless hot flames floated in the void, forming a huge sea of fire, and these violent magic flames at this time seemed to be absorbed by a giant vacuum cleaner, and countless flames were moving towards the lava, flying away from the giant's body, sometimes transformed into matter, causing his body to rumbling loudly, and his body size further increased. How can it be? No longer as arrogant as before, at this time the great demon of hell showed fear. He seemed to realize that the existence in front of him was different from other stone giants, but a lava giant that was more advanced than ordinary giants, or even higher than ordinary lava giants. Just when the great devil of hell felt the fear brought by the lava giant, the ground suddenly shook violently. He raised his head vigilantly and headed away. I saw that the lava giant that became 20 meters huge appeared in front of me at some point and was stepping in his direction. Every time the rocky feet of Luo Ji fell, there was a violent tremor. Roar! When the lava giant saw the great devil in hell, he opened his mouth with a provocative roar. The huge sound rolled, and a lot of sand and stones were lifted off along the way. Seeing this scene, a fierce roar appeared in the eyes of the great devil of the hell, and he uttered a roar unwillingly. Then he raised his hands and started to create a flame storm that burned all things. At the same time, it added corrosive energy to destroy the horrible negative energy of the stone giant's core. At the same time, Luo Ji's huge rocky arms flapped forward and explosive sound waves blasted towards the opponent, flying sand and rocks along the way, overflowing with flames, and the scene was extremely frightening. With a bang, the lava giant stepped out. The 20-meter body was very stalwart. The huge soles of their feet stepped on the ground, causing an earthquake to roar, and then they ran. The fourth chapter involves a 4-star character, Hell Giant in the sub-god realm. During the shaking of the ground, the two monsters, both over a few meters, quickly collided together. Then the great demon of hell was knocked out, and flames ignited on the huge body at the same time. In an extremely fierce close-range fight, Luo Ji's fighting skills were obviously higher than that of the great demon of the inferno. Coupled with the tall and burly body of the lava giant, the strength was even more outrageous. The opponent's magical ability had no decisive effect at all. Moreover, it is difficult to cast spells at any time in close hand-to-hand combat. Although the devil restrains the stone giant, the method is to corrode the core, but for the lava giant, his magic is offset by the high-temperature lava defense when he approaches the body surface. No matter how the hell great devil throws magic and falls on the lava giant, it will only ignite a raging flame, and the hot high temperature above the body will spread, burning the surrounding air to crackle. Then the magic power was absorbed, and the size of the lava giant became larger. Boom! The battle was vaguely divided. The clenched fist of the lava giant struck the opponent's chest with a punch. That powerful punch made the body of the great devil in hell tremble violently. The devil's skin shattered, revealing the crimson flesh inside, and at the same time, The 053 style of the Great Devil in the Hell also fell on the lava giant, causing the rock surface to collapse and reveal the crimson lava. It was just this kind of injury. For the lava giant, it is nothing at all. The two sides roared one after another. The huge rock fist began to bombard fiercely, hammering the Hell Great Demon crazy like Oiler. Boom, 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 boom. There was a roar of fists, and the ground ahead, including the Great Demon of the Hell, was overwhelmed, cracking open holes leading to the depths of hell. The lava and fire lake not far away was thrown off by a huge wave, and the giant spider monsters and little demons also retreated in horror. Two boss-level monsters in giant hell fought together in an extremely violent posture. There is no skill in the fight between them. At this level, it is to fight who has more magic power and more energy, and then swallow the other party's energy. As a lava giant, except that the speed is a bit slow. However, the group with high blood and high defense and high output, the magic resistance is also quite outrageous. This is the racial talent of the lava giant. Hard, and hard never afraid of anyone. Therefore, his strength is greater, his body is stronger, and he is even better. He has been suppressing the Great Demon Crazy Oiler, and every punch hits the demon entity, giving feedback with a strong sense of collision. One more punch. Continue. At this time, the Great Devil in Hell was already in love, and began to become confused. Luo Ji's rocky body suddenly began to turn red. Bursts of black smoke distorted the sky, and the surrounding air temperature began to rise rapidly. As a result, he became more violent, like a volcano about to erupt. At the same time, blood-red cracks appeared on the whole body of the lava giant, dissipating strong fiery red energy, and began to converge on the fist extremely quickly. Gradually, the crimson lava on his huge right fist arm began to turn into a terrifying incandescent color, emitting a strong light. Super volcanic eruption. This trick is a special trick Luo Ji comprehend based on the knowledge of physics. Through the accumulated energy, it explodes in an instant, blasting out his fist and simulating the power of a volcanic eruption. The power of the volcanic eruption depends on Luo Ji's size. Although he is only 20 meters today, he can easily fly a 10-ton object dozens of kilometers away. Boom! The volcanic rock giant fist hit the face of the Great Demon in Hell at this moment, exploding like a meteor of white flames. In an instant, like the roar of a nuclear bomb, at this moment, everything within a few kilometers nearby was swept away, and the world became pure white. When the white light disappeared, the demon army's eyes widened in horror. Standing, Agba. In front of them was only a lava giant and a huge pit, and the great hell demon was lying in the pit. The whole body became sparse, his bones were shattered, and the energy that was fused with dark matter was also lost in the lava. The giant absorbed it, making it even bigger. Boom! The mountain-like body takes a step forward, throwing up dust in the sky. The fiery red pupil of the lava giant Luo Ji scanned the demon army ahead, and the flinching demons suddenly turned around and ran towards the giant spider monster. Then, in a roar, the demons fled in embarrassment in the direction of Hell Valley in the land of exile, discarding their helmets and armor. At this moment, billowing black smoke rose from the giant's body, and Luo Ji became the well-deserved king of the Crimson Mountains. All the stone giants looked at him in admiration, kneeling on the ground, as if the mountains kowtow. System. The host can now merge and evolve. Evolution formula. Hell Great Demon, transformation card, plus lava, giant equals Hellfire Giant, true flame demon king. The flame giant? Luo Ji looked at this newly emerging, synthesizable, 4-star evolutionary plan. Hellfire Giant, 4 stars. The true king of purgatory is an incarnation that can create the earth and destroy the world. It can manifest the wrath of hell and is a terrifying existence like the king of destruction. The level is 20? Is it a representative of the sub-sage realm? Originally, 10 million evolution points were needed, But because of the transformation card and materials of the great devil in hell and the nearby hell lava lake exuding huge energy, Luo Ji only needs to go to the lava fire lake to evolve, and there is no need for one penny. It is equivalent to evolving into a 4-star character for free. Steady profit, but no loss. Then evolve, Sub-Sage Realm. Here I am. Therefore, in myths and legends, as the devil who destroys the world, there are also legends as the existence of the flame giant who created the earth, and it was born. In the pool of boiling molten lava, I saw a body that became more and more huge. Luo Ji's entire body was submerged in the high temperature, feeling 1,400 degrees of magma high temperature washing his body. His body shape gradually changed, and the rocky skin began to gradually fall off. You are evolving Hellfire Giant. Countdown, 24 hours. At this moment, around his huge body, endless hot flames floated in the void, forming a huge boiling lake of fire. And these violent flames seemed to be survived, very spiritually protecting Luo Ji's body. Therefore, they have the titles of the King of Purgatory, the Giant God of Hellfire, the Incarnation of Destruction and Creation, etc. Coming soon. Name, Hellfire Giant God. Level, 20, Asian God Realm. Belonging, God of Elements. Skill, Flame of Destruction. The scorching rocky skin of the whole body has disappeared, replaced by the burning flames of hell, and the body is composed of lava-like, scorching energy from time to time, which is enough to make all the places around you pass into a piece. Purgatory Sea of Fire. There is a lava-like liquid flowing in the body, and it can also be the body of the hell, giant, and magma. Centered on, it is the heart of a hell, radiating a dazzling red light. Centering on it releases energy, which looks like turning the surrounding scene into purgatory hell. The great god of destruction and creation, the god of fire and lava, one of the lords of hell, the giant of hellfire. Luo Ji gave it a very appropriate name based on the shape of the inner core called Burning Heart. That is, after the Burning Heart appeared, he had the ability to condense flames in the void to form various shapes. This is like an innate talent. Luo Ji can't explain the specific principle. It's like hands and feet, and the flame is its body. But don't underestimate the temperature of these flames. The temperature of the flames surrounding Luo Ji's surface exceeded a few hundred degrees and nearly 1,000 degrees, while the molten slurry in the body was close to 2,000 degrees, and the burning heart was the hottest place. When fighting, it is like the heart furnace of nuclear fusion. When a magic power is fully opened, it can instantly soar to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of degrees. At that time, the flames released by Luo Ji are comparable to the original Ultraman's pie. Hummer 2. Since it is a pure element that could be a living body, the battle power of the Inferno Titan is definitely stronger than that of the original Ultraman. If you don't open it, you will be able to hang it when you encounter the original Ultraman. The real scary thing is the change in body shape. The reason why there is a giant in the name of the Inferno Giant is because its size has broken through the physical limit. The more violent the flame burns, the larger its size. The actual body is the Burning Heart, with a diameter of only about 10 meters. But the one that surrounds this 10-day heart is a huge body over 100 meters. So Luo Ji is now a real 100-meter class flame giant, and he has a resounding title called Hell on the side of the devil. Destroyer. At this moment, in the Hell Valley, called the Valley of Exile, since the ruler of the demons has died, what Luo Ji has to do now is to harvest the lives of those demons. But when he was going to do it, in the direction of Guang City, a message came. A huge rock giant with a burly giant sweat 100 meters high, and the evil god of rock, Giant Puno, sent a message. He said this: "You are very powerful. I admire you. Come to Guangcheng and become my subordinate." It was at that time that Luo Ji's evolution ended and the burning heart was condensed. And now he emerged from the pool of fire and gradually stood up the body of the giant 100 meters, with doubts and disbelief in his eyes. Does he think he really is a god? Name, Puno, the the god of evil rock giants. Level 22, Subgod Realm. Threat slightly higher. At the same time, legend mission, the majesty of the king of purgatory, the fury of the earth itself. Description: you are now a well-known strong man in the giant hell. The enemy who challenged you has been wiped out, but there will still be hell lords of the same level that will be hostile to you. For this you are angry and decide to let the anger of the land of flames manifest. Complete condition: destroy them and rule the entire burnt hell. Hearing this, Luo Ji nodded. With a move of his mind, the burning heart seemed to become a vortex that absorbed energy. The energy in the body was absorbed by the burning heart, and for this reason Luo Ji's body began to change gradually. Just like the lamp god of Aladdin, the madly burning giant outside began to shrink into the magic lamp, and the huge body became a flame giant more than 10 meters high. As the energy is concentrated in the burning heart, Luo Ji's heart looks particularly red and very eye-catching. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji walked out of the pool of fire and looked down at the surrounding stone giants. He said, "Follow me." Afterwards, Burning Heart immediately released a strong breath of terror. After this breath came out, the rock giants showed respectful and surrender gestures. Luo Ji glanced at them and said, "Follow me to the demon territory." After saying this, the rock giants stood up one after another. They wanted to betray Puno, the evil god of rock giants, and follow this new master. Luo Ji raised his big hand. Countless fires fell on the giants who surrendered, and also on some giants who did not submit. Though, look for flowers. 0. Those who surrendered to him became a burning lava giant and gained great power. Those who resisted him dissipated under the raging fire and turned into ashes. That's all. Luo Ji formed his own army of lava giants and called it the Burning Legion of Hell, marching toward the demon territory mightily and mightily all the way. Next, he will rule the demonic residents and fight together against the forces of Puno, the god who devours the evil rock giant. As if through the layers of black fog, Luo Ji led an army of lava giants to the entrance of Hell Valley. He seemed to have come into a chaos and darkness, surrounded by fog. Only the fire from the dozens of lava giants behind him illuminated everything around him. I see. He seemed to understand why the demon would arrest the golem to build things here. Even if it is burnt hell, not all places are warm. Through the layers of darkness, Luo Ji came to an underground giant palace. Demons are creatures that live underground. They have no light, no food, and no warmth. Therefore, the demons can't stand the particularly dark environment. They are not dead, and they are monsters fused with flesh and energy, while the undead are pure, dark, evil creatures. The demons arrested the golem in order to make them construct a project, and then used the golem's core as a street lamp to illuminate the surroundings. Moreover, the stone giant is also a very useful tool. As long as it is driven by energy, it can be exhausted with unlimited work, such as mining, collecting resources, construction projects, and so on. But after all, demons are not humans. How can they, who are arrogant, be smarter than humans? What Luo Ji wants to say is that as long as there are human engineers here, the demons will not be so miserable. In a final analysis, the low-level demons are actually a group of people who have no cultural level, no civilization, and only have some violence and brutal power. The monster is nothing. Even the primitive man is inferior. But the words are not absolute. It seems that there are still a small number of high-level demons with outstanding wisdom, such as succubus, wise demons, transformation demons, and so on. Keep going. Arriving at the entrance of the underground demon canyon, in front of Luo Ji, a humanoid demon with bat wings and a pointed tail, who claimed to be a devil prince, appeared in front of Luo Ji, as well as several handsome male night monsters. They all seemed to have high intelligence and belonged to the big devil of the management class. It seemed that they wanted to negotiate with their burning legion. 10. The great king of purgatory, the infernal giant, the manifestation of the anger of the earth. Please calm down your anger and the demons like me are willing to be your humble servants and give you an immortal heart and a fragile soul." The demons in the scorching hell seemed very acquainted. They dared not anger Luo Ji, fearing destruction. This is the first level of purgatory, which is the world between heaven and hell. It is the area given by the deceased to go to heaven and hell, although he has committed a mild crime, but is not a hell-like evil. Those undead in the Lich territory are the dead in the past. Some people here are tortured by the flames of purgatory purification. They want to clear their sins and go to heaven. The demons are different from those undead. All demons have a weak tendency to evil. Compared to them, the stone giants are considered kind. In other words, the undead hate the living. The devil's nature is 053 evil, and the stone giants are cold-blooded and merciless. These three types of races have become the most domineering group of existence in Jiayan Hell. Luo Ji used the body of a lava giant to kill the great demon of Inferno and evolved into the giant of Inferno. Naturally, he is qualified to be the king of purgatory. So the next thing he has to challenge is the god of evil Golem and the Lich King. The demons are very smart. They know that if they refuse, they will become food. Those burning lava giants don't know what feelings are. They kill without considering the consequences. They won't make fun like demons, and there are no undead. There is only one reason for such hatred, and that was because he simply felt that the other party was getting in the way. This is the so-called elemental life, a group of real swordsmen in Jiayan Hell. Surrender me? At this time, the flame giant appeared in the image of a huge flame demon, and it grinned with a terrible smile. A large amount of solid matter of dark desire and malicious primordial power is gathered together, and a large number of unimaginable muscles blast and flow outward from the burning chaos. This muscle curled up like a flame around its body that looked like a demon with huge horns and fleshy wings, and its high heat came from the body. A pair of huge horns are located on a pair of dark, eyeless, and fleshy skeletons, and the eye sockets are burning with terrible flames. This is the image of Luo Ji now. Chair horns, muscles, burning, the incarnation of the great devil. The nickname of the flame giant god is the Flame Demon. But it is not an ordinary demon that controls flames, but a great demon that can destroy the world in a true sense, with a strong tendency to evil. Ha 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 ha. The harsh laughter of the Balrog shook the canyon. All the demons heard this terrifying voice. They knelt on the ground collectively, shivering, feeling the high heat of fear coming from the front. More than a dozen concrete and huge lava giants crowded behind the Balrog, looking domineering, incomparable. There is no doubt that it possesses a powerful force that can destroy the demons in an instant. At this moment, the demons were extremely nervous. They knew that their lives were in the hands of this Balrog, and now they just wanted to wait for the ending. Because even if it is resistance, the most exchanged is faster death. Then I will persuade you in a demon way. Yin demon Luo Ji raised his hand, and countless fireballs appeared in the sky, densely covering the sky and instantly illuminating the entire underground canyon. Live, let's talk about surrender. With a big wave of his hand, it seemed that the arm of the flame demon that covered the sky with only one hand had an incomparably powerful energy. With the endless rainstorm and meteors falling from the sky, it would destroy the hundreds of kilometers of land in front of you like an indiscriminate bombing. This is the real power of the sub-god realm, a demigod level comparable to high-dimensional creatures, terrifying, invincible. In an instant, deep rifts tore through the demon canyon, and the huge sea of fire burned wildly. The demons of this layer died in screaming. Only a few were not burned to death, but absorbed the energy of the surrounding dead demons, so as to adapt to the flame and high temperature began to evolve. Are you still alive? Immediately, Luo Ji realized that flames could not completely eliminate these evolved demons, but also, since they are still alive, it shows that they have enough power and value. In that case, then I will give you a chance to follow me. The existence is born from the burning chaos created by the Balrog, and they are no longer the little demons and demon slaves of the past, but become the burning demons of Luo Ji's family. The only pure idea and purpose is to ignite all around them into a burning purgatory. In the dark purgatory black smoke, countless small spots of light appeared, and those countless spots of light were monsters of flames. Wherever they went, everything burned. They are Luo Ji's family members, a family of living flames. Name, Devil of Flame, Essence of Flame. Belonging to a subordinate of the Flame Demon, Prison Flame Giant God. Skills, Fiery Burning, Energy Absorption. In the darkness and chaos burning ahead, countless small spots of light gradually lit up. Their images are like bursts of crimson lightning. They can draw energy from nearby intelligent creatures, and the bodies of the creatures absorbed by them will burn quickly. It looks like spontaneous combustion zero. At the same time, they can also absorb all the memories and knowledge of the deceased, and their incarnations look like human-shaped bodies, beast-shaped bodies, etc., which look like burning revenge flame souls, depending on the death host they absorb. Is this awareness link? Luo Ji suddenly felt that countless burning spots of light were bound to him. The collection of thoughts of all the essence of the flames becomes a nest-like cluster will, and every individual is a component of this will. Like his servants, Luo Ji can also earn and absorb energy from these flame spirits and flame demons. And as they continue to accumulate and absorb knowledge, they will also become smarter and more cunning. Now we are one. The flame demon Luo Ji raised his arms high, and all the flame spirits and lava giants raised their arms, like a uniform burning legion, saluting to the supreme leader. They're like a well-trained army, with thinking similar to beehive thinking. It will come with the call of Luo Ji, the fire demon, and it will come to any place 1.0 with Luo Ji, and sometimes it will turn into a living flame to merge with Luo Ji, and it will be surrounded by Luo Ji. The core is composed of a huge fleet that surrounds the mothership, so that everyone is prosperous and everyone is damaged. At this moment, with such a burning legion, Luo Ji feels that he is invincible now. Follow me, go get the head of the golem god. After speaking, Luo Ji's huge flame demon's body rose into the sky, turning into a comet emitting a burning fire, and flew away. Behind him, hundreds of flame essences also rose into the sky, following him like a meteor, including a dozen lava giants that also floated to offset the gravity at this time. They are accompanied by flame star clusters like meteorites, surrounded by huge comets, with a corona-like halo, and they have drawn a huge arc in the sky. These horrible things will soon descend on the top of Guwang City. Boom! There were dark clouds in the distance of Guwang City, lightning and thunder, and a terrifying sound came from the end of the sky. The stone giants are all out. The evil golem god also opened his eyes, staring at the distant sky, and squinted his eyes slightly. Then they saw the weird comet emitting a scarlet glow coming from the east, with a sun-like halo. Its tail drew a huge arc in the sky, followed by hundreds of times. The shining meteor fell towards the direction of Guwang City. Boom! A burning explosion trajectory was set off on the ground. A meteor fell, and then stood up and turned into a burning flame essence. The images of the flame spirits who worship the flame demon are like a burst of crimson lightning. They are frantically igniting any objects they encounter around them. Their eyes are calm, and there's a flame burning on their bodies. It hangs over the head of the stone giant like a heavy mountain, making them breathless. In many cases, the fearless stone giant will also feel at a loss and struggle. No one's life is more precious than anyone else. When a huge comet that looked like a nuclear explosion struck, it illuminated the entire night sky. The comet of the Balrog incarnation hovered in front of Puno, the god of stone giants, and then reappeared its huge special horns. The image of the burning demon stood upright in the void, several hundred meters tall. Boom! The sturdy pillar of flame fell on the ground in a moment, and the entire area was illuminated with dazzling light, and the fiercely burning sea of fire seemed to inspire their aura. In the next moment, dozens of burning meteorites fell and turned into lava giants and stood tall. They collectively looked forward, waiting for the order of Luo Ji, the flame demon. Bold Puno, the god of evil stone giants, seemed to be a little surprised about this. Lightning and burning light fell one after another. It didn't even hide, and it stepped on the ground with unparalleled power. Boom! In front of them appeared one after another. Hundreds of meters of ground collapses, and the flame spirits and lava giants that were swept by the shock were shaken to the ground one after another. Yes, the flame demon raised his hands, as if pulling something in the void. A huge burning giant sword appeared from his hand, and the other hand was wiped on the blade, instantly adding a strong laser hotline like high temperature. The fire rain fell, and as the great sword plunged into the ground, huge waves surged in all directions. The burning fire waves swallowed the nearby towers and destroyed the land of Guang City. God, come on! He stood still, raised his head, and snarled at the giant in front of him. The huge sound shook the flames and twisted. Ignorance demon, you are ruining yourself. The voice of the giant god resonated like heaven and earth. At the end of the conversation, a large cloud of clouds began to condense. With the shaking of the mountains, invisible forces began to gather, and soon a magnificent mountain-like giant gradually appeared, and the face of the god of stone giants was revealed. This is a terrifying stone giant with a height of more than 2,000 meters. The hundreds of meters high infernal giant instantly turned into a short man. But Luo Ji looked warlike. Anyway, his size does not affect his combat effectiveness. Not to mention, this is not his real body, but the energy released by the burning heart. The real body of power projection is just the core of the heart. The palm of the giant mountain was slowly raised. The wind and clouds changed color. At least tens of billions of tons of power are condensed in his fists at this time. It is truly a strong man in the sub-god realm. With this range, this line of sight, Luo Ji feels that he is firmly locked in. No way to escape, no way to hide. The opponent is 2 lower levels higher than himself, but this does not mean much. The subshin is always the subshin, and it is impossible to have a huge gap like the true god. So that's it. The flame of destruction. In fact, as long as the temperature is high enough, the stone can be burnt to ashes. However, when the god of stone giants a few kilometers away smashed the fist over 100 meters away, the arms of the flame demon merged, and the high-temperature flame beams spurted out of the palm. The high temperature and high impact were instantly like the rays of nuclear fusion. The giant's fists were blown away and scattered, but soon new rocks gathered on the giant's body to repair the body. It seems to be the same as the Balrog that absorbs heat and flames. It only needs to stand on the ground, and the planet will continue to provide it with power. At this moment, the lightning was getting brighter and brighter, and the giant made up of mountains took a throwing posture. Is it a remote attack? If the core is hit by absolute power, even the Balrog will be injured. Come on! The flame demon roared loudly, thunderously. It began to fully liberate the energy of the inner core. This time, the ground under its feet began to vibrate violently, as if it was boiling. The surrounding air had long been wiped out, and the space seemed to be distorted. Kilometers have turned into a magma lake. The flame demon wants to destroy the world, leaving the stone giant without a foothold. The stone giant threw the divine spear, intending to pierce the burning heart of the Balrog. Next moment, the world was swallowed by an endless light. 070. Boom! In a huge impact, over the gloomy purgatory, large black clouds seemed to be wiped out in an instant, piercing a large hole with a diameter of tens of kilometers. After a few breaths, the light gradually faded. A giant with blue smoke and high heat, still eating and standing on the ground. Ding, 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 ha ha. The god of stone giants smiled contemptuously. Evil demon, do you think you could challenge me? Your strength is not enough. But suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced the air, knocking down the ground, and the surroundings suddenly lit up. The god of stone giant trembles with fright. It raised its head and looked towards the sky, and its eyes widened in astonishment, and saw a faintly earth-shaking muffled sound in the sky, and a high heat and strong depressive atmosphere filled it. The sun? How can there be a sun in practice? But then he realized that the floating luminous sphere he saw at this time was not the sun. Ugly black spots, mottled dark orange surfaces, and rotating huge pillars of fire surround the edges. The huge light and high heat are like the sun. At this time, it slowly falls towards the ground, sometimes becoming larger and larger in the huge cracks surrounding it, are madly radiating heat waves, as if to let everything be destroyed in a state of nothingness. As you said, your power is not enough. There was a sound from the huge sun, and I fixed my eyes on the Balrog that turned into a huge plasma due to the extreme high temperature. Jet a swirling, solitary flame. The ring of lightning. A huge plasma lightning flashed out of its hand like a halo. In an instant, a halo of over hundreds of millions of temperatures passed through the body of the golem god. As if it was not hindered at all, it cut its body so easily. Reveal the inner core. It's impossible, the god of stone giant roared angrily. The next moment, the plasma Balrog fell on the ground, and his big hand grabbed it toward its core, and then suddenly crushed it. All the energy was madly absorbed into Luo Ji's body. Nothing is impossible, and your clan is naturally restrained by demons, and my strength is above you. Energy draw. At this time, the body of the god of stone giants collapsed and turned into an amber cloud, frantically rushing towards the body of the huge luminous plasma, being absorbed by its inner core. In the screams, the high heat and high temperature also swallowed the surrounding stone giants, making the world here shine like daylight, with countless fire spots appearing on buildings, grounds, and houses. At this moment, surrounded by thousands of small balls of light, Luo Ji is a huge figure constantly deforming like a living flame. All the anomalous creatures that see this scene will be described as the sun on the ground. It's this time. The reminder sounded in his mind, and Luo Ji stopped in place instantly. System. The host can now evolve a new god-level form. Can you evolve again? Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji began to look at the god-level forms that could evolve next. God-level evolution. The living flame of the deep darkness, the blaster, the living flame, symbolizing the existence of fire, the old ruler Ketugya. At that moment, Luo Ji fell into contemplation. A picture emerged in his mind, as if he recalled the brief picture he had seen through the world tree on the earth in the past. The deflagrator descended on the earth. Command thousands of flame spirits. Burn the earth and evaporate rivers. Destroy endless civilization. Ketugya, it's me. Luo Ji's heart shook suddenly. He recalled that the world tree demon had said a word to himself before he absorbed Mordmus. It said, "You will draw their attention by their first name." The world tree monster is full of hostility. She seemed very resistant to Luo Ji's investigation of the names of the devil gods. Later, Luo Ji learned through the system that when he was investigating the name of the demon gods who were called by their names would gradually sense them and descend on the earth again. Just calling the name a few times will attract their attention, and they will appear on the earth every once in a while, bringing mass extinction events or natural disasters, which have never stopped from hundreds of millions of years ago to today. This is the story and legend of the 4 demon gods. In this bottomless black abyss, Luo Ji stared at the god-level transformation that he could evolve at this time, and was stunned, seeming to be thinking about something. Coincidence? Next, he wanted to evolve the Ketugya, the old ruler. They are ancient and powerful existences in the universe. They are great things beyond the scope of human imagination and above the laws of the universe. However, on the earth, there have been prophecies that have been circulated that 4 demons will come 1 year later. The name of the second demon is called Ketugya. Whether it was learned from the information database stored by the demon of the world tree, or from the path of his current evolution. Luo Ji increasingly suspected that he might be the second demon god Ketugya himself. Weird, really weird. System, are you asking me? What is the relationship between me and the second demon god? He began to inquire inwardly. System, the evolution route of the host is all your own choice. Everything is random, or maybe luck. Here. Luo Ji was silent again. He always feels like Ouroboros, and fate is doomed and helpless, as if he was trapped by Ouroboros. It's like a brave man desperately looking for a way to defeat the devil, only to find that he is the devil in the end. This is so sudden. Everything is unprepared. Why is this happening? Luo Ji was hesitant in his heart. He was wondering if he wanted to evolve this form. If evolution is canceled now, won't the future be changed? But this is a god-level transformation. If you refuse this opportunity, you'll have to pay a high price next time. And the future may not change because of your own choices, because there are several other demon gods, or no matter what you do, the world has its own trajectory. Inner struggle. There was a wave of movement outside. Under the eyes of the flame spirit and the lava giant, Luo Ji felt the evil and necromantic aura. It seemed that the people of the Lich King came. Luo Ji thought it was another battle, but he did not expect that the other party chose to surrender and decisively surrendered to him. It seems that they are quite acquainted. After returning to his senses, after Luo Ji handled everything here, he stared again at the choice of god-level evolutionary transformation. The time limit is getting closer, and he has an urgent need to choose to transform. System, Inferno Titan, 4 stars, evolves to Ketugya, 5 stars. The voice just fell. Luo Ji's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. The huge core of the burning heart has already begun to burn crazily. The gravity changes slightly, and at the same time, as more and more substances are adsorbed, the body size is getting bigger and bigger. The adsorbed matter burned wildly in the chaos, and an unimaginable high heat and energy was born. At this time, Luo Ji transformed into a giant plasma, sphere-like monster. Subsequently, surrounded by thousands of small balls of light, Luo Ji's huge demon figure, which is constantly deforming like a living flame, has been described by the Lich and Purgatory survivors as the sun on the ground. Just at this time, Luo Ji heard the drum of Zhao's lingering in his mind. It was very strange. His spirit and consciousness were all involved in a strange place. In that place, thought was vaguely connected with energy and matter, because a crazy and sharp flute sound was constantly filtered out of the flashing color vision, and he gradually saw the surging eternal darkness. Here it is. A series of kaleidoscope-like illusions appeared in front of him, and then all of this dissolves in an unfathomable vast and dark abyss from time to time. Countless deeper black worlds and the sun are spinning in this abyss. In the center of the deep and crazy beat of the terrible evil drum and the hollow and monotonous howl of the terrifying magic flute, Luo Ji saw the ultimate chaos mentioned in the ancient legend, the blind foolish. And the Lord of all things, growing in the center of that chaos, in the dark space of the endless universe, a huge and uncertain shape is located somewhere about 25 light-years away from the Earth, called Beiluo Sherman Nanyu. Its diameter is larger than that of the sun, and it is a burning star. It is alive. The appearance looks like a huge plasma sphere with dark orange surface covered with black spots like sunspots, and it continuously ejects spiral arc-shaped flames. This existence has a resounding name, called Ketugya. He is one of the rulers of the old days. When the Earth began to take shape 4.5 billion years ago, and the surface of the Earth finally began to cool and solidify, and his servant raced the flame vampires once descended on the Earth. And now, this huge plasma sphere called Ketugya has a new name. It is called Luo Ji. On the Earth today, it has been nearly half a year since the radiation recovery in the fissure and the fusion of the Earth's surface have passed. Many important things have happened in the past year. There have been several large-scale wars that have killed many people, but each side suffered heavy casualties. The original population of 6 billion is now only about 2.5 billion, which has been directly reduced by more than half. The reason is that the survival rules of the surface of the Earth and the inner Earth are completely different. Whether it is a 070 underground behemoth or a surface human, one enters the other world, and they will sigh for it and want to invade the other's territory. Human beings want to enter the Earth's inner world, and the Earth's inner world wants to enter the human world. In this way, the war has been fought for several times, one after another. In short, no one is convinced by the two sides. As of now, several powerful titans have fallen on the surface of the Earth. Humans use their wisdom and fists to tell the monsters, in the face of modern civilization, you are vulnerable. Since then, the modern civilization of the Earth began to develop rapidly. With each passing day, more and more people with superpowers exploring the inner world of the Earth has become a social trend. A new era is here. The high-speed developed new energy, magnetite technology has replaced electricity, petroleum energy, and even nuclear energy as the mainstream energy source. It looks like a hexahedron, which can absorb sunlight and convert cosmic energy into energy. At present, the controllable nuclear fusion, often referred to by mankind, is no longer out of reach, but within reach. Dragon Country. Most of the hot summer has passed, and the new school season will soon come. Luo Ji is a freshman who just turned 18 years old. He made an appointment with a friend and walked towards the school, boasting to others, "Brothers, I signed up for the newly established Ability Martial Arts Club this year. I feel that I have made a lot of progress, Agba, and it is estimated that I will be able to pass the ability test of the ability person soon." Luo Ji shouted to the others excitedly. The buddies next to him laughed and vomited. "As far as your mind level is concerned, I suggest you don't learn supernatural martial arts. Isn't it popular to go to the new energy science department? The salary is still high, and it is not worse than super martial arts. How many? But I want to join the army. Now the social turmoil is too great, and it is incomparable. Although cultural knowledge is very important, the physical fitness is the same. Even if you can build mechas, you have to be controlled by a driver, right?" Just after speaking, the classmate on the other side interjected, "Don't dream. It's really too difficult to pass the assessment test of superb martial arts, and the requirements for all aspects of the assessment are too high. Although our country's human awakening rate is 74.6%, ranking second in the world, but the base so big, so many awakened people are involuntarily, the competition is not ordinary fierce." Luo Ji's face turned slightly, and he was a little embarrassed and said, "So what? As long as you have perseverance, don't you say that you can grow and become stronger? People who are talented and directly awaken as an S-level evolutionary. You have worked so hard to be promoted to C-level. Is it worth it?" Yes. I think it is best to study new energy and science majors, and the prospect for employment are also broad. Real men make mechas no worse than bloody warriors." As if to comfort him, his friend persuaded him, "Anyway, you work hard. Anyway, people like us are unlikely to graduate and become extraordinary. Human Awakener level, Super God S class, alias National Team, Transcendence A class, Transcendent B class, Superpower C class, Ordinary People D class. Normally, even if humans have awakened their abilities, it is difficult for humans to compete head-on with monsters of the same level. Just like in a game, it usually takes several A-level transcenders to successfully kill an A-level monster. The S-type monsters have the power to destroy the world and destroy the Earth. If they want to be defeated smoothly, they have extremely high requirements for the configuration of the team. At the same time, everyone's consciousness and combat power have hardcore requirements. It is a weapon made of the body material of other monsters of the A+ category or higher level weapon armor, etc. Of course, if you have the right to use the controllable nuclear fusion mini-bombs that are allowed by the country, you have the right to use strategic weapons. It doesn't matter if you're not an S-rank super god. You can easily kill a monster with the touch of a button. Individual improvement is always limited, and the improvement of civilization as a whole is the real collective strength. Although Lu Chun also understood this truth, he was not reconciled and vowed inwardly that he would become an extraordinary B-level who graduated smoothly. After leaving friends for a while, Lu Chun was walking alone on the road near the school. Suddenly, he saw a burning light spot emitting a weird light falling from the sky, with a halo like the sun, and its fire tail drew an arc in the sky. String F *** K what? After being shocked by the open words, Lu Chun quickly ran towards the place where the flame light spot fell. He widened his eyes and looked at a group of burning gas looming near the lake surface. The center covered by the flame looked like a line. The bursting crimson lightning flashed slightly. He seems to be the only human being around here to see the flame essence, but he is certainly not the first to discover it. Call the police. Lu Chun thought subconsciously, but the movements on his hand stopped. He felt that there must be an organization that specializes in housing this kind of things. Then, staring at that thing carefully from a distance, it was like a living and intelligent flame, or a presence like gas or aura. Lu Chun nervously approached. His act of death quickly attracted the thing's attention. In the vision of Yanzijing, the surrounding pictures are all dark, and human beings as living creatures are clearly visible as red thermal imaging. When Lu Chun approached the Yanzijing a dozen meters away, the flame suddenly surged like a burst of lightning, directly attached to Lu Chun's body, and in an instant he ignited spontaneously, yelling all over his body and jumping towards the lake. But jumping into the lake couldn't stop the flame from burning at all. In the intense pain, Lu Chun felt that his brain was about to explode at this time, and countless messages poured in an instant. He began to cry out in uncontrollable pain. Memories and consciousness seemed to be absorbed by something, and the energy in the body is also quickly passing away. Just like a person who is bitten by a vampire in his neck can clearly feel the backflow of blood in the body. Summon the essence of flame. Beluo Sherman. Southern Yuzwa A. Wait to you. Promise the promise of death. K2. Just when Lu Chun was about to call out that name, the flame essence that was attached to his body was hurt instantly. It turned out that a police officer with a supernatural power rushed over and jumped into the lake to interfere and dispel the attachment to him. That group of living flames on the body. I used a 6-sided crystal that could absorb energy to imprison it, and said something like, "It's great, I finally caught up." It seems that there are beings who know what the essence of flames is. Is this kid okay? It seems that Professor Mu is right. That light spot is a monster of flame. It specializes in absorbing the vitality and energy of intelligent creatures, and the possessed person will always whisper creepy words and call out that name. At this time, several supernatural police officers cautiously looked at the 6-sided crystal of the contained flame essence, and then looked at Lu Chun, who had passed out of pain because of the pain, with a solemn expression. They are all extraordinary awakeners of the special institutions of the Ministry of Textiles. At this time, after containing the essence of Yanji, he began to dial a phone, and as the voice on the other side of the phone rang, he nodded solemnly. Let's go to other places to inspect. We must pay attention to prevent these evil things from falling on the earth. Speaking of this, each of them resounded in their minds a remark repeatedly emphasized by their superiors. Over the past 2 months ago, mankind explored the hollow tunnel of the Earth's inner world and found the remains of the pyramids, discovered the secrets inside, and some slates that recorded the devil god of destroying the world. In other words, human beings have already known and deciphered the identity and origin of the demon gods and their secrets. But with the investigation, the deeper they understand, the more they are shocked and inconceivable. Several scientists have gone crazy because of this, yelling indescribable, "Don't call their names." Among them, the names of the 4 demon gods are still unknown, because the people who knew were either crazy or dead, which caused panic. I thought it would end, but who knew that over time, they slowly revealed that one of the demon gods would arrive on Earth in the near future. Once it comes, mankind will be destroyed. This is a fact that has been proved as early as the prophecy of a year. I hope that the measures we have made in advance can have an effect. We no longer want to face the second time. Incident. This is what the superiors told them, and issued notices throughout the country and the world. Even satellites are closely monitoring every corner of the Earth to prevent these aliens from falling into the Earth. In the past 2 days, their numbers were extremely large, tens of thousands at first, but most of them were intercepted by human weapons. Even so, there will still be fish that slip through the net and fall to the Earth, causing damage comparable to a micronuclear explosion. Several churches have been blown up. One of them is the most emerging church called the Starry Wisdom Church, located in San Francisco, caused many casualties, and scientists have repeatedly issued statements that when encountering such dangerous unknown enemies, you must block your mouth, don't call their names directly, and don't guess their identities and origins, otherwise it will bring huge troubles and disasters. The same is true of the extraordinary police officers beside Luo Ji. Although the essence of flame in the hexahedron is restricted, but still feel fear, inexplicably panic rises from the heart. They are still professionals who have received professional training to face their inner fears. If they are ordinary people, they may be shaking all over at this time. Don't look directly at it. Cover it with a cloth. After speaking, several people disappeared on the black car with the contained flame essence. At the same time, in the dark space 25 light-years away from the Earth, a huge burning plasma sphere, which humans named Northfall Shimenin U constellation, sent a slight vibration in the stellar core. Hee, smart human beings, Luo Ji sneered inwardly. He is now Ketugya, representing one of the old rulers of the fire element camp. He is very big now. It is bigger than the sun on the Earth, about 1.7 times the diameter of the sun, and 2.3 times the mass of the sun. It is a real white star. Only, the flame itself has no quality. It depends only on the quality of combustibles. Although he is now a burning plasma sphere, the flame is actually his body, and the stars are only combustibles. 0. Look for flowers. 0. Luo Ji now faces an embarrassing situation. He knew that the Earth was in the solar system, but he couldn't move it. The reason is simple. Because it is a star, it is larger than the sun. Once it gets close to the solar system, the huge gravitational force will tear the stars, directly destroying all the other 8 planets, including the Earth, and exploding in an instant, even the sun, may be swallowed slowly. Of course, there's another reason. That is, he is 25 light-years away from the Earth. It is not far to say it, but it is not too close. When he arrives at the place, I don't know how much time has passed. Therefore, Luo Ji can only let his family's essence of flame turn into a meteor shower and fly towards the solar system, and then descend on the Earth, acting as his eyeliner, possessing the human body, absorbing human memory and knowledge, and connecting with the mother. In the nest consciousness, feedback to yourself. 0. At that time, it is only necessary for humans to call out the spell 3 times in succession when the star of Luo Ji rises to the treetops at night. Although it has passed but not forgotten, Ketugya, who is waiting at Luo Ji, tell you wait for the promise of death. Come on, Ketugya. After the summoning is successful, the incarnation of Luo Ji will respond to the request of the summoned person, and thousands of flame spirits under the commander will appear on the Earth. But this is extremely dangerous for the summoner, because the place where it appears will immediately burn violently. The terrifying high temperature and flame will cause a great destruction regardless of the enemy and us, and the destructive power is enough to match the small nuclear bomb. Although it is only an incarnation, it is also extremely terrifying. As for why Luo Ji wants to return to the Earth as soon as possible, this has to be said from before, when the timeline passed to him when he was still in the Destiny continent. Outer plane, eternal desolation, burning hell. At that time, Luo Ji has just evolved into Ketugya. Then there was a voice in Mingming. He said it was a substitute for one. At that time, Luo Ji has just evolved into the old ruler Ketugya. It was at that time, Luo Ji heard the drum sound, lingering in his mind. It was very strange. His spirit and consciousness were all involved in a strange place. In that place, his thoughts are vaguely connected with energy and matter. I heard a crazy and sharp flute sound and saw the eternal darkness constantly surging. Here it is. A series of kaleidoscope-like illusions appeared in front of Luo Ji's eyes, and then an unfathomable, vast, dark abyss, in which countless deeper black worlds and the sun were spinning. He saw their figure. In the oppressive darkness, the distorted abyss, and the weird dark hall, there are dozens of crazy shadows squirming. It was as if a group of demons danced wildly, as if indescribable things gathered together. At that time, he suddenly discovered that he had also become one of them. He had also become an indescribable thing, a member of the evil god, and this was a chaos beyond the world and beyond the universe of 0 and 70. The royal court is the supreme ultimate chaos, the blind and foolish body that grows in the center of the chaos, the royal court of Asadhos, the lord of all things. How can it be? Luo Ji saw a rolling cloud of unknown fog, filled with phantom eyes and mouths, and a huge horror lurking. He also saw the darkness, tumbling, jumping like joyful hands. Then another group of foreign gods came. Luo Ji looked at them, and they looked at themselves. Then the gods seemed to have their own camps, and they raised their hands and communicated with gestures, lest they disturb the silence of Devil Lord. The gods gestured to each other with their hands, and one of the long-tongued aliens said, "When the devil rests, let us create the world for self-entertainment. Let us create the colors of the world, life and death, and the sky. In the banquet, we only need to not break the silence of the devil." After finishing speaking, the eyes with long tongue and alien shape fell on Luo Ji's body, which was very meaningful. Immediately afterwards, in the incredible dark hall at the other end of time, there was the deep and crazy beat of the abominable drum and the hollow and monotonous howling of the terrifying magic flute. Luo Ji followed the other outer gods and walked towards the court of Chaos King, looking up at the huge tentacles and heart-like flesh and blood polymers located outside the universe. It exists outside the orderly universe, and no dream can everywhere I touched. There was the deepest chaos full of destructive power all around. Everything was tumbling and boiling in the center of infinity, and Wei was reading everything. Without even thinking about it, Luo Ji knew his name, uninhibited demon, Lord Asadhos. Here, the outer gods were extremely quiet and dared to shout his name without words. As the demon continued to fall asleep, the long alien led everyone to an area. Here is the center of time, where all time seems to be still. This time has no beginning and no end. In the court of Chaos King, the outer gods are sitting one after another. The long-tongued alien is the center of everything. Next to it, there is a sparkling bubble and a female body tumbling with dark flesh and blood. The position is second only to the Demon King, like the three great generals, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Then, the gods all raised their hands, formed their own emblems, swearing by the worlds and stars they were in, and described this as a military meeting of great changes in the universe. Luo Ji looked at them when he was at a loss. An alien in a yellow robe by his side bumped him and motioned to follow suit. Luo Ji glanced at him. Under the yellow robe are octopus-like feet, nodded, and raised his hand, forming his own fire emblem. So, the long-tongued alien made a sound, encouraging everyone, and saying that it would take 100 years for everyone to search between the ends of the world. It means that this meeting and banquet will only meet once every 100 years, when all the old rulers and foreign gods will come here. But suddenly, in the lingering universe of stars, Luo Ji saw the blue planet appearing on the hands of the alien with long tongue. His heart tightened, and he realized something. The other gods gestured to each other with their hands. "Naya, what are you doing?" "This is the Earth," Long-Tongue Alien said with a smile. They were puzzled and asked, "Naya, what are those things on the Earth?" "They move, but they don't shake like the old days. They live like life but don't die," Naya said. This is the Titan. The gods asked each other, Titan? Is it the creation of the ancient gods? What the damn old gods want to do, they will one day be crazy, and this will endanger the secrets of the gods. Then, long-tongued aliens still use gestures to convey his thoughts. We should have a seeker to find the answer. Then the gods said, yes, there must be a watchman to observe. So they saw the long tongue, grinning, and slowly stood up, looked around in front of the huge, colorful bubbles and the dark mountain of meat, and then prepared to recommend themselves and send their avatars to the earth. At this moment, Luo Ji spoke. He spoke in front of the gods, seeming to be out of the idea of protecting the earth, stood up high, faced the long-tongued alien and said, I'm going. The gods were silent. The long-tongued alien stopped in place and was stunned for a few seconds. But when he was going to continue to use gestures to convey the news, the gods talked a lot and seemed to have made a decision. I agree. Me too. Among the gods, there seems to be more than one outside god who hates long tongues and aliens. When they see someone daring to come forward and recognize Naya, they are ecstatic in their hearts and raise their hands to show their agreement. Then the gods said, let us elect a representative, a constant thing that is not in the middle of change. He does not seek like a comet, nor does he act like a world. He is in this universe, still has its own place to stay. Afterwards, all the gods looked at Luo Ji. From their deep eyes, Luo Ji understood two things. F***K, you are really fierce. Face Naya on the council of the gods. Brother, we rely on you for our old dignity. You deserve to be Ketugya. My king in yellow clothes or other gods give you a compliment. Finally, the gods said, we created the world and the stars, created the seeker and the destroyer. Now, let us create the watchman. Therefore, the gods raised their hands to tie the seal, and the light seal fell on Luo Ji's body, making him a representative. At the moment the meeting ended, Luo Ji's long tongue with gnashing teeth is faintly visible, staring at him in hatred. Later, he knew the name of this Gynaetotepu. Recovered. The inside of the huge plasma sphere was not calmly agitated, and once again recalled the scene of pretending to be forced. Luo Ji trembled in his heart. He unexpectedly, above the Chaos Palace, forcibly endured Nyarlathotep and robbed him of his identity as the Watcher who descended on the earth as the representative of the outer god. And what's incredible is that there are so many foreign gods who support him. But it's a pity that they just want to see Nyarlathotep eat cancer. That guy is a chaos. He is the substitute of a Sadhos, one of the three pillar gods. Moreover, his brothers and sisters, as well as two other three-pillar gods, looked like Yug Sotos and Sab Nicholas, although their faces were expressionless, but they were probably laughing at Nyarlathotep in their hearts. But here comes the problem. In the court of Chaos King, the gods did not dare to make loud noises and hostile each other because of the fear and dread of the awakening of Chaos Demon Lord Sadhos. 1.0. But now that you have left the court of Chaos King, doesn't it mean that you are enmity with Nyarlathotep? That thing, wouldn't you be an enemy of yourself? Just when Luo Ji vaguely expected that Nyarlathotep would be great. System, God-level mission released. Repel Nyarlathotep's order and Walking Chaos, Nyarlathotep's incarnation. When the mission fails, the earth will fall into the hands of Nyarlathotep. You will lose your foothold and be forgotten eventually. Note, as a special-looking old ruler, you cannot directly descend on the earth, otherwise the earth will be destroyed. Therefore, as a watchman, please find a way to establish a connection with the earth and protect the planet before the outer gods wake up one after another. It looks like it's more troublesome than expected. Because of this, there was the previous scene where Luo Ji let the essence of flame descend on the earth, and the scene was arrested by humans as a result. He even doubted whether those humans had been instigated by Naya and deliberately opposed himself. Nyarlathotep and Ketugya are natural enemies. The hatred between them. I can't finish talking for a few days or nights. In short, after Luo Ji became the ruler of the old days, he received an invitation to go to the court of Chaos King. In the court of Chaos King, he met various other outer gods from different universes and different dimensions. There are some evil tycoons in the court of Chaos King, the leader of which is Nyarlathotep, and an interesting place was discovered, which is the Earth. Nyarlathotep wanted to encroach on the Earth, so he mentioned it in the court of Chaos. Then he was cut off by Luo Ji. In addition, Ketugya himself is Nyarlathotep's mortal enemy, and it meets the standards in all aspects, and it is close to the Earth. It is very suitable for the position of the outer god, Watcher. The outer gods all agreed, and Nyarlathotep was not good at getting angry in public, so he had to be silent in the sleeping place of the primordial chaos demon, hating Ketugya in his heart. Ever since, Luo Ji knew that Cthulhu would descend on the Earth, so he could only prepare in advance and be enemies on both sides, acting as the evil god, but also as the ancient god. 06, he must catch up with what the foreign gods said. When the stars return to their thrones, he will take the Earth as his own. If this is the case, he may be able to persuade other foreign gods to descend on the Earth. Then Nyarlathotep, as one of the three pillar gods, has many servants and incarnations under his command, and they will certainly not give up. And the contest between Cthulhu and Cthulhu was not as simple as imagined. For humans or other weak races, they have no way to understand life or non-life forms of different dimensions. They live in a fragile and leaky paper world all their lives. The door is a horrible and crazy existence. Abyss. If Nyarlathotep knows that Luo Ji is deceiving, then war will definitely begin. Compared with Naya, Yog-Sothoth is a neutral sect, and Shabu is more brainless and lacks wisdom. In the old days, there were not many people who dared to resist Nyarlathotep and the outer gods, but there were still some. It is not enough for Luo Ji to fight against the power of the three pillars. It is necessary to unite with other old gods and even ancient gods who also like the Earth to form an old union in order to confront the forces of Naya. It's like Mission Impossible. But thinking that the mission had just begun, Luo Ji discovered that Shania's power had already taken root on the Earth. After investigation, he discovered several forces of Naya on the Earth. An organization called Starry Sky Wisdom Mission is located near San Francisco. Although its name is decent, the organization itself is a church that worships Nyarlathotep's incarnation of the Night Hunter. A name called the Swelling Women's Order. This is an organization that believes in the swelling women, one of the incarnations of Nyarlathotep, and its headquarters is located in the demon capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Although Nyarlathotep has thousands of avatars, Luo Ji has always been able to find them. And destroying these organizations and the incarnation of Naya became Luo Ji's next task. Damn it, it's too hard. In retrospect, Luo Ji, who is located in the southern Yuzhwa of Shermin, Beluo, felt headaches. As a high-level old ruler with a clear form and appearance, there is no believer on Earth who worships him. That's right. On the modern Earth, there are almost no human organizations and churches that worship him. Therefore, Luo Ji, who has no believers, fell into a deep suspicion of himself. Name, Ketugya. Affiliation, the former ruler. Level, old day level. Talent, ability. Telepathy, can communicate with other old dominators. Let the flame purify everything, dominate all abilities of fire attributes. What makes Luo Ji feel helpless here is his telepathy can only communicate with other former dominators, but cannot communicate with humans. Otherwise, humans will instantly go crazy. He has tried several times. Human beings can only get in touch with Luo Ji through summoning, but nowadays no one in society worships him, let alone summoning him. So it is almost impossible for modern humans to have the opportunity to communicate with Luo Ji. The only way is to send the essence of flame to descend on the Earth. However, the flame essence was shot down by the Earth Defense Forces. The few flame essences that landed on the Earth were stopped by various other supernatural organizations before they could call out the summoning spell. But the creator, protector, ruler, rewarder of the world. Even a supreme god, sun god, fire god, a dominator that humans can never reach and understand. But such a powerful ruler can't rule over a small earth? It's ridiculous. If it weren't for fear that the earth would explode in an instant, I would have come personally and destroy the forces of Naya. Luo Ji secretly said in his heart. As the most destructive existence among the rulers of the old days, he is qualified to say these things. It seems that I have to find a way to find someone on the earth to become my high-level priest. Just like other evil gods bewitched, Luo Ji also had to find himself a high-level sacrifice to enable him 070 to get a better connection with the earth. Besides, Luo Ji wondered if he wanted to find a helper. According to the attributes of the old days, there are roughly 4 element camps representing wind, fire, earth, and water. Among them, fire and earth are enemies, and water and wind are enemies. He is the fire, and Nia is the earth. Water is the total weight, and the wind is yellow. If you go to find foreign aid yourself, then among the only old days on the earth, the only ones who can help are probably Kuzong and Huangyi. Think carefully. Luo Ji thinks that the only person who is willing and providing help is probably only the Lord of the Yellow Clothes. Asta, who is the indefinite person, the Lord of the deep sky and the sea, which symbolizes one of the existences of wind. He has 2 religious forces on earth. They are the Kalxa Foundation and the Brotherhood of the Yellow Seal, 2 religious groups that worship Asta. The followers of Asta are more common on the earth. The believers claim to be yellow monks. Various cults are widely distributed in human society, and their heinous deeds have made them widely known. If you want to get their help, Luo Ji feels it is necessary to contact Asta. Telepathy. Dialogue Asta. My friend, the great king of yellow clothes, the master of the deep sky star sea, an indescribable existence, Asta Noisy. In the void, there was a heartbeat fluctuation. Need time. From the dark lake floated something darker, and when it appeared in shape, the light of the stars became dimmed. Are you coming? Are you coming? A crazy voice echoed in the void. I have come. The blazing voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, the dark thing in the lake raised its head, and it saw a comet descending from the sky. When it approached the planet, the atmosphere began to explode violently, and everything was burned up one after another. Katugya. Luo Ji, the incarnation of came. This is near Bisuwu, in Taurus. It didn't take long for Luo Ji to come to the planet of the star Pleiades Xing 9, which was once confined by the old god in the Pleiades star cluster, and saw the Halley Lake, near the ruins of the ancient city of Kalxa. That is a landscape that does not belong to this planet at all, a lake right in front of it, Lake Harry. When I approached here, I could clearly feel that an wind was approaching. It was as cold as coming from the dark outer space, and it seemed that even the surrounding air was condensing the dark form that condensed all the inhuman fears of floating in Lake Harry. As a result, Luo Ji saw layers of ripples rising in the lake. It seemed that something was floating on the surface of the water. The tentacles with blade-like claws were slowly spreading out. A huge aquatic creature with tentacles, it looks like an octopus, 10 times bigger than the North Sea giant monster. No, 20 times bigger. Its neck is as thick as a giant wheel, which makes people afraid to look directly at its face. This huge octopus, which is more than a few kilometers in size, is the body of Asta. But I'm not ready yet. A crazy voice seemed extremely anxious. No problem, no problem. Luo Ji tried his best to calm Asta's emotions with the language of the old dominators. At this time, from the perspective of the onlooker, it was like seeing a huge burning fireball talking with a grass carp in a huge lake. Both of them are surrounded by a sacred halo, and they can only be viewed from a distance, but not close. Otherwise, the indescribable scene will make people crazy. Gradually, under Luo Ji's telepathic communication, the huge octopus in the lake gradually sank to the bottom, and a strange man appeared again. The scrawny body of this weird man is hidden under the broken yellow robe of the sills. Although it looks thin and awkward, His every move is exceptionally flexible, with an extraordinary elegance. The King of Yellow Clothes. Luo Ji called out his name. The Yellow King is one of the incarnations of Asta. This avatar looks similar to a human being. It is wearing a yellow robe and a pale mask. In fact, that old robe is a part of its body, an extension of its flesh and blood, and under the mask is hidden ugly tentacles, which are used to stick to the target to absorb will. It can change its body shape at will, which is extremely shocking. Ketugya. The man in the yellow robe paused and was replaced by a low, hoarse male voice. Just listening to it would make people crazy, but Luo Ji is not a human being. My condition is, when the old days return, you liberate me from here. By then, the damn old god and the disgusting aquatic fish will die. Luo Ji smiled, of course. The voice was quite calm, even to the point where it was heinously calm. Asta made his request and agreed to himself. It's Ketugya, but you have to be careful if you want to be an enemy of Naya. That guy is a true god, detached from the existence of the rules of the universe. As long as he is still in this universe, no one is his opponent. No one can resist his temptation, except for inhuman creatures. Asta said lightly, my adoptive father, Yug Sodos, told me that I would rather offend Sabu than provoke Naya. At this point, I admire you very much. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of him. Luo Ji said. In that case, the figure slowly raised its head, and in the tattered yellow robe, there was only endless darkness, except for the countless red eyes. Then, a few thick tentacles emerged from the yellow robe, swaying behind him, and a hoarse voice came out. Then, according to what you said, I will let the believers call you on the earth. Propagate my faith, I give you freedom. Asta, I will witness your sincerity. Ha ha. A blazing sound rang across the lake. No one could be seen. Only a burning fireball was shining brightly. But soon, it rose into the sky and disappeared above Harry's lake. I hope you don't deceive me, Ketugya. Immediately after Luo Ji left, a figure stands up in the dark, still in the yellow robe. But in the yellow robe, there are countless eyes flickering, and several tentacles are also revealed under the yellow robe. At the same time, the earth, India, a country of India in a temple of India. A group of devout monks and priests embrace a monk, who is the secret leader of the world's occultism. The Tibetan name is Gombwa. The mysterious sound monk in the shimmering green tattered robe suddenly opened his eyes. In the body tightly wrapped in the robe, apart from the naked human head and neck, a closer look would reveal that he didn't. Only the shiny green eyes without pupils flashed with evil light on the nose and mouth. Master Lama, what's your order? At this time, under the hall of the emerald mandala pattern, in the Lama's grass robe, the only organ on his face was the third eye, which was a fist-sized reflective jadeite embedded in his forehead, and slowly opened at this time. Shambhala's paradise, the tunnels built by Lemuria, Atlantis, and Mu continent were discovered by mortals a year ago. But there is a shining trioctahedron that flows into the outside world. You must find it in the shortest possible time to prevent the incarnation of Naya from coming. Outside of this, of Zhao's, look for the whereabouts of the essence of the flames. Rush to the night when the door star of the Beluo division rises to the top of the tree to call his name Ketugya. This green-robed monk is another incarnation of Asta on earth. He will replace a new mortal body every 200 years, and he has been on the earth for a full 30,000 years, replacing his body countless times. Witnessed the sinking of Wang Yang in Atlantis and Mu continent, and lived in Shambhala for a long time. He is particularly famous. Just now, his ontology reached an agreement with another old ruler, allowing him to summon the old ruler to come on the earth. To this end, the green-robed monk made a decisive choice and began to use his network of connections on the earth to convene occult organizations around the world to save the spirit of the flames and prevent the expansion of Naya's power, robbing the evil sacred artifacts that can summon Naya. The story officially begins at this moment. Fork, somewhere in S City. When I woke up again, it was already night. Time flies so fast. For Luo, he just had a long nightmare. In his dream, he was scorched by the flames, and in his dream, he was spontaneously ignited in pain. In the dream, he saw the dazzling solar flares and saw the huge plasma sphere releasing absolute heat. He was immersed in the memory and didn't realize that at this time, he was already inextricably linked with an old ruler called Luo Ji. He is one of the few human beings who are alive after being possessed by the essence of flames. Just as he was about to open his eyelids, he heard the loud voice of his companion. "Are you awake? The operation was successful. You almost burned your brain and became a vegetative." When he first woke up, Luo said in an angry voice, sighing, "If it wasn't for the police to kill you fished out from the fire, I guess you would have been burnt to ashes." Fire. Luo shook his head slightly. His head is a little bit painful now, as if there are many memories being disturbed in his head. The whole person is dizzy. Luo became even more angry. 070 got up. "Hey, don't pretend to have amnesia. Did you forget? You saw a fire on the street and then rushed in to save people, but almost got in by yourself. Is that right?" Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He wanted to refute that he encountered a living flame by the lake, but after thinking about it carefully, this might be what the police said deliberately. It might be some important secret. Seriously, you are fine. If you die, I will have one less person to chat with. The buddies grinned. His expression was quite distorted, but Luo nodded with a wry smile when he saw this scene. "Thank you. But seriously, I didn't think so much of the time. So you rushed in to save people? That brother, you are so fierce." The voice of the best friend was full of ridicule and misbehavior. "Yes, I'm super brave." Luo also joked. "Super brave? Let me see, what are you?" Just as they were joking, footsteps came from outside the door. "Excuse me, can we have a chat with this little brother alone?" There were a few policemen standing at the door, and the best friend Luo was stunned, then nodded, and consciously retreated. "Hello, Luo, right? This is the way it is. Do you still remember some things from that time in your mind?" They started asking Luo some details. Their eyes were quite serious. "I remember that." Upon seeing this, Luo didn't dare to lie, so he had to tell everything he knew. In other words, when the stars return, they will come back, right? "I don't remember clearly. I only remember my inexplicable spontaneous combustion, and then I seemed to have hallucinations and saw the phenomenon like the sun's flares. And then there was a sentence in my mind. When the stars return, we will come. But which stars exactly, I don't remember." "Okay, we already know. It seems that it is not the first person to say this. Each star represents a different meaning, but it seems to be a metaphor for something. Mr. Luo, you can move freely next. But no matter what you do, don't remember the past. It was just an accident. Your body is healthy and there is no injury." Like hypnotism, they instilled some brainwashing skills in Luo. "Yes, I understand." Luo looked down at his body and found that there were indeed no signs of burns. Could it be that he really had hallucinations? Looking at the proof of the medical report and what the police said, Luo gradually accepted that he had just had an accident, so he didn't think so much anymore. "You can go now," they said. "Now." Luo was startled. "Agba, yes." "Okay, I'll go back first." Luo didn't hesitate too much. He didn't want to stay in the hospital anyway. In addition, there is no abnormality in the body, except for some weakness and hunger. Everything is intact. Soon after he left, the policemen looked at each other, then dialed a phone call and began to report the situation under investigation. "You said he dreamed of solar flares?" Solar flares are a phenomenon of solar activity. It is a process of large-scale energy release on the surface of the sun. Its energy is equivalent to tens of billions of giant hydrogen bombs exploding at the same time. Usually, those people affected by weird events will dream more or less strange things. For example, someone said not long ago that they dreamt of seeing a huge weird octopus in the dark ocean. There are also people who dream of various indescribable monsters. But this is the first time anyone has dreamed of non-living forms. This is not good news. Especially the phrase, "we will come back when the stars return," is even more creepy, with a chilly back, as if the plankton floating on the water was stared at by the huge mouth of the abyss in the dark. At midnight, the bus bound for the street where Luo Ji lived was slowly leaving the station. The last train is here. Luo Ji checked the time, and according to the schedule, this was the last train. He hurried over with his best friend. They didn't dare to neglect it all. In this case, they were lucky to be able to catch the last train. Don't worry, wait a minute. There are still people. Trouble you to stop the car. However, the car didn't mean to stop, and it still turned slowly to the right, preparing to leave the station. Luo Ji was a little worried and raised his voice in vain. Bang! The street lights near the station exploded in an instant, and glass shards were everywhere. Seeing the street lamp exploded in front of him, Luo Ji was shocked, staying in place with his best friend Luo Ji, and stopped. F***K, what's the situation? Is the street light broken? The explosion frightened the two people for no apparent reason, and also attracted the attention of the bus driver. The bus stopped immediately. What's the matter with this light? When the two got into the car, they heard the voices of the driver and passengers. They were all shocked, but they were curious. No matter what, drive, someone will come to fix it tomorrow. Are you okay? Brother Luo. The buddies looked at Luo Ji, silently covering his forehead, and asked worriedly. It's okay, it really shocked me just now. Luo Ji had an indescribable weird feeling at this time. Just when he was emotionally excited, his brain suddenly went dark, and a picture of the dark sun flashed, and then the street light instantly exploded. It was as if the street lamp was set off by him. Very weird. The street lights that suddenly exploded inexplicably shocked many people around, especially those who bowed their heads and played with their mobile phones, screaming. However, this kind of commotion seems to be very common. Most people glanced in surprise and then walked away. Just as the bus stopped, Luo Ji walked into the car with a little disappointed in his buddies. Luo Ji looked at the exploding streetlight and then at the bus. He thought it was better to leave as soon as possible. Next stop, passing by. The electronic synthesis sound on the bus plays. At this time, Luo Ji looked into the bus and sat down with his buddies casually. Luo Ji, do you know what it means to dream of the sun? I don't know, isn't that awesome? The best friend was carrying the phone on one side, and then wondered, what happened to you today? I feel like my soul is absent. Yes. Luo Ji just wanted to say something, but suddenly saw a tall and thin pedestrian on the road in front of the bus. Why isn't it slowing down? He wondered in his heart whether all buses drive so fast. When he looked at the driver's position, he found that the driver squinted his eyes as if he was dozing off, and he hurriedly reminded him. Brake! At this time, the bus driver suddenly woke up, subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and then the whole car came to a halt while shaking. What happened? Several passengers complained, and the driver scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Quack! After the car door was opened, a man who looked like an office worker who had finished the night shift came up at this time. When Luo Ji looked at it subconsciously, he always felt that this person was weird, and he felt a sense of disgust. It's really strange. Obviously, it was the first time I saw it, but instinctively produced physical disgust. The man looked like he was in his 30s. He had a sallow face. He looked very weak. His forehead was covered with sweat. His lips were bruised, and his breathing was short of breath. Are you drinking too much? Luo Ji said inwardly. A man who looks very weak. His feet are unstable, and his eyes cannot be focused. At this time, his speech is trembling. Bus card. He said something hastily, then flipped his pocket to look for something. At this time, the bus started to move forward, and the sallow-faced man was unstable and fell to the ground. Is it all right? Luo Ji, Luo Ji's best friend, hurriedly helped him over, while the man raised his head and looked at Luo Ji, who was sitting across from him. His eyes were very scary. What's the matter with this person? Luo Ji seemed to feel that something was wrong, but could not speak. At this moment, the man squirmed in his abdomen, as if he was about to vomit, opened his mouth with a wow, and vomited a lot of disgusting black mucus inside the bus. What are you doing? The best friend Luo Ji hurriedly let go, seeming to be frightened. Pain! Something fell into the car, wet and slimy, and landed at the feet of a nearby passenger. The passenger looked down and suddenly cried, What? What fell on the ground was a group of pitch-black bugs that were constantly squirming and twisting. It had countless mouths and countless eyes all around the body, and it looked terrifying. At the same time, I don't know when it started, and a sickle appeared in the man's hand at IT this time. Bloody tentacles and dense teeth stretched out from the cracked face and mouth. The whole body began to swell, and he waved the sickle. Cut at the passengers nearby. Be careful. Get away, this guy's a monster. Lu Chun turned over and jumped off his seat, looking forward in horror. The man who started to change quickly turned into a huge, bloated monster, brandishing a sickle and cutting off a person's head, and then attacked in the direction of Lu Chun amidst the panicked screams of his buddies. What's up? Isn't this a horror movie scene? Why do bad things happen twice a day? Lu Chun was panicked. He looked in the direction of the bus driver. He didn't expect that the driver's situation was not right. He also vomited black blood violently. Then the body shook suddenly and began to sway uncontrollably from side to side. On the highway in the middle of the night, there suddenly came the harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground, and the squeaking sound instantly caused countless screams. A car of people was tossed around, screaming up and down each other. Hurry up! Boom! The bus suddenly hit the telephone pole, and then the whole car overturned, but it still didn't stop after the overturned. Under the huge inertia, it hit the side street building and hit the wall fiercely. There was a sharp increase, and then the body shook in chaos, and the crunch of steel deformation was terrifying. A weird and sharp sound came from the carriage. The pitch-black worm that the man vomited seemed to start to swallow the surrounding passengers, stuck it on his face, and then chewed. At this moment, the car lights suddenly turned off. In the darkness, Lu Chun heard a cart of people screaming in despair. The dark office worker man was distorted and distorted. The tentacles in his mouth began to look for prey, and the sickle in his hand was constantly waving. So, look for flowers .0. But inexplicably, Lu Chun could clearly feel the green eyes of the other party staring at him in the dark. It's as if staring at yourself. At this time, Lu Chun's head suddenly stabbed, and several pictures flashed in front of his eyes. He dreamed of the burned city, the dead land, and the dark sun. In this short moment, there seemed to be a dark sun spinning in his mind, and he gradually realized that the huge fireball that looked like the sun might be alive. It is covered with dark orange-black spots, and its surface is dim and terrifying, and there are huge rotating pillars of fire sprayed around it, like countless tentacles. He didn't know what this picture represented, but there's always something that the black sun is looking at and staring at itself, making the back chill. 0. Next second, Lu Chun's consciousness returned to reality. He saw the dark environment inside the car and heard the harsh wailing and the creeping sound of the monster's flesh and blood. Open the door. Nothing was found by his side. Lu Chun, as an awakened mind-powered human, hurriedly began to concentrate on manipulating nearby tools, but it seemed that he could not find all of them. In a hurry, he directly smashed the window glass with his fist. Boom! Under the violent pounding, the car window glass cracked, and a lot of cracks appeared. Brother Lu, save me. The voice of the buddies sounded. Lu Chun looked back and found that the buddies were caught by the monster at this time, merged with the other passengers, and turned into a huge fleshy monster. Not only that, everyone in the car except him is fusing together, turning into a huge mountain of flesh and blood, filling the entire car. Inside the dark bus, the windshield was all shattered, resembling a monster with a big mouth, and pieces of black flesh and blood spilled out. At this moment, the car has become a hellish world, and at the moment Lu Chun was frightened, a terrible dream sounded in his mind. That's Naya's family, deep, thirsty darkness, cry and creep. You, who are you? Lu Chun shouted in horror. My name cannot be said through your own mouth. Think about it carefully. You know in your heart who I am. Only I can save you, mortal. The voice like an evil god rang in Lu Chun's mind. It was from the dark starry sky, from the blaster, and it was a voice belonging to Luo Ji. 10. At this time, near the rollover site, passers-by happened to witness this scene and screamed in horror. Although 1 in 10 people on average has awakened all kinds of supernatural abilities, not everyone is good at fighting. Moreover, most of them don't know how to control their abilities before they have received professional training. In this case, they're no different from ordinary people who are unarmed. They fell to the ground in panic and looked in the direction of the wreckage of the bus that was bleeding everywhere, as if the bus had become a meat mountain. Like monsters, they were constantly wriggling and devouring nearby flesh and blood. The dark bus, all the glass shattered, like a monster opening a huge mouth in the abyss. The car has become a hellish picture. The flesh fusion monster stretched out a bunch of sticky tentacles, snapped and groaned in all directions. It wanted to catch Luo Ji, who was constantly crawling out, and wanted to drag him into the darkness. And then eat it. Don't come here. Luo Ji turned his head, holding his tentacles in glass shards hard. The damn bus stuck his leg, unexpectedly heavy, and couldn't pull out. The flesh and blood of everyone in the car are fused together, and the strength is enormous. At the same time, there were all kinds of wailing, and the flesh and blood monsters were full of human heads, shouting for help with their mouths open. "Brother Luo, save me. Please, I don't want to die. Big brother." Luo Ji watched this scene in horror, and countless hands stretched out towards him, including those of the trapped passengers. There are many faces on the flesh and blood monsters. Their expressions are various. Their eyes are bleeding, the nostrils and mouths are black crushed, their eyes are dull, their eyes are rolled up. Anyone who sees this scene, everyone feels creepy, and the SAN value goes crazy. "Luo Ji, if you're a brother, just give me a hand. Are you going to abandon us? Please help me." All kinds of voices made Luo Ji unable to calm down at this time. "Grass, what the hell should I do?" Luo Ji's heart was flustered, but suddenly he sounded a hint that just sounded like a Cthulhu dream eating. "Name?" "Yes, the name. What is the name of the flame sphere, the black sun?" "Damn it, can't remember it." Tense for a while, Luo Ji felt his head get hot and hot. There was a strong smell in his nostrils. It's like a mixture of ashes and burning sulfur. All around was deep darkness, hungry flesh and blood. But he fell into a state of absolute stillness, as if he was being watched by something indescribable. A sense of weightlessness flooded the whole body. He seemed to hear some terrible laughter from behind, but his body froze and couldn't move. "No, don't be afraid. You must face your fears. The ghost can smell the fear in you." Luo Ji closed his eyes tightly and kept warning himself in his heart. Gradually, his consciousness began to strengthen. Suddenly, the surroundings started to burn. Obviously, it was a cold and dark night, but I always felt flames everywhere. The ground melts, the car melts, the street burns, everything is purged by flames. Luo Ji opened his eyes abruptly, and there was a scorching flame in the darkness. He didn't feel wrong. The surrounding flames are blazing. The blue smoke is lingering. Everything in the eye is on fire, and the air is full of charred stench. The high-temperature flames gushed out from his body, poured into the bus, swept everything away, and melted the steel support. The dark and bloody, strange mountain wailed in pain, screamed, and retreated to the rear of the car. The faces on its body were twisted one by one, and the whole body was extremely swollen. It struggled desperately, screaming of inexplicable meaning, as if it were painful. In the end, it desperately spat out the absorbed flesh and blood, seeming to want to lighten the burden and escape. Numerous arms and the bodies of passengers fell off the monsters and fell into a coma in the car. The black worm returned to its original appearance and began to flee outside the car. Blazing flames are burning, raging around. "Don't run." Luo Ji raised his hand subconsciously, and a huge pillar of fire emanated from his palm, melting the earth all the way, and the flames of thousands of degrees high temperature bombarded in the direction of the black worm and the weird man. OM! Under the burning, the man screamed and wailed, then turned into ashes in the air and dispersed. The black worm that detached from his body also absorbed enough heat and finally swelled to the extreme and exploded with a resounding sound. In an instant, a strong wind swept in. The bursting shock wave caused Luo Ji to fly out. Before he fell into a coma, he vaguely saw the figure of a blue flame demon in the rearview mirror of the bus, as if he was himself. Immediately afterwards, the sound completely disappeared, and everything seemed to return to the original quiet on the street late at night. The flames of the bus quickly attracted the attention of others. After dozens of seconds, a figure riding a motorcycle was vaguely seen in the nearby street, like a righteous person among superpowers, and hurriedly began to rescue the people inside and outside the burning bus. A car accident. In an instant, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Hello, this is Street 42. Just now, there was a serious traffic accident, and the bus burned. The injured? I didn't seem to see a few. Then, the police car arrived at 1.0 to the scene, as well as all kinds of ambulances and residents who were attracted by the explosion. They witnessed the scene in front of them with a thrill. At this moment, Luo Ji stood up unsteadily. They looked at the figure in front of them, were pleasantly surprised, and shouted, "Help! There is a survivor!" In fact, they don't know what the person in front of them represents, but the brain subconsciously feels. He is still alive, and we're going to save him. Only, when they approached the past, they found that the person named Luo Ji exuded a strange aura. At this moment, the expression of the supernatural person who first discovered the accident suddenly changed. Horrified, unbelievable, and desperate, as if seeing something unimaginable. Boom! The sound of blazing burning sounded from the side of the supernatural person. The motorcycle exploded, and the psychic who was blown out fell to the ground, howling in pain. The fuel tanks of other police cars and ambulances also exploded continuously due to the high temperature, which instantly resounded through the quiet streets. Not only that, all nearby glass and flammable materials were broken and ignited. The next second, when they looked forward, the victim Luo Ji who stood up burned, and the blue flames flowed from the inside to the outside, in every pore of his. The people around them all backed up in horror, feeling the heat rushing toward their faces. At this time, some people nearby had been burned alive and turned into coke. Their flesh and blood melted into black liquid and dripped on the ground, and soon turned into bones, looking desperate and crazy. Everything is burning. Everything seemed abnormally silent. These all happened in a very short world. During this period, Luo Ji stayed in place. He raised his head and stared ahead, looking at the people who were burned to the coke indifferently. Motionless, there were no pupils in his eyes, only the blazing blue flame. The entire figure was also bathed in blue flames and lightning light. Request support. Report to Headquarters 06. Encountered an unknown attack. Request support. The police officer hiding nearby, watching this scene in horror, immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, then looked at the blue flame demon walking out of the burning wreckage of the bus, and hurriedly asked for help. Luo Ji stood up again and walked forward this time, the sound of glass shattering. Every time he took a step, things passing by would burn, burst, and the ground would melt. Soon, police support arrived. Crossing 2 streets, they saw the bus and a burning car nearby. The earth is terrible. There were violent burning marks everywhere, paint dripping, plastics and clothes were burning. The temperature of the surrounding air exceeded 40 to 50 degrees, and the air was distorted by naked eyes. The corpses of a lot of onlookers lay nearby, which had been burned through, and they seemed to be internal combustion. It seemed that the neighborhood was attacked by something horrible. It was as if the monsters that walked out of the lava lake of hell raged around. Most of them were burnt corpses in black and black. The bones were gone, and the ashes that kept the appearance of struggling before a lifetime were vaguely visible on the ground. A special police officer came over. "How about it? Do you have a clue?" Next to him, the male police officer wearing glasses shook his head. "The bones are completely carbonized. This is by no means an accident." Having said that, he pointed to the melting ground nearby. "That guy disappeared from here." Looking in the direction he was pointing, he found a dark footprint. Even in the dark, the footprints on the Boyo Road are very obvious, and you can feel the scorching heat when you're close to the past. The officer knelt down and stared at the footprints and said, "It melts?" No, it's evaporated. He lowered his voice and said, Unbelievable. This is the work of the supernatural person. The temperature and intensity of this flame are at least a grade level. But why? Why does the flame appear in the form of footprints? Can it be said that it is spontaneous combustion? They quickly tracked down the past and found many such footprints ahead. Eventually, they came to a street corner and saw a male figure lying on the ground, motionless, as if in a coma, with traces similar to high temperature melting around him. Survivor, they did not have an illusion. There was indeed a person lying in the alley, but soon became vigilant. If there is only one person here, doesn't it mean that he is an arsonist? Be careful, catch him. Then another person picked up the walkie-talkie. A suspicious man was found in a coma. There is no wound, and all his characteristics are normal. Police officers with a certain amount of experience were very cautious at this time that at the scene of a disaster where there were dead people, they found a guy who was unscathed. This is absolutely abnormal, and this guy is still lying in the burn place, almost 100% 90 affirmation that he is a prisoner. Take him away and put him in a prison for supernatural criminals. Yes, it's safer there. In a coma, Luo Ji gradually became conscious. His nose was full of the smell of scorched sulfur. He slowly opened his eyes, and he was lying in a steel prison half a meter thick. He lifted his eyelids, trying to see around clearly. There was a surveillance camera in the upper right corner, and there was nothing around except the iron window where he was lying. He was exhausted. As if he was regaining his senses, he shouted, "Where is this? Am I in the car? A monster attacked us." He raised his hand, but found a pair of heavy handcuffs hung on his right wrist, and other places on his body were also restrained by various instruments of torture. Why am I being tortured? What happened? The head hurts, full of chaotic memories, and many pictures overlapped chaotically, making Luo Ji feel painful. Fudagoya, Dao's inexplicable voice is calling what name? Luo Ji's mind suddenly flashed memories. His body burned, and he burned everything around him. He lost his thinking instinct and walked forward. It seemed that someone nearby was calling him, but he was indifferent. It started to burn, and souls began to float towards his body. After absorbing those souls, Luo Ji felt a pleasant and refreshing feeling. After that, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness because he seemed to be connected with something. At this time, there seemed to be a voice outside the door. Ahem! The iron door opened, and a man with the appearance of an interrogator watched him vigilantly and walked slowly. "Why catch me?" Luo Ji hurriedly asked, although he already had an answer in his heart. "Do you remember what happened yesterday?" Yesterday, Luo Ji tried hard to start recalling, sorting out the memories that have happened in his mind. Countless eyes and sights are full of flames, and the places they stare will quickly become black and burn. Everything is burning, like hell. It is an unspeakable power, coming from the unknown, and the intention is also unknown. It burned everything and saved itself in a monster's mouth, so Luo Ji could survive because of this. But also because of that power, it burned innocent things and spread to other people around. What is really weird and incomprehensible is why he was not burned to death. Luo Ji, who was in a hazy state of consciousness, vaguely remembered that he seemed to be able to control those powers. He was communicating with an unspeakable and indescribable thing at the time, and that voice seemed to have been calling himself for, "Here we go again." Luo Ji started holding his head tense, but at this time another message came from that voice. "Futaguya, humans are full of Nia's minions. You can't trust them." A magical, extremely powerful force, burning all fire, an extremely terrifying supernatural power appeared on Luo Ji's body. This kind of feeling of a man of choice made him feel like the protagonist in the novel. With this thought, Luo Ji asked tentatively, "Who are you?" "My name cannot be declared in the mouth. You only need to remember that your power comes from me, and is the commander of the spirit of flame. You are from above the comet. You are the sacrifice of flames, and you are the Lord of Tayanga. The appearance of human beings is just your body in this world, and your real name is Fudagoya Fortawa." "My real name." Luo Ji looked at his hands suspiciously and asked subconsciously, "So, You are the master of my power source? Then your name is... In an instant, Lu Chen's mind suddenly shook, and the four words Gram, Tu, Gu, Ya, appeared in his brain. Kato. But just when he subconsciously called out the name, ah! A huge scream sounded, and the surrounding air, including the interrogator, glowed fiercely with a scorching flame, and the half-meter-thick steel wall melted. The violent vibration of space. At that moment, Lu Chun seemed to see in the endless starry sky a huge burning plasma sphere, and the tens of millions of flame spirits beside it were eagerly waiting for something. What? Lu Chun hurriedly closed his mouth, and the vibration in the space stopped. The temperature began to recede quickly, and he realized the seriousness of the problem with horror. He just subconsciously wanted to call out the name. His spirit was trembling, and the world was about to meet the doomsday and want to be destroyed. Ahaha! It seems you already know who I am. A mortal, if you hadn't been selected by the possession of the flame essence, and just received this huge collective consciousness, you would instantly go crazy. The human body is too fragile. As mentioned earlier, the thought of yanzijing is similar to hive thinking. Every victim killed by Luo Ji or yanzijing has his memory and wisdom absorbed into this hive thinking. Since Lu Chan wants to know everything about the existence of Ketugya, he must link with hive thought. This is like a memory card with a capacity of only 1 gigabyte to forcibly receive all the content in a 100 terabytes hard drive. It's impossible to fit it. Forcing it to understand will cause the memory card to explode instantly. Stop doing stupid things. It is impossible for you to understand how I exist. You only need to be prepared. When a star of Beiluo Sherman rises to the top of the tree in the early morning of tomorrow, you can call and summon my name, and then my incarnation will come. In this world, you will also get incredible power. Ew, will you destroy this world? You're not qualified to know about me. You just need to remember that everything you understand and recognize is Naya's lie. There is no demon god in this world. Everything is written disaster. Wantonly change history. Let mankind struggle between extinction and redemption. Everything is the evil of God. From Luo Ji's mouth, it seems that some news has been revealed to Lu Chun, the flame sacrifice. He was selected by Yinji as a servant of Ketugya on the earth, so it is still necessary to know some things. This world is not as simple as he and mankind imagined. Everything isn't a huge lie, and the initiator of all this, his name is Nyarlathotep. But this name cannot be said through Luo Ji's mouth, nor can it be known by ordinary mortals. Once Naya's full name is said, the other party will know all this. Luo Ji will be forced to be passive, otherwise he can still take the initiative now, because Naya doesn't know all this yet. So, is the monster that attacked me also the evil spirit of that evil god? Lu Chen quickly understood everything. It was because the beehive thought began to answer his doubts. He slowly began to understand and slowly began to accept, and he had also gradually transformed from a human into a familial family. Ah yes. After hearing the confirmation of that voice, Lu Chen frowned. He was silent for a long time, and then sighed. You are right. Humans may themselves live in a world of deception. I decided to believe you because I have no choice. For you, even if I refuse, it's just that you will continue to choose the next believer, right? Then, after Lu Chun started praying and rituals, he became the first believer on the earth to begin to believe in Ketugya. And under the name of Fudagoya, he began to preach a religion that can lead the world to sober and get rid of the false world created by deceivers. Group. At any time, most of the cults that believe in evil gods are cannon fodder, perhaps because the more devout they are, the crazier they are. Basically, no one can operate for too long. The believers are either converted or died in the end. But Luo Ji's cult is one of the few evil gods with a conscience, and it can't be said to be conscientious because mortals can't guess God's thoughts. Even so, Lu Chun can be said to have contributed to Luo Ji's smooth landing on the earth. If one day Luo Ji loses to Naya, maybe history will record this. On that day, at the end of all things, the moon will be swallowed by the sun. Under the flares of the burning sun, the evil believer Luo Ji summoned his coming, and the demon god who destroys the world will eventually destroy the world with his own hands. It turns out, Zhao's heart world, Shambhala, the stone slabs left in the relics of the world tree, and the above documents are all rewritten, and they are all tricks used by external gods to deceive humans. There is no such thing as the demon god of destroying the world in this world, only the struggle between the outer gods and the former dominators. Compared to conspiracy, scheming, demons to confuse, deceive, and tempt humans, it seems that no one has ever been able to compare with Nyarlathotep. The guy was a fraudster that day.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.